What if Naruto was Supreme World Sage, God who rivaled Ainz Albedo x Shalltear Chapter 1, Worlds Collide. Naruto Uzumaki sat cross-legged in the void between dimensions, eyes closed, the cosmic energy of countless realities flowing through him like water. Golden light shimmered across his skin as 6 black truth-seeking orbs floated in a lazy circle around him. Something's not right, he muttered, opening eyes that shifted between brilliant blue and the concentric rings of the Rinnegan. For centuries after achieving immortality, he'd wandered the multiverse, maintaining balance and occasionally intervening when necessary. Rarely did anything truly surprise him anymore. Until now. A ripple passed through the cosmic web, a reality being fundamentally altered by a power that rivaled his own. Not the chaotic destruction of a rogue god or demon, but something, calculated. Purposeful. Guess I should check it out, he said to no one in particular, unfolding his legs and standing in the void. Been a while since anything interesting happened. With a flash of golden light that tore through the dimensional barrier, Naruto vanished from the cosmic nexus. In the great tomb of Nazarick, Ainz Ulgaun sat upon his throne, skeletal fingers tapping absently on the armrest. The undead overlord's flaming red eyes stared into the distance, his mind churning with calculations and possibilities. Lord Ainz, is something troubling you? Albedo asked, her yellow eyes filled with concern as she approached the throne. The skeletal overlord's empty eye sockets fixed on his devoted guardian. I sense a disturbance. Something approaches our world, something powerful. An enemy? Albedo's wings twitched, her body instantly tensing for battle. Shall I mobilize our forces? Not yet. Ainz raised a bony hand. This presence, it's unlike anything I've encountered before. Not hostile, but... He paused, the green glow in his eye sockets intensifying. Curious. The doors to the throne room burst open as Shalltear Bloodfallen rushed in, her crimson eyes wide with excitement. Lord Ainz. The boundary alarms have been triggered. Something has entered our world. Ainz stood, his dark robes flowing around him. Where? Near the forest village of Itoria, approximately 50 miles from Nazarick. Albedo, Shalltear, Ainz commanded, his voice echoing with supernatural authority, investigate this presence. Do not engage unless attacked. Observe and report back to me. Albedo shot Shalltear a competitive glance. I will not fail you, my love. Shalltear's lips curled into a mocking smile. Neither will I, Lord Ainz. Perhaps I might succeed where others might, lack subtlety. Enough, Ainz said firmly. This is not a competition. Whatever has entered our world possesses power that rivals my own. Exercise caution. Both guardians bowed, though the tension between them remained palpable as they departed. The forest outside Itoria exploded with golden light as reality itself tore open. Naruto stepped through the dimensional rift, his red sage cloak fluttering in the energy discharge. The tear sealed itself behind him as he took a deep breath of the unfamiliar world's air. So this is where that power's coming from, he mused, extending his senses. The natural energy here felt different, darker, more corrupted in some areas, yet still flowing through everything. He absorbed it effortlessly, feeling his connection to this new world establish itself. His enhanced senses immediately picked up signs of distress nearby. Screams. The clash of metal. The scent of blood. With a sigh and a half-smile, Naruto cracked his knuckles. Always something, isn't there? Guess I'll introduce myself to the locals. He disappeared in a yellow flash. The village of Itoria burned. Goblins and trolls rampaged through the streets, slaughtering villagers and looting buildings while a massive ogre directed their assault from the village square. Take everything. Kill everyone, the ogre roared, smashing a fleeing man with his club. A young woman clutching a child tried to dart between buildings but found herself cornered by 3 leering goblins. Please, she begged, take what you want, just don't hurt my son. The lead goblin grinned, raising a rusty blade. We'll take everything, starting with, a golden blur appeared between the woman and the goblins. The monsters stumbled back in surprise as Naruto stood before them, arms crossed casually across his chest. "Hey," he said conversationally, "mind telling me what's going on here?" The goblins exchanged confused glances before the leader recovered his nerve. "Out of the way, human. Or die with the rest." Naruto sighed. "Same story, different world." The goblin lunged forward with his blade. Naruto didn't even uncross his arms. The monster froze mid-stride, eyes widening as it felt an overwhelming pressure crush down on it. The other two goblins collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath under the weight of Naruto's unleashed chakra. "You guys picked the wrong day," Naruto said, his voice still casual despite the devastating aura emanating from him. "I'm kind of in a hurry." The lead goblin's eyes rolled back in its head, and it toppled unconscious to the ground along with its companions. Naruto turned to the woman, his aura instantly receding. "You okay? Is there somewhere safe you can go?" She stared at him, mouth agape. What are you?" "Just a traveler," he smiled warmly. "Now, about that safe place." The temple," she stammered, pointing toward a stone building. "But the others, don't worry about them." Naruto created a shadow clone with a puff of smoke, making the woman gasp. "Get to the temple. My clone will protect you." As the clone escorted the woman and child away, Naruto turned toward the village square, his expression hardening. "Time to clean house." Perched in a massive tree overlooking Itoria, Albedo and Shalltear watched with mixed expressions as the strange blonde human single-handedly dismantled the monster raid. "That's him," Shalltear whispered, her crimson eyes narrowing. The power Lord Ainz sensed. "He looks human." Albedo's wings flexed anxiously. "Don't be fooled by appearances. No human moves like that." They watched as Naruto created dozens of identical clones that swarmed through the village. Each moved with impossible speed, golden energy occasionally flaring around them as they struck down monsters with casual efficiency. "What magic is this?" Shalltear murmured. "Those aren't illusions. Each one has physical form and independent action." The original Naruto confronted the ogre leader in the village square. The massive creature swung its club with enough force to shatter stone, but Naruto caught it with one hand. Golden energy spiraled in his other palm, forming a swirling sphere. "Rasengan," he called out, driving the energy ball into the ogre's chest. The impact sent the monster flying through 3 buildings before it lay still, a spiral pattern burned into its flesh. "He's not using any magic I recognize," Albedo said, her analytical mind cataloging everything she witnessed. "No spells, no incantations. Just raw power shaped by will." Shalltear licked her lips unconsciously. "His blood smells different. Ancient. Powerful." "Control yourself," Albedo snapped. "We're here to observe, not indulge your perversions." Below them, the battle ended as quickly as it had begun. The surviving monsters fled into the forest, pursued by several Naruto clones. The original stood in the village square, helping injured villagers while more clones began extinguishing fires and repairing damaged buildings. "Fascinating," Shalltear mused. "He's not just powerful, he's helping them. Humans never cease to confuse me with their sentimentality." "Lord Ainz helps humans too," Albedo countered defensively. "When it serves his purposes," Shalltear replied with a knowing smile. "This one seems to help simply because he can." Their conversation halted abruptly when Naruto's head snapped up, his gaze locking directly on their hiding place despite the considerable distance and concealment spells. "We've been spotted," Albedo hissed. Shalltear tensed. "Impossible." No one could. In a flash of yellow light, Naruto appeared on the branch beside them, making both guardians leap back in shock. "Hi there," he said with a disarming grin. "Been watching long?" "I'm Naruto, by the way." Naruto studied the 2 strange women before him. One had glossy black wings and horns, dressed in an elaborate white dress that somehow emphasized rather than concealed her figure. The other was petite with pale skin, blood-red eyes, and an elegant Gothic dress. Both radiated power that marked them as far more than human. Their shock at his sudden appearance amused him. Even after centuries, the flying thunder god technique still surprised people. "How did you?" the black-haired one began, her yellow eyes narrowing suspiciously. "Teleportation jutsu," Naruto answered with a shrug. "Pretty handy. Now, want to tell me why you two were spying on me?" The pale one recovered first, her surprise transforming into a coy smile. "My, aren't you presumptuous? Perhaps we were simply observing the monster attack." Naruto laughed. "Yeah, sure. And I'm just a regular guy who happened to be passing through." He crossed his arms, his smile remaining friendly even as his eyes hardened slightly. "You're both giving off power levels that make those monsters look like ants. And you've got the same signature as whatever I sensed that brought me to this world." The winged woman stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of her companion. "I am Albedo, guardian overseer of the great tomb of Nazarick. This is Shalltear Blood Fallen, floor guardian of the first 3 floors. We serve the supreme being, Ainz. Ainz, Naruto repeated, testing the name. "That's the power I felt." "Your boss, huh?" Shalltear moved beside Albedo, her crimson eyes flashing dangerously. "Lord Ainz is not merely our boss. He is the last of the supreme beings, ruler of Nazarick, and soon, this entire world." "Interesting," Naruto said, genuinely curious. "And what exactly is a supreme being in this world?" Albedo's expression darkened at his casual tone. "You dare speak so flippantly about Lord Ainz? His power is beyond your comprehension, human." Naruto's smile widened. "I'm pretty sure I can comprehend it just fine. In fact, that's why I'm here." His voice took on a more serious tone. "Your supreme being is altering the fabric of this world. I felt it from across dimensions." Both guardians tensed at this revelation, exchanging quick glances. "You claim to come from another world?" Albedo asked cautiously. "Another dimension, technically," Naruto clarified. "I'm what you might call a concerned observer. When someone starts reshaping reality, I tend to notice." Shalltear's eyes narrowed. "And what exactly do you intend to do about it?" "That depends," Naruto said, leaning casually against the tree trunk. "Is this Ainz guy destroying the world or just redecorating? Because one of those options is going to be a problem for me." Albedo bristled. "Lord Ainz's actions are beyond question. He creates order where there was chaos, strength where there was weakness." "By conquering everything?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "By ruling as is his right," Albedo insisted. Naruto studied them both for a long moment. "I think I'd like to meet this Ainz person. Have a chat, god to god." Shalltear laughed, the sound both beautiful and chilling. "You compare yourself to Lord Ainz? The arrogance." Instead of responding with words, Naruto simply closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had transformed into the concentric purple rings of the Rinnegan. Golden chakra flared around him, 6 truth-seeking orbs materializing behind his back as natural energy surged through his body. The forest around them bent away from the pressure of his unleashed power, trees groaning and the ground beneath them cracking. Yet he controlled it precisely, awesome in its display but causing no actual destruction. Both guardians stumbled back, their expressions shifting from disdain to shock as they felt the true extent of his power. "Like I said," Naruto stated calmly as the display faded, his eyes returning to normal, god to god. In the throne room of Nazarick, Ainz bolted upright, the magical items around him vibrating in response to the distant pulse of power. "Demiurge," he called to the demon who stood nearby, "did you feel that?" "Indeed, Lord Ainz," Demiurge replied, adjusting his glasses. "A power surge unlike any I've witnessed before." Not even the dragon lords emit such an aura. Ainz's skeletal fingers gripped the arms of his throne. The emotional suppression of his undead body activated automatically, calming the momentary alarm he felt. This power, it was different from any magic in Yggdrasil or this new world. It felt alive. Organic yet transcendent. Before he could contemplate further, a message spell activated near his skull. Lord Ainz, Albedo's voice came through, tense but controlled. We have made contact with the entity. He calls himself Naruto and claims to be a god from another dimension. A god? Ainz repeated, his mind racing. As Suzuki Satoru, the human behind Ainz Olgaun, he had extensive knowledge of gaming multiverse theories. Could this truly be an entity from another reality system entirely? He requests an audience with you, my lord, Albedo continued. He says he sensed your power across dimensions. Interesting, Ainz thought. This was unprecedented. If true, this Naruto might possess knowledge beyond anything available in this world. How dangerous is he? Ainz asked practically. There was a pause before Albedo answered, extremely, my lord. His power rivals your own. This statement sent a shock through Ainz that even his emotional suppression couldn't completely nullify. Someone who rivaled his power level 100 character with divine class items. Bring him to Nazarick, Ainz decided after a moment's contemplation. We shall receive him in the throne room. Alert all floor guardians to be present but not hostile unless I command it. But Lord Ainz, Albedo began to protest. It is decided, Ainz stated firmly. Better to meet this entity on our terms than to risk confrontation elsewhere. Besides, he added, a strategic thought forming, I am curious. Naruto walked between Albedo and Shalltear along an impossibly ornate corridor. The walls were adorned with masterful artwork and magical artifacts that pulsed with power. Armored undead guards stood at attention as they passed, their empty eye sockets somehow managing to convey awe and suspicion at the visitor. Your boss has nice digs, Naruto commented, whistling appreciatively at a particularly impressive mural depicting colossal beings towering over a world. Kind of gloomy, though. The great tomb of Nazarick is the supreme creation of the supreme beings, Albedo stated proudly. Its magnificence is beyond the comprehension of most mortals. Naruto grinned. Good thing I'm not exactly mortal then, huh? Shalltear, walking on his other side, studied him with undisguised curiosity. What exactly are you? You appear human, yet your power and your eyes. It's complicated, Naruto said with a shrug. Started human, then became a ninja, then a sage, then the Jinchuriki of all the tailed beasts, then the reincarnation of the son of a goddess, then achieved immortality, you know how it goes. I do not, in fact, know how it goes, Shalltear replied with a mixture of irritation and fascination. Naruto laughed. Fair enough. Let's just say I've had a long time to accumulate power. Several thousand years, actually. You lose count after a while. This revelation caused both guardians to exchange surprised glances. Several thousand years. Albedo repeated skeptically. You appear no older than 25. Perks of the job, Naruto replied enigmatically. Your boss Ainz, he's immortal too, right? I can sense it. Lord Ainz is an undead of the highest order, Shalltear explained with reverence. Immortality is his birthright. Undead, huh? Naruto mused. That explains the vibe I'm getting. Death magic, but controlled, purposeful. They approached massive doors covered in intricate runes and flanked by particularly imposing guards. Naruto could sense numerous powerful entities waiting beyond. The throne room of Nazarick, Albedo announced formally. You will show proper respect to Lord Ainz Olgaun or forfeit your life where you stand. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'll be polite, but let's not get carried away with threats, okay? I'm here to talk, not fight. He smiled disarmingly. Unless your boss starts it. Albedo's expression darkened, but before she could respond, the massive doors swung open soundlessly. The throne room stretched before them, a cavernous space of marble and gold, with towering columns and magical light casting an ethereal glow. At the far end, upon a raised dais, sat an ornate throne. And upon that throne, Naruto's eyes widened slightly. The being seated there resembled a skeletal Lich King from fantasy, with empty eye sockets filled with crimson flame, draped in elaborate dark robes adorned with gold and purple. A dark aura of death magic surrounded him, yet it was controlled with perfect precision. Around the throne stood diverse beings of obvious power, a blue insectoid warrior, a dark-skinned demon in an impeccable suit, a small pale boy with heterochromatic eyes, an imposing gray-skinned warrior, and others. As they approached the throne, Albedo moved ahead to stand beside it while Shalltear took her place among the other guardians. Lord Ainz, Albedo announced formally, Supreme Ruler of Nazarick, we present Naruto, who claims to be a god from another dimension. Naruto stopped at a respectful distance, studying the undead overlord with interest. Their eyes met, blue human eyes looking into flaming undead sockets, and both sensed the vast well of power contained in the other. Yo, Naruto said with a casual wave. Nice place you've got here. Ainz studied the blond young man standing before his throne with intense interest. Despite his casual demeanor and unassuming appearance, Ainz could sense tremendous power carefully contained within him, power unlike any magic he had encountered. This meeting required careful handling. As guild leader in Yggdrasil and now ruler of Nazarick, Ainz had developed a knack for projecting authority and wisdom he didn't always feel. Inside, Suzuki Satoru was calculating rapidly, assessing the potential threat and opportunity this stranger presented. Welcome to Nazarick, Ainz said, his voice supernaturally deep and resonant. I understand you've come quite a distance to find me. Naruto nodded. Different dimension entirely. Felt your power reshaping this world and got curious. It's not often I sense someone operating on my level. Murmurs of indignation rippled through the guardians at this casual claim of equality with their lord, but Ainz raised a skeletal hand for silence. Indeed. Ainz replied, leaning forward slightly. And what exactly is your interest in this world's affairs? I'm the Supreme Sage, Naruto explained, his casual tone belying the weight of his words. I maintain balance between dimensions, step in when necessary. When someone starts fundamentally altering a world's fabric, I notice. And you consider my actions problematic? Ainz asked carefully, his flaming eyes brightening slightly. Naruto shrugged. Don't know yet. That's why I'm here, to understand what you're doing and why. From what your guardians told me, you're conquering this world. I am bringing order to chaos, Ainz corrected smoothly. This world was fractured, its people suffering under corrupt rulers and constant monster attacks. Nazarick offers protection and prosperity to those who accept our governance. And those who don't. A tense silence fell over the room. The guardians watched the exchange with wary anticipation, ready to defend their master at the slightest provocation. Ainz steepled his bony fingers. Those who oppose the inevitable find themselves obsolete. Naruto's expression remained neutral, but his eyes hardened slightly. That's one approach, I guess. And what would your approach be, Supreme Sage? Ainz asked, genuine curiosity in his tone. I've found that forcing people to follow you only works until you turn your back, Naruto replied. True change comes when people choose a better path themselves. Sometimes they need guidance, protection, even a kick in the ass, but ultimately, it's their world. Demiurge stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. A naive perspective. Humans are inherently chaotic, short-sighted creatures. They require firm governance to achieve their potential. Naruto turned his gaze to the demon. I was human once. So was he, right? He nodded toward Ainz, causing another ripple of surprise among the guardians. Ainz's flaming eyes flared momentarily. This stranger had deduced his origin with unsettling ease. How would you know that? Ainz asked carefully. I can sense it, Naruto replied. The core of your power, it transformed from something else. Same with mine. He grinned suddenly. Plus, the way you're sitting. No born undead would try so hard to look regal. A strange sound emerged from Ainz, something between a cough and a laugh, quickly suppressed. You are unusually perceptive. Thousands of years of practice, Naruto replied with a wink. So, now that we've established we're both stupidly powerful beings changing worlds, what happens next? We fight dramatically and destroy half the continent. Become reluctant allies. Ignore each other. The directness of the question caught Ainz off guard, though his undead features revealed nothing. This Naruto was unlike any entity he had encountered, powerful enough to be a threat yet approaching the situation with disarming candor. I propose an exchange of knowledge, Ainz said after a moment's consideration. You've traveled dimensions and lived for millennia, as have I. Perhaps we have much to learn from each other. Naruto's eyes lit up with genuine interest. Now that's an offer I don't get every day. Most powerful beings I meet either want to fight me or worship me. Both get old fast. I imagine so, Ainz agreed, sensing a strange kinship with this otherworldly sage. Perhaps you would care to demonstrate your abilities. I admit to curiosity about power that develops outside of Yggdrasil's magic system. Yggdrasil? Naruto repeated, tilting his head. That's your world of origin. In a manner of speaking, Ainz replied cautiously. A realm with its own rules of magic and power. Interesting, Naruto mused. As for a demonstration. He glanced around the ornate throne room. Probably not the best place. Don't want to accidentally break your fancy stuff. Albedo bristled at this perceived slight. Nothing within Nazarick would yield to your. She fell silent as one of Naruto's truth-seeking orbs materialized and hovered above his palm, a perfect sphere of what appeared to be absolute darkness. This little guy can disintegrate matter at the molecular level and negate most forms of magic, Naruto explained casually. And it's just one of my simpler techniques. Ainz leaned forward, genuinely fascinated. Remarkable. I propose we continue this conversation in a more appropriate setting. The sixth floor arena would provide ample space for demonstrations without risk to Nazarick's structure. Sounds good to me, Naruto agreed with an eager smile. Albedo, inform Aura and Mare to prepare the arena, Ainz commanded. Demiurge, ensure all defensive systems are recalibrated to recognize our guest as a non-hostile entity during his stay. As the Guardians moved to comply with their orders, Ainz rose from his throne, his imposing skeletal form towering over most present. Walk with me, Supreme Sage, he invited, descending the steps. I believe we have much to discuss. Albedo watched with barely concealed agitation as Ainz and Naruto walked side by side through Nazarick's halls, engaged in what appeared to be casual conversation. The Guardians followed at a respectful distance, all similarly unsettled by their master's apparent ease with this otherworldly intruder. This is unprecedented, Shalltear whispered, moving beside Albedo. Lord Ainz treating an outsider as an equal. He is not treating him as an equal, Albedo hissed back, though the evidence before her eyes suggested otherwise. This is obviously a strategic approach to learn more about a potential threat. Cocytus, the massive insectoid warrior, released a frosty breath. The stranger's power is genuine. I can sense it. As can I, Demiurge agreed, his diamond eyes gleaming thoughtfully. Yet he makes no move to conceal it. Either extremely confident or foolish. Did you notice how easily he predicted Lord Ainz was once human? Albedo murmured, troubled by this revelation. None outside Nazarick should know this. Ahead of them, Naruto laughed at something Ainz said, the sound echoing through the corridor with jarring naturalness amid Nazarick's solemn atmosphere. He behaves with such casualness, Albedo continued, her fingers clenching. It's disrespectful. Shalltear studied Naruto's back with undisguised interest. Yet Lord Ainz seems to welcome it. When was the last time anyone spoke to him without groveling? Are you defending this intruder? Albedo demanded, her yellow eyes flashing dangerously. Merely observing, Shalltear replied with a small smile. Don't tell me you're jealous, Albedo. Afraid your precious lord has found someone new to talk to? Albedo's wings flared slightly. Don't be absurd. My devotion to Lord Ainz is absolute. This, visitor, is temporary. A curiosity, nothing more. Of course, Shalltear agreed, though her tone suggested otherwise. Though I must admit, I'm curious about what other abilities he might possess. Did you see his eyes change color? And those strange black orbs? Focus on your duty, Albedo snapped. We are to observe and protect Lord Ainz, not indulge in fascination with outsiders. Shalltear's crimson eyes narrowed. I am quite capable of doing both, Overseer. Their tense exchange was interrupted as the group arrived at a massive teleportation circle that would transport them to the 6th floor arena. The circle is prepared, Lord Ainz, Orabella Fiora announced, the dark-skinned elf girl bouncing excitedly. Beside her, her twin brother Mare fidgeted nervously, his heterochromatic eyes darting toward Naruto with unconcealed curiosity. Excellent, Ainz replied. Shall we proceed, Supreme Sage? Naruto nodded, stepping onto the circle without hesitation. Lead the way. In a flash of magical light, they vanished, leaving the guardians to follow. The amphitheater on Nazarik's 6th floor was a massive coliseum reminiscent of ancient Rome but enhanced with magical properties that made it virtually indestructible. Artificial sky magic created the illusion of an open-air arena under a perfect blue sky. Naruto whistled appreciatively as he materialized in the center of the arena. Now this is impressive. Reminds me of the Chunin exam arena back home, but way fancier. It serves for training and entertainment, Ainz explained as he appeared beside him. The entire floor is reinforced with multiple layers of the strongest defensive magic. Smart, Naruto nodded. So, what kind of demonstration did you have in mind? By now, the guardians had teleported into the arena as well, arranging themselves at a respectful distance. Aura and Mare, the twin dark elf guardians of this floor, looked particularly excited at the prospect of witnessing unknown powers. Perhaps a display of your offensive capabilities? Ainz suggested, gesturing to a section of the arena where multiple stone targets of varying sizes had materialized. These targets are enchanted to register and measure force applied to them. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Alright, but fair warning, some of my techniques are pretty destructive. The arena can withstand significant magical force, Ainz assured him. Do not hold back on my account. With a nod, Naruto stepped forward. The guardians watched intently as he closed his eyes in brief concentration. When he opened them again, they had changed to the concentric purple rings of the Rinnegan. First, a basic technique, he said casually. He extended his hand toward one of the smaller targets. Shinra Tensei. An invisible wave of force erupted from his palm. The target didn't merely shatter, it disintegrated into dust that scattered across the arena floor. The ground beneath where it had stood cracked in a perfect circle, magical energy crackling around the impact zone. Mare gasped audibly. That wasn't magic. There was no spell structure at all. Correct, Naruto confirmed. I use chakra, not magic. It's life energy mixed with physical energy, shaped by will and training. Without pausing, he formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of popping sounds and puffs of smoke, 20 perfect copies of Naruto appeared around the arena, each solid and emanating the same powerful aura. These aren't illusions, he explained as his clones waved and stretched. Each one is a solid copy with a portion of my chakra. They can think independently, fight, use techniques, basically everything I can do, just at a lower power level. Ainz approached one of the clones, examining it with obvious fascination. Remarkable. In Yggdrasil, summoning exact duplicates of oneself would be a god-tier ability with severe limitations. It was my signature technique back when I was a genin, Naruto replied with a hint of nostalgia. Now, want to see something with a bit more kick? At Ainz' nod, Naruto dismissed his clones and turned toward the largest target, a massive stone obelisk at least 30 feet tall. He held out his hand as swirling blue energy began to form, rapidly growing and intensifying until it resembled a giant shuriken of pure chakra. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. He hurled the spinning chakra construct at the obelisk. Upon impact, the technique expanded into a perfect sphere of microscopic wind blades, completely engulfing the target. When the light faded, nothing remained of the obelisk except fine particles floating in the air. That technique severs chakra networks at the cellular level, Naruto explained. Against living targets, it's pretty much instantly fatal and unrepairable. The Guardians murmured among themselves, clearly impressed despite their initial skepticism. Most interesting, Ainz commented, his tactical mind assessing the strategic applications of such abilities. Your power seems to operate on fundamentally different principles than this world's magic system. Your turn, Naruto said with a grin. Show me what a supreme being from Yggdrasil can do. Ainz nodded, stepping forward as new targets materialized. Without incantation, he extended a skeletal hand. Grasp heart. One of the stone targets shuddered and then cracked from within, as though an invisible hand had crushed its core. An instant death spell, Ainz explained. Against living beings, it crushes the heart directly, bypassing most magical defenses. Next, he raised both hands. Reality slash. The air itself seemed to tear as an invisible blade cut through 3 targets simultaneously, slicing them with surgical precision regardless of their composition or magical enhancements. One of my more powerful spells, Ainz continued. It cuts through the fabric of reality itself, ignoring conventional physical defenses. Naruto nodded appreciatively. Nasty. Reminds me of the truth-seeking orbs, cutting through dimensions. For the next hour, they continued exchanging demonstrations of their respective abilities, Naruto showing various Rasengan variants, elemental techniques, and Sage Mode enhancements, while Ainz displayed a range of necromantic powers, instant death spells, and time manipulation abilities. Throughout it all, the Guardians watched with a mixture of awe, concern, and growing fascination. The casual display of world-altering powers between the two godlike entities made even their considerable abilities seem limited by comparison. Incredible, Mare whispered to his sister Aura as they watched Naruto create a massive golden avatar of energy around himself, towering over the arena. His power doesn't follow any magic system I've ever studied. I know. Aura replied excitedly. It's like watching Lord Ainz but completely different at the same time. Nearby, Albedo and Shalltear observed with more complex emotions. He matches Lord Ainz' technique for technique, Albedo noted, her voice tight with concern. This confirms he could indeed be a threat. Shalltear's eyes hadn't left Naruto since the demonstrations began. Notice how differently they approach power. Lord Ainz is precise, calculated, efficient. This Naruto, his techniques are wildly creative, adaptable. Are you admiring him? Albedo asked sharply. Merely analyzing a potential enemy, Shalltear replied smoothly, though her eyes betrayed a deeper interest. Though I must admit, there's something compelling about his approach. So much raw power, yet he retains such humanity. That is precisely his weakness, Albedo countered. Lord Ainz has transcended human limitations. This sage, for all his power, still thinks like a human. Does he? Shalltear mused. He's lived thousands of years by his own account. Yet he lacks the coldness one would expect from such an ancient being. Their conversation halted as a tremendous surge of power drew their attention back to the arena. Naruto had created what appeared to be a miniature sun in his palm, a swirling ball of blindingly bright energy that compressed tighter and tighter. This is the super mini-tailed beast ball, he explained to Ainz. Normally, it would be much bigger, but I'm keeping it condensed to avoid, destroying the arena. He tossed the sphere toward a specially reinforced section of the arena wall. When it hit, the explosion was contained by magical barriers, but the sheer power sent shockwaves through the entire floor. Magnificent, Demiurge murmured, adjusting his glasses. The energy output rivals Lord Ainz' fallen down spell. Cocytus nodded. A worthy ally. Or formidable enemy. As the demonstration concluded, Ainz and Naruto returned to the center of the arena, both seemingly satisfied with their exchange of abilities. Your power is indeed impressive, Supreme Sage, Ainz acknowledged. I believe there is much we could learn from each other. Naruto grinned. Same here. Your magic system is totally different from anything in my world. Plus, he added with characteristic directness, it's nice to meet someone who gets what it's like to carry this level of power. An unexpected silence fell between them, a moment of genuine understanding between two beings who had ascended far beyond their origins to godlike status, bearing the isolation such power inevitably brought. The moment was broken by a sudden tremor that shook the entire arena, causing even Ainz to look up in surprise. What was that? Naruto asked, instantly alert. Before Ainz could respond, another tremor hit, stronger than the first. Cracks appeared in the arena floor despite its enhanced durability. Lord Ainz. Albedo rushed forward. Something is attacking Nazarik's outer barriers. Impossible, Ainz replied, his flaming eyes narrowing. Nothing should be capable of, a third tremor, violent enough to shatter portions of the stands, interrupted him. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses outward. Something's coming, he said grimly. Something big. And it's not from this world. Ainz turned to him sharply. Explain. Remember how I said your power was reshaping this world's fabric? Naruto's expression had lost all its previous casualness. Looks like our little power demonstration just tore a hole in it. As if confirming his words, the artificial sky above the arena rippled and distorted. A massive tear appeared, revealing swirling darkness beyond. From within that darkness, something began to emerge, something ancient and vast. Well, Naruto said, the truth-seeking orbs materializing around him as golden chakra flared across his body, guess we're about to find out if two gods can work together. Albedo moved swiftly to Ainz' side, her alabaster wings flaring defensively. Lord Ainz, we should return to the 10th floor immediately. The treasury's defenses, no, Ainz interrupted, raising a skeletal hand. His flaming gaze remained fixed on the growing tear in reality. Whatever comes through that breach would simply follow. Better to confront it here where the arena's reinforcements can contain collateral damage. Shalltear materialized beside them, her crimson armor forming around her body as she prepared for battle. The outer barrier reports are coming in. Something is systematically dismantling our defensive spells, not breaking them, but unraveling them as if it knows their structure. Naruto stepped forward, his sage cloak fluttering with energy. That's because it probably does. When dimensional barriers fracture like this, what comes through is usually drawn to the power that caused the fracture. Meaning it's drawn to us, Ainz concluded grimly. Bingo, Naruto confirmed. And given how much power we were just throwing around. The rift expanded suddenly, tearing across the artificial sky until it dominated the arena. The darkness beyond shifted, taking on an oily, iridescent quality that hurt the eyes to look upon directly. A voice echoed through the arena, not spoken but somehow directly transmitted into the minds of all present. It felt ancient beyond comprehension, each syllable carrying the weight of countless civilizations. IAVSNSEDYUR. POWER, GODLNGS. AFTRANETRNIT. OFHUG, IFAS. TAGN. Naruto's expression darkened. Yeah, that's not good. You understand that, language? Ainz asked, surprised. Not exactly, Naruto replied, preparing a defensive stance. But when you've been around as long as I have, you learn to recognize certain types of entities. This one's an old-school dimensional predator, feeds on powerful beings. A massive form began to materialize through the rift, something that seemed to shift between shapes, never settling on a single appearance. At times it resembled a colossal serpent, then a many-armed humanoid, then a swirling mass of eyes and mouths. The only constant was its oily iridescence and the profound wrongness of its existence in this reality. Youtwoaretefrst. Torsstmyhunge. Rinanaon. Yousiominidesse. Nceswllsustnme. Foranottraonbe. Forimovingon. It says it's hungry, hasn't eaten in ages, and wants to feast on us because our combined power will sustain it for a long time, Naruto translated casually. Pretty standard stuff for cosmic predators. I understood it perfectly well, Ainz replied, stepping forward beside Naruto. What I lack is context. You've encountered such entities before? A few times, Naruto confirmed. They're drawn to power disruptions, like two godlike beings from different dimensions having a magical showdown. The entity continued to materialize, its massive form now half emerged from the rift. The guardians formed a protective circle around Ainz, weapons drawn and magical auras flaring. Lord Ainz, Albedo said urgently, we should retreat to the treasury where the guild weapons can be deployed. No, Ainz replied firmly. If what the Supreme Sage says is true, this entity would simply follow us. Better to confront it here. Naruto nodded in agreement. It's already locked onto our signatures. Running just delays the inevitable. The entity fully emerged now, its form settling into something vaguely resembling a massive dragon composed of oily darkness, with multiple limbs ending in razor-sharp appendages and a head crowned with twisted horns. Its countless eyes fixed on Ainz and Naruto with unmistakable hunger. Can it be reasoned with? Ainz asked, analytical even in crisis. Nope, Naruto replied, cracking his knuckles. These things are pure hunger. They don't negotiate. Ainz raised his staff, dark energy swirling around him. Then we shall eliminate it. Guardians, execute defensive formation Omega, 7. As the Guardians moved with perfect coordination into battle positions, Naruto closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, they had changed to the Rinnegan, golden chakra flaring around him. Since we're working together, he said with a grin that belied the gravity of the situation, let me show you what a Supreme Sage can really do. The entity roared, the sound shattering the artificial sky above them as it lunged forward with impossible speed for something its size. The battle for Nazarick, and perhaps this entire reality, had begun. The dimensional predator struck with terrifying speed, its massive limbs lashing out simultaneously toward both Ainz and Naruto. Dark energy trailed from its appendages, corroding reality itself where they passed. Ainz didn't flinch. Time stopped. The world froze around them, everything except Ainz, Naruto, and surprisingly, the creature itself, which merely slowed rather than stopped completely. Interesting, Ainz remarked. It partially resists time manipulation. Naruto, unaffected by the time spell thanks to his six paths power, flashed forward in a burst of golden light. I'll take the front, you hit it with everything you've got. He formed a massive Rasengan in each hand, the swirling chakra growing to the size of boulders before he slammed them into the creature's partially time-locked form. The impacts created rippling shockwaves that tore through the slowed beast, chunks of its oily flesh disintegrating. The creature roared in pain as time resumed, thrashing wildly. One of its limbs caught Shalltear, sending her crashing through a section of the stands. Shalltear! Albedo cried out, her wings extending as she charged forward, halberd gleaming with dark energy. Stay back! Naruto shouted, noticing how the creature's essence began dissolving the arena floor where it dripped. Its touch is corrosive to this world's matter. Too late, Albedo's weapon struck the creature's flank, and while it carved a deep wound, the corrosive essence splashed back onto her arm, instantly blackening her pale skin. Albedo screamed in pain but refused to retreat, her devotion to Ainz overriding her self-preservation. Foolish guardian, the entity rumbled, its voice more comprehensible now that it had adapted to this reality. Your essence is delicious but merely an appetizer. The main course stands behind you. Naruto appeared beside Albedo in a yellow flash, pulling her back as one of his truth-seeking orbs expanded into a protective shield, neutralizing the corrosive essence eating away at her arm. Thanks for the save, Albedo managed through gritted teeth, clearly surprised by his intervention. Thank me later, Naruto replied. Right now, we need to coordinate. Ainz raised his skeletal hand, dark magic swirling around him in increasingly complex patterns. Reality / maximize magic. The spell tore through the dimensional predator with devastating precision, severing 3 of its limbs. But instead of falling lifeless, the severed parts morphed into smaller versions of the main creature, immediately attacking the nearest guardians. It can divide. Demiurge called out, dodging a slash from one of the smaller entities. Its essence remains connected regardless of physical separation. Naruto frowned, analyzing the situation as he helped Albedo to her feet. The entity was adapting to their attacks, learning and evolving with each exchange. Conventional tactics wouldn't work for long. He caught Ainz across the chaos of battle. We need to hit it with something it can't adapt to, something that destroys its essence completely in one go. Ainz nodded in understanding. Can your truth-seeking orbs neutralize its regenerative abilities? They can disintegrate matter at the molecular level and negate most forms of energy, Naruto confirmed. But I'd need to hit its core all at once, and it's too massive and fast. Then we must immobilize it first, Ainz decided. Guardians. Fall back and maintain defensive positions only. The Guardians reluctantly obeyed, withdrawing to form a perimeter around the battle zone. Shalltear had recovered, blood dripping from a wound on her forehead but her crimson eyes burning with battle lust. What's the plan, Lord Ainz? She called out, her spear ready. The Supreme Sage and I will combine our abilities, Ainz replied. Demiurge, Cocytus, distract the smaller entities. Mare, create containment barriers. Aura, use your beasts to herd the main body toward the center of the arena. As the Guardians moved to execute his commands, Ainz turned to Naruto. Can you channel your power through another being? Naruto raised an eyebrow, understanding dawning. You're thinking of becoming a conduit for my chakra. That's risky. Our energies operate on completely different principles. Precisely why the entity won't be able to adapt, Ainz countered. It expects either magic or chakra, not a fusion of both. A slow grin spread across Naruto's face. That's pretty clever for a skeleton. Let's do it. The dimensional predator, sensing their planning, roared in fury. Your schemes are meaningless. I have consumed gods far mightier than you. It lunged forward with renewed ferocity, only to be intercepted by Cocytus, whose massive halberd coated in ice magic temporarily slowed its advance. Naruto and Ainz stood back-to-back in the center of the arena, power swirling around them in contrasting gold and darkness. I'll need physical contact to transfer my chakra, Naruto explained quickly. And fair warning, this is going to hurt. My life energy isn't exactly compatible with undead physiology. Pain is irrelevant, Ainz replied with grim determination. Execute the plan. Naruto nodded, placing his hand on Ainz's bony shoulder. Golden chakra immediately began flowing between them, causing Ainz's skeletal form to crackle with energy. Where the two powers met, reality itself seemed to warp and bend. Interesting, Ainz commented, his voice strained but analytical even now. Your energy, it feels alive. Conscious almost. That's the nature of chakra, Naruto replied, concentrating on maintaining the flow without overwhelming his unlikely ally. It's not just power, it's life force shaped by will. Around them, the battle raged as the Guardians fought to contain the creature and its offspring. Albedo and Shalltear, despite their earlier tension, fought in perfect synchronization, covering each other's weaknesses against the smaller entities. They work well together when they have to, Naruto observed, nodding toward the two female guardians. Indeed, Ainz agreed. Their rivalry is complicated. Most rivalries are, Naruto replied with a knowing smile. The main predator, now herded toward the center of the arena by Aura's magical beasts, fixated on the swirling energies emanating from Ainz and Naruto. Its countless eyes widened in what might have been the first fear it had felt in eons. "What are you doing?" it demanded, its voice reverberating through reality. "What are you doing?" "Ready?" Naruto asked, the chakra flow between them now stabilized. "Ready," Ainz confirmed, raising his staff. The necromantic magic flowing through him had taken on a golden hue where it mixed with Naruto's chakra. Together, they stepped forward, their combined aura so intense that the ground beneath them cracked and disintegrated. The dimensional predator recoiled, sensing the unprecedented threat. "Now!" Naruto shouted. Ainz thrust his staff forward. "Fallen down, maximize magic." Simultaneously, Naruto formed a single-hand seal. 6 paths, planetary devastation. The Super-tier spell from Ainz erupted not as its usual column of blue flame, but as a golden-tinged vortex that warped space itself. At the same time, Naruto's gravitational technique created a singularity at the creature's center, pulling its mass inward with irresistible force. Caught between these contradictory forces, one pushing outward with destructive energy, the other pulling inward with gravitational might, the dimensional predator shrieked in genuine terror. Its body began to collapse in on itself while simultaneously disintegrating under the magical assault. "It's working!" Albedo called out, shield raised against the blinding light of the combined attack. The creature made one final, desperate lunge toward Naruto and Ainz, but too late. The conflicting energies reached critical mass, and with a sound like reality itself tearing, the dimensional predator imploded. For a moment, absolute silence fell over the arena. Then a shockwave of released energy blasted outward, throwing everyone except Naruto and Ainz off their feet. Where the creature had been, nothing remained but a perfectly circular depression in the arena floor, the edges crystallized by the extreme energies that had been unleashed. Naruto staggered slightly, withdrawing his hand from Ainz's shoulder. The undead overlord remained standing, though faint cracks had appeared in his skeletal form where the living chakra had strained his undead nature. "Impressive," Ainz said after a moment, his voice revealing genuine respect. "Your power is unlike anything in Yggdrasil." Naruto grinned tiredly. "Same goes for your magic. Never tried mixing chakra with necromancy before." "Probably not something we should do often, though," he added, nodding toward the cracks in Ainz's form. "A reasonable assessment," Ainz agreed, examining his damaged arm with clinical detachment. Though the results were undeniably effective. The Guardians approached cautiously, their expressions a mixture of awe, wariness, and in Albedo's case, concern for her master's condition. "Lord Ainz," she rushed forward, dropping to one knee before him. "You're injured." "Merely cosmetic damage," Ainz assured her. "It will regenerate." Shalltear approached more slowly, her crimson eyes shifting between Ainz and Naruto with newfound respect. "That was magnificent," she admitted reluctantly. "Both of you." Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "We make a pretty good team for two gods who just met." The dimensional rift above them had closed with the creature's destruction, the artificial sky slowly reforming as Nazarik's self-repair functions activated. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, studying Naruto with calculating interest. "It seems we owe you a debt of gratitude, Supreme Sage. Your knowledge of that entity proved crucial to its defeat." "Don't mention it," Naruto replied casually. "Cosmic predators are bad news for everyone." Though, he added more seriously, This one was drawn here specifically because of our power demonstration. Might want to be more careful in the future about flexing god-level abilities. Ainz nodded thoughtfully. A prudent observation. Perhaps our respective projects for this world should be coordinated rather than competing. This statement caused the Guardians to exchange surprised glances. Was Lord Ainz actually suggesting collaboration with this outsider? Are you proposing an alliance? Naruto asked directly. I am proposing a mutually beneficial arrangement, Ainz clarified diplomatically. You clearly have knowledge and abilities that would complement Nazarik's goals. And perhaps Nazarik has resources that would interest you. Naruto considered this for a moment, his blue eyes meeting Ainz's flaming sockets. I'm not interested in conquering worlds, he said finally. But I am interested in maintaining balance. And having seen what you can do. He extended his hand toward Ainz. Let's call it a non-interference pact for now. You do your thing, I'll do mine, and we consult each other before doing anything that might, tear reality apart again. Ainz regarded the offered hand for a moment before extending his own skeletal fingers. Agreed. As they shook hands, a subtle ripple passed through the fabric of reality, not a destructive tear like before, but a realignment, as if the world itself was acknowledging the alliance of two beings whose power transcended its normal limitations. Hours later, as Nazarik's repair mechanisms worked to restore the damaged arena, Albedo and Shalltear found themselves alone in one of the fortress's many corridors. Both had been dismissed by Ainz, who continued his discussions with Naruto in private. What do you make of him? Shalltear asked, breaking the tense silence between them. The Supreme Sage? Albedo's wings twitched with irritation. He is powerful. Dangerously so. He saved you, Shalltear pointed out, her tone lacking its usual mockery. When that creature's essence was consuming your arm. Albedo glanced down at her arm, now fully healed thanks to Nazarik's healers. Yes, she admitted reluctantly. He did. And he fought alongside Lord Ainz as an equal, Shalltear continued. Few beings could claim such an honor. Are you defending him? Albedo asked sharply. I'm assessing him, Shalltear corrected. As we should. If Lord Ainz sees value in this alliance, we must understand our new ally. Albedo sighed, her perfect features troubled. You're right, of course. It's just. What? Lord Ainz has never shared power or authority before, Albedo admitted, voicing the concern that had been gnawing at her. This Supreme Sage arrives, and suddenly they're discussing how to reshape this world together. Shalltear considered this, her crimson eyes thoughtful. Perhaps Lord Ainz grows lonely, she suggested quietly. Who else can understand the burden of godhood but another god? This perspective hadn't occurred to Albedo. The thought of her beloved master experiencing loneliness despite their devotion struck her deeply. We've served him faithfully, she protested. As servants, Shalltear replied gently. Not as equals. Not as someone who understands what it means to carry such power. They fell silent again, each contemplating the implications of this new dynamic. He's quite handsome, for a human, Shalltear remarked casually after a moment. Shalltear. Albedo glared at her. What? I'm merely making an observation, Shalltear replied innocently. Those whisker marks on his cheeks are rather distinctive. And when his eyes change color. Focus, Albedo snapped. This isn't about his appearance. This is about what his presence means for Nazarik, for Lord Ainz's plans. Of course, Shalltear agreed, though her slight smile suggested her thoughts hadn't entirely left the subject of Naruto's appearance. Though I wonder, if Lord Ainz forms an alliance with this Supreme Sage, how will our roles change? It was a pertinent question. As Guardian Overseer and Floor Guardian respectively, Albedo and Shalltear's primary purpose was protecting Nazarik and executing Ainz's will. How would that change with a second godlike entity in the picture? We adapt, Albedo decided after a moment's consideration. As we always have. If Lord Ainz values this alliance, then we shall support it. And the Supreme Sage himself? Shalltear pressed. How do we approach him? Albedo's expression hardened with determination. Cautiously. Respectfully. But never forget our true loyalty lies with Lord Ainz alone. Shalltear nodded in agreement, though something in her crimson eyes suggested she found the prospect of interacting with Naruto more intriguing than concerning. Come, Albedo said, turning abruptly. Let us check on the repair progress in the arena. Lord Ainz will expect a full report. As they walked together, their usual rivalry temporarily set aside in the face of this unprecedented development, neither could shake the feeling that Naruto's arrival had changed something fundamental in Nazarick, and perhaps in themselves as well. For better or worse, the Supreme Sage had entered their world. And nothing would be quite the same again. Chapter 2, Divine Rivalry. Naruto strolled through the ornate corridors of Nazarick, hands clasped behind his head in a casual posture that completely belied his godlike status. His sage cloak fluttered behind him as he examined the intricate carvings and magical artifacts lining the walls with genuine curiosity. Man, you guys really went all in on the whole evil lair aesthetic, huh? He remarked to Ainz, who walked beside him with the measured pace of an undead king. Very dramatic. I dig it. Nazarick's architecture reflects the preferences of the supreme beings who created it, Ainz replied, his flaming gaze fixed straight ahead. Though I admit some areas might seem excessive to outsiders. Behind them, at a respectful distance, followed Albedo, Shalltear, and Demiurge, all watching the blonde sage with varying degrees of suspicion and fascination. So this whole place was created by you and your friends? Naruto asked, pausing to examine a particularly menacing statue of a demon. Before you came to this world? A brief silence followed the question, the kind of loaded pause that told Naruto he'd touched on something sensitive. Yes, Ainz finally answered, his emotionless skull somehow conveying a hint of melancholy. Nazarick was our shared creation in Yggdrasil. Now, I am the last who remains. Naruto's expression softened with understanding. That's rough. Being the last one standing is never easy. The simple statement, delivered without pity but with clear empathy, caused Albedo to raise an eyebrow. This outsider spoke to Lord Ainz with a familiarity that should have been presumptuous, yet somehow wasn't. You speak as if from experience, Ainz observed. Naruto shrugged. I've outlived pretty much everyone I ever knew. After a few centuries, you get used to it, but it never stops being lonely. Another weighted silence fell between them as they continued walking. The guardians exchanged glances, unused to hearing such personal matters discussed so openly with their lord. That's why I started dimension hopping, Naruto continued, his voice brightening. Keeps things interesting. Meet new people, see new worlds, occasionally stop cosmic horrors from eating reality. Beats sitting around feeling sorry for yourself. Ainz made a sound that might have been a chuckle. An efficient approach to immortality. They turned a corner and entered a vast chamber filled with swirling mists. Massive trees and strange plants became visible as they proceeded, and the artificial sky above shifted to display a perfect summer day. Whoa, Naruto exclaimed, looking around with genuine appreciation. You've got an entire forest inside this place. That's awesome. The 6th floor contains multiple biomes, Ainz explained. Mare and Aura maintain them with exceptional care. As if summoned by their names, the dark elf twins appeared from behind a cluster of trees, Aura bouncing forward energetically while Mare followed with his typical shyness. Lord Ainz. Aura called, skidding to a halt and bowing. The arena repairs are 67% complete. We should be finished by tomorrow. Excellent work, Mare added, clutching his staff nervously as he glanced between Ainz and Naruto. Naruto crouched down to their eye level, grinning broadly. Hey there. I'm Naruto. Sorry about helping wreck your arena earlier. Aura's eyes widened at being addressed so directly by the powerful stranger. That's okay. It was worth it to see you and Lord Ainz fight together. That was the coolest thing ever. Are really amazing, Mare agreed, his heterochromatic eyes darting nervously to Naruto's face and away again. Naruto laughed, ruffling Mare's hair in a gesture so casual and friendly that it caused Albedo to inhale sharply. Thanks. You two were pretty impressive yourselves with those barriers and beast-taming skills. Mare blushed deeply at the contact while Aura beamed with pride. Supreme Sage, Albedo interrupted smoothly, stepping forward. Perhaps we should continue the tour. There is much of Nazarick still to see. Just Naruto is fine, he replied, straightening up. And sure, lead the way. Though I gotta say, these forest biomes are pretty special. Reminds me of the forests around Konoha. Konoha? Demiurge inquired, his analytical mind cataloging every reference to Naruto's origins. My home village, back when I was human, Naruto explained. Hidden in the leaves. Man, that feels like forever ago now. They continued through the forest, eventually reaching an ornate door that led to another wing of Nazarick. As they proceeded, Naruto asked questions about everything, not just the superficial details a casual visitor might inquire about, but penetrating questions about Nazarick's defenses, the Guardians' powers, and Ainz's plans for this world. What unnerved the Guardians wasn't just the directness of his questions, but how freely Ainz answered them. So you're basically creating a utopia where the strong protect the weak, but you're doing it through conquest rather than inspiration? Naruto summarized after one such exchange. An oversimplification, Ainz replied, but essentially correct. This world respects strength above all. To protect requires dominion. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. Back in my world, we had a saying, peace under threat isn't really peace at all. Not criticizing your methods, he added quickly, just sharing a different perspective. Your perspective is noted, Ainz replied, his tone betraying neither offense nor dismissal. Though I would argue that in a world of monsters and warring nations, protection through strength is the only viable approach. Maybe, Naruto conceded. Every world has its own rules. In mine, I changed things by becoming strong enough that people had to listen, then using that strength to protect others until they understood what I was fighting for. As they descended a grand staircase, Shalltear found herself moving closer to hear their conversation more clearly. There was something compelling about the way Naruto spoke, not with the calculated precision of Demiurge or the tactical focus of Cocytus, but with an open sincerity that seemed at odds with his immense power. Your idealism is refreshing, Ainz commented, his skeletal hand gesturing expansively, if perhaps impractical in this reality. Naruto grinned. Maybe. Or maybe you just haven't tried it my way yet. Albedo bristled at what sounded like a challenge to Lord Ainz's methods, but before she could interject, a blue light flashed on Ainz's bony finger, a message spell activating. Lord Ainz, Sebastian's voice came through clearly, we have an urgent situation requiring your attention. The human city of Rantel is under attack by an unknown force. Casualties are significant and growing. Ainz raised his skeletal hand, silencing the tour group. Details, Sebas. Multiple creatures resembling shadows with physical form. They appear impervious to conventional weapons and magic below the 5th tier. They're consuming humans and growing stronger. Naruto's expression shifted instantly from casual to focused. Shadow entities immune to conventional attacks. Sounds like blowback from our little interdimensional scuffle yesterday. Ainz turned to him sharply. Explain. When we destroyed that cosmic predator, its essence had to go somewhere, Naruto said, all traces of his earlier lightheartedness gone. Some probably leaked into this world's shadow realm. Now they're manifesting physically. Can they be destroyed? Ainz asked pragmatically. Yeah, but not easily, Naruto replied. They'll be vulnerable to high-level light-based attacks and reality manipulation. My truth-seeking orbs can handle them. Your reality/probably can too. Ainz nodded once, making his decision. We will respond personally. Albedo, Shalltear, you will accompany us. Demiurge, maintain Nazarik's defenses in my absence. Demiurge bowed deeply. As you command, Lord Ainz. Sweet, field trip. Naruto clapped his hands together. Been wanting to see more of this world anyway. Albedo and Shalltear exchanged glances, both recognizing the significance of being chosen for this mission. Not only would they be protecting Lord Ainz, but they would be working alongside this enigmatic sage against a new threat. Prepare for immediate departure, Ainz commanded. We will teleport directly to Rantel's central plaza. The city of Rantel was in chaos. Screams echoed through the streets as civilians fled from amorphous shadow creatures that slithered along walls and through alleys with predatory intent. Where they touched humans, the shadows seemed to drink their very essence, leaving desiccated husks behind. City guards formed desperate defensive lines that crumbled almost instantly against enemies their weapons couldn't harm. Adventurers with magical capabilities fared slightly better, but even they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of shadow entities. In the central plaza, a blinding flash of blue light erupted. When it faded, 4 figures stood in its place, an imposing skeletal being in dark robes, a winged woman in white armor, a pale beauty in blood-red battle gear, and a blond man in a red sage cloak with distinctive whisker marks on his cheeks. The citizens of Rantel, already in panic, reacted with fresh terror at the appearance of the undead lord they knew as the Sorcerer King. Some fell to their knees in desperate prayer, others fled with renewed vigor. Interesting reception, Naruto observed dryly. I'm guessing you're not the most popular ruler around here. Fear and respect often walk hand in hand, Ainz replied, surveying the chaos with glowing red eyes. Albedo, establish a perimeter. Shalltear, evacuate civilians within that perimeter to the eastern gate. Both guardians moved immediately to execute their orders, though Shalltear cast a curious glance at Naruto before departing. And us? Naruto asked, his eyes already tracking the movement of shadow entities converging on the plaza, drawn to their powerful auras. We hunt, Ainz stated simply, raising his staff. These shadow creatures threaten my subjects. They will be eliminated. Naruto nodded, slipping into a combat stance as 6 truth-seeking orbs materialized behind him. Works for me. I'll take the east side, you take west. Agreed, Ainz replied. We reconvene here in 30 minutes to assess progress. Without another word, they separated, each heading toward their designated sector of the city. The shadow entities, sensing the immense power of both beings, began abandoning their human prey to pursue these new, far more substantial sources of energy. Albedo soared above the city streets, her white wings extended majestically as she directed a squad of death knights that Ainz had summoned to form defensive lines. Her yellow eyes narrowed as she spotted a particularly large concentration of shadow creatures cornering civilians in a market square. She descended like an avenging angel, her bardiche crackling with dark energy as she cleaved through 3 shadow entities in a single sweep. Unlike the city guard's weapons, her enchanted halberd bit deep into the creature's substance, causing them to shriek in otherworldly voices. Form a circle around the civilians, she commanded the Death Knights. Nothing gets through. As the undead soldiers moved to comply, Albedo engaged the remaining shadows directly, her supernatural strength and speed making her a blur of white and black. Each strike of her weapon dispersed another entity, but for every one she destroyed, 2 more seemed to coalesce from the surrounding darkness. Persistent vermin, she muttered, breathing heavily after dispatching a dozen more. A quick glance confirmed the Death Knights were holding their position, but barely. The shadow entities were becoming more substantial with each human they consumed, their attacks more coordinated. A particularly massive shadow surged toward her from behind, its form rippling with stolen life energy. Albedo whirled to face it, weapon raised, but someone else struck first. Shalltear Bloodfallen appeared in a flash of crimson, her spit lance piercing the shadow entity and draining its essence. The creature writhed in agony before dissolving into nothingness. You seemed occupied, Shalltear remarked with a small smile. I thought you might appreciate the assistance. Albedo's eyes narrowed. I had the situation under control. Of course, Shalltear replied, twirling her lance with casual grace. Just as you had the evacuation under control. The eastern gate is secure, by the way. I've stationed vampire brides to oversee the remaining civilians. Before Albedo could respond, a fresh wave of shadow entities surged into the market square, their forms more solid and defined than before. These new creatures moved with purpose, ignoring weaker prey in favor of targeting the two powerful guardians. They're evolving, Albedo observed, shifting to stand back-to-back with Shalltear. Becoming smarter. How tedious, Shalltear sighed, readying her lance. Though I must admit, I'm curious to taste their essence. So different from blood, yet somehow enticing. Focus on the mission, Albedo chided, though without her usual edge. Fighting alongside Shalltear was familiar territory, their rivalry temporarily set aside in service to Lord Ainz. The shadows encircled them, dozens strong now, their forms pulsating with stolen life energy. They attacked in unison, a coordinated assault that would have overwhelmed lesser beings instantly. Albedo and Shalltear moved in perfect synchronization, centuries of training in Nazarick evident in every movement. Albedo's bardiche swept in wide arcs, creating openings that Shalltear exploited with lightning-fast thrusts of her lance. Where Albedo's strength faltered, Shalltear's speed compensated. Where Shalltear's reach fell short, Albedo's power extended. Not bad, Shalltear admitted as they dispatched the last of the immediate attackers. Your form has improved since our last joint exercise. As has your restraint, Albedo replied, the closest thing to a compliment she'd offered Shalltear in years. Their momentary respite was interrupted by an enormous explosion from the eastern sector of the city, a pillar of golden light shooting skyward with enough force to create visible shockwaves. The Supreme Sage, Shalltear murmured, her crimson eyes fixed on the display of power. Albedo nodded grimly. Let us hope he exercises more control. This city belongs to Lord Ainz, not him. Naruto dashed through the streets of Rantel, a blur of red and gold as he engaged shadow entities with brutal efficiency. Unlike Ainz's methodical approach, Naruto fought with fluid unpredictability, each movement flowing into the next in a deadly dance. You guys picked the wrong dimension to invade, he called out as he formed a Rasengan in each hand, driving them simultaneously into two larger shadows. The swirling chakra spheres tore through the creature's substance, dispersing them into harmless wisps. Civilians gaped in awe as this unknown human moved with impossible speed, golden energy trailing from his hands as he systematically cleared entire streets of the shadow menace. Children pointed, some even cheering as Naruto created shadow clones to rescue trapped citizens while the original continued his offensive. He paused atop a church spire, his enhanced senses scanning the surrounding area. The shadow entities were growing stronger, consolidating into fewer but more powerful forms. One massive concentration caught his attention, a writhing darkness engulfing an entire residential block. That doesn't look good, he muttered, leaping toward it. Landing in a small courtyard, Naruto found himself facing what appeared to be a central node of the shadow invasion, hundreds of smaller entities merging into one colossal form that towered over the surrounding buildings. Within its semi-transparent body, Naruto could see the outline of consumed humans, their life energy being slowly absorbed. Okay, that's definitely not good. The Shadow Colossus noticed him, its amorphous head turning to fix countless eyes upon the sage. It roared, a sound that existed more as psychic pressure than actual noise, and extended a massive limb toward him. Naruto's eyes shifted to the Rinnegan as he assessed the threat. Those people are still alive in there. Gotta be careful how I do this. The shadow limb crashed down where he had been standing, but Naruto had already moved, appearing behind the creature in a yellow flash. 3 truth-seeking orbs shot forward, piercing the shadow's substance and creating temporary gaps in its form. Found you, Naruto muttered, spotting a pulsating core within the mass. Let's try this. He formed a familiar cross-shaped hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 50 perfect copies of Naruto appeared in a massive puff of smoke, surrounding the Shadow Colossus. Each clone formed a Rasengan, but instead of attacking, they held their positions, creating a perfect circle around the entity. Sage Art, Rasengan Containment Sphere. Naruto called out, an improvised name for an improvised technique. The clones thrust their Rasengans forward simultaneously, not into the shadow but into the space around it. The swirling chakra spheres expanded and connected, forming a revolving cage of pure energy that contracted around the Shadow Colossus, compressing it inward while preventing it from absorbing the civilians trapped within. With the entity contained, Naruto created one more clone, which began forming a different technique in his palm, a Rasengan that grew and transformed, taking on a shuriken-like shape with 4 blade-like protrusions. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken, Naruto announced, though there was no audience but the shadow itself. This is gonna sting. He hurled the technique directly at the pulsating core visible through the compression sphere. The Rasen Shuriken penetrated the barrier his clones maintained, struck the core, and then expanded into a perfect sphere of microscopic wind blades. The Shadow Colossus convulsed as its core was shredded at the cellular level. Its form began to dissolve, but importantly, the human outlines within remained intact, protected by the precise control Naruto maintained over his technique. With a final psychic scream, the entity collapsed, its essence dispersing into harmless particles of light. Dozens of unconscious but living humans fell gently to the courtyard, lowered by Naruto's clones rather than dropped. That's one big shadow down, Naruto said, dismissing his clones with a puff of smoke. Wonder how Bone Man is doing with his musing was cut short by a massive vertical slash of darkness that tore through several city blocks to the west, Ainz reality/spell on a scale Naruto hadn't witnessed before. Ha! Guess that answers that question, he remarked with a grin. Can't let him show me up, can I? Gathering his chakra, Naruto prepared to unleash one of his more impressive techniques. Golden energy surged around him, forming the massive spectral form of Kurama, the 9-tailed fox. The chakra avatar towered over the city, visible for miles in every direction. This ought to get their attention, Naruto said, directing the fox avatar to raise its paw. With a sweeping motion, he sent a wave of purifying chakra through the eastern sector, instantly dispelling dozens of shadow entities caught in its path. In the heart of the city, civilians stopped in their tracks, gaping at the enormous golden fox that had appeared above them. Even in their terror of the shadows, this new development struck them with awe. Is it another monster? One man asked fearfully. A young girl, watching from a window, shook her head. No. It's protecting us. From his position in the western sector, Ainz paused in his methodical destruction of shadow entities to observe the massive golden fox manifesting above the city. Subtle, he commented dryly, though no one was present to hear. Unlike Naruto's flashy combat style, Ainz had approached the shadow infestation with cold efficiency. Moving through the streets like the personification of death itself, he had deployed a precise combination of area effect spells and targeted destruction. Maximize magic, Holy Ray, he intoned, extending a skeletal hand toward a cluster of shadows attempting to flee the golden light emanating from the east. Despite his undead nature and inherent weakness to holy magic, Ainz had access to spells across all elements, a versatility that made him truly dangerous. Beams of purifying light shot from his fingertips, piercing through the shadow entities and reducing them to nothing. Where Naruto saved every civilian he could find, Ainz focused primarily on efficient elimination of the threat, though he did direct death knights to secure survivors when convenient. A particularly massive shadow, almost rivaling the colossus Naruto had faced, rose from the darkness between buildings to confront him. Unlike the mindless entities he'd been destroying, this one radiated a malevolent intelligence. Sorcerer King, it hissed, its voice like gravel grinding on metal. We taste your power. Ancient. Empty. Hungry like us. Ainz regarded the creature impassively, his flaming gaze betraying nothing of his thoughts. You speak. Interesting. That suggests consciousness rather than mere instinct. The shadow writhed, its form becoming more humanoid. We were nothing. Fragments. Now we taste power. Become more. Your friend's light burns. Your darkness calls. My colleague and I have different approaches, Ainz acknowledged, raising his staff. But our goal is the same. Your elimination. The shadow laughed, a horrible, discordant sound. Eliminate? No. Absorb. Consume. We are what remains when gods battle. The residue of broken reality. This confirmation of Naruto's theory piqued Ainz' analytical interest. You formed from the dimensional predator's essence. Yes, the shadow hissed, expanding its form to surround Ainz. Its hunger lives in us. And you, Sorcerer King, taste of the same emptiness we know. For a brief moment, Ainz felt something he rarely experienced anymore, unease. This creature perceived something in him that even he tried not to acknowledge, the void at the core of his undead existence, the hunger for meaning and connection that drove his conquest of this world. Enough talk, Ainz declared, banishing the momentary introspection. Maximize magic, reality slash. The spell tore through reality itself, cutting the shadow entity in half. But instead of dissipating, the two halves laughed in unison and began reforming. Your emptiness cannot destroy ours, they taunted. We are of the same void. Ainz reassessed the situation with cold precision. If conventional destruction wouldn't work, perhaps a different approach was needed. Time stop, he commanded, freezing the world around him. Unlike the dimensional predator, these shadow fragments lacked immunity to temporal manipulation. With time halted, Ainz moved methodically, placing spell markers around the frozen shadow. Delayed magic, triplet maximize magic, reality slash, gravity maelstrom, fallen down. He stepped back, calculating the precise moment to release time. These shadows had made a critical error in revealing their nature to him. If they resonated with the void within his undead form, then he knew exactly how to counter them. Resume, he commanded, and time flowed once more. The shadow barely had time to register confusion before Ainz' delayed spell combination triggered. The reality slash tore open its form, the gravity maelstrom prevented it from reforming by drawing its essence into a singularity, and the fallen down incinerated whatever remained with purifying flame. The combined magical assault was so intense it created a vertical tear in the very fabric of space that extended upward through several city blocks. Buildings on either side remained untouched, but anything within that narrow slash simply ceased to exist. As the magic dissipated, Ainz surveyed his handiwork with clinical satisfaction. Hypothesis confirmed. They cannot reform if their essence is completely nullified. He turned his attention toward the eastern sector, where Naruto's Golden Fox avatar was systematically cleansing entire districts with sweeps of purifying chakra. Effective, if ostentatious, Ainz noted. Time to reconvene and compare notes. In the central plaza where they had first arrived, Naruto and Ainz met as planned, their respective approaches to the shadow infestation evident in the state of the city around them. The eastern sector glowed with residual golden chakra, buildings largely intact but streets gleaming with light. The western sector displayed surgical precision, shadows eliminated with minimal collateral damage, but with notable tears in reality where Ainz had deployed his most powerful spells. Nice work with the giant fox, Ainz commented as they faced each other across the plaza. Very subtle. Naruto grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, well, subtlety was never really my thing. Saw your reality slicing trick too. Pretty hardcore. It proved necessary, Ainz replied. These shadow entities are indeed fragments of the dimensional predator we destroyed. They retain some of its properties, including adaptive regeneration. Naruto nodded. Yeah, noticed that too. Had to get creative with the containment. By the way, most of the people they absorbed are still alive if you get to them quickly enough. My clones are rounding up survivors now. This information caused Ainz to pause. He had focused entirely on elimination, not rescue. The difference in their approaches was becoming increasingly evident. A fortunate outcome, he acknowledged. Though survival was not my primary concern. That's the difference between us, I guess, Naruto remarked, but without judgment in his tone. I always start with, how do I save everyone, and work backward from there. Before Ainz could respond, Albedo and Shalltear arrived at the plaza, both showing signs of extended combat but no serious injuries. They bowed to Ainz immediately, though Shalltear's crimson eyes darted toward Naruto with undisguised curiosity. Lord Ainz, Albedo reported formally. The civilian evacuation is complete, and we have eliminated all shadow entities in the central district. The eastern gate is secure, Shalltear added. My vampire brides are maintaining order among the refugees. Excellent work, Ainz commended them. And your assessment of these shadow entities? They grow stronger with each human they consume, Albedo stated. And they appear to be developing intelligence. The later specimens we encountered displayed tactical coordination. Yeah, they're evolving way too fast, Naruto interjected, earning a sharp look from Albedo for interrupting her report. That's not normal even for dimensional fragments. Something else is driving them. Explain, Ainz prompted. Naruto's expression grew serious. Think about it. The dimensional predator we killed was dangerous, but it operated on pure instinct. These shadows started that way, but they're rapidly developing consciousness. They're being influenced by something. Or someone, Ainz concluded, following the logic. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. Someone's figured out how to control these fragments, directing them like weapons. A tense silence fell over the group as they considered the implications. If these shadow entities were merely the opening move in a larger game, what would follow? We should return to Nazarick and discuss this further, Ainz decided. Albedo, organize recovery teams for the city. Shalltear, maintain security at the evacuation points. Both guardians bowed in acknowledgement of their orders. Before we go, Naruto said, raising a hand like a student in class, there's something you should probably see first. He led them to a small alley just off the main plaza. There, inscribed on a wall in what appeared to be liquid shadow, was a symbol, a spiral with 9 tomo marks around its edge, superimposed over an inverted triangle. That's not random graffiti, Naruto explained, his voice unusually grim. That's a combination of symbols from my world, the Rinnegan and the Rinne Sharingan, merged with what looks like your guild symbol. Ainz stepped closer, examining the marking with intense focus. You're certain this is from your dimension? Positive, Naruto confirmed. These are dojutsu symbols, special eye powers from my world. Someone's sending us a message. What does it mean? Shalltear asked, her usual flippancy absent. Naruto's blue eyes hardened. It means someone knows who I am, who Ainz is, and they're intentionally drawing us together. The shadow attack was bait. For what purpose? Albedo demanded. That's the million-ryo question, Naruto replied. But whoever they are, they know enough about both our worlds to be dangerous. Ainz studied the symbol for a moment longer before straightening. This changes matters. We are no longer dealing with mere aftermath of our battle, but a deliberate actor with knowledge of both our powers. And they're just getting started, Naruto added grimly. Back in Nazarick, the floor guardians gathered in the throne room, an atmosphere of tension permeating the air. Ainz sat upon his throne while Naruto stood casually to one side, leaning against a pillar with arms crossed. The contrast in their bearing could not have been more pronounced, one the picture of regal authority, the other radiating relaxed power. Demiurge stepped forward after hearing their report. This symbol combines elements from both your realities. The implications are concerning. That's putting it mildly, Naruto remarked. Someone's playing interdimensional chess, and they just made their first move. The question remains, who possesses knowledge of both Lord Ainz's world and the Supreme Sage's? Albedo posed, her analytical mind working through possibilities. Could it be another player from Yggdrasil? Cositus suggested, frost gathering around his mandibles as he spoke. Ainz shook his head. Unlikely. No player from Yggdrasil would recognize symbols from the sage's world unless they had traveled between dimensions themselves. What about someone from your world? Shalltear asked, addressing Naruto directly. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. Possible, but not many from my world could manage interdimensional travel. Kagaya could, maybe Sasuke with enough chakra, but they're long gone. Then we face an unknown entity with knowledge of both our powers, Demiurge summarized. One who can control dimensional fragments and is deliberately provoking a response. A test, Ainz concluded. They wished to observe how we would react, both individually and together. Naruto nodded in agreement. Sending shadows against two beings of our power level wasn't a serious attack, it was reconnaissance. The Guardians exchanged concerned glances. The idea of an entity powerful enough to consider Ainz and Naruto mere subjects for observation was disturbing. What is our response? Albedo asked, turning to Ainz. Before the Sorcerer King could answer, Naruto pushed himself away from the pillar. We take the fight to them. Sitting around waiting for the next attack puts civilians in danger. Aggressive action without sufficient intelligence would be premature, Ainz countered. We must first identify our adversary. How do you propose to do that? Naruto challenged. Wait for them to attack again. Use more innocent people as bait. A tense silence fell over the throne room. The Guardians watched this exchange with bated breath, and used to seeing anyone question Lord Ainz's decisions so directly. Rather than taking offense, Ainz seemed to consider Naruto's words carefully. You suggest an alternative approach? Yeah, Naruto nodded. We trace the dimensional energy signature from the shadows back to its source. I can do it with Sage Mode, tracking the natural energy disruptions they left behind. But we'd need to move fast, before the trail goes cold. Ainz's flaming gaze fixed on Naruto for a long moment. An interesting proposal. But it would require us to leave Nazarick potentially vulnerable. Not if we take the right team with us, Naruto countered. Small, powerful, mobile. Get in, identify the threat, get out. A reconnaissance mission, Ainz mused. With just the two of us. Plus Albedo and Shalltear, Naruto added, glancing toward the two female guardians. They work well together, and their abilities complement ours. Albedo and Shalltear exchanged surprised looks. After their joint combat in Rantel, it seemed the Supreme Sage had assessed their capabilities and found them worthy of this crucial mission. You would trust guardians sworn to me with your safety? Ainz asked, a note of curiosity in his voice. Naruto shrugged. Trust has to start somewhere. Besides, if they wanted to take me out, they'd have tried during the shadow attack when I was distracted. Shalltear couldn't suppress a small smile at this casual declaration of confidence, while Albedo maintained her composed exterior despite her surprise. After a moment's consideration, Ainz nodded. Very well. We will attempt to trace the energy signature to its source. Demiurge will oversee Nazarick in my absence. Albedo, Shalltear, prepare for immediate departure. As the Guardians moved to execute their orders, Naruto approached Ainz's throne, lowering his voice. Thanks for considering my approach. Not everyone with your level of power listens to other perspectives. After millennia of existence, one learns the value of adaptability, Ainz replied. Though I admit, your methods are more direct than I typically employ. Naruto grinned. Yeah, subtlety isn't really in my wheelhouse. But results? Those I can deliver. Within the hour, the four-person team assembled at Nazarick's entrance, Ainz in his dark robes and red cape, Naruto in his sage cloak, Albedo in her full battle armor, and Shalltear in her crimson Valkyrie gear. They made for an imposing sight, representatives of two different dimensions united against a common threat. The trail begins in Rantel where the shadows first appeared, Naruto explained. I'll need to enter Sage Mode to track the dimensional energy. What does this sage mode entail? Albedo inquired, her protective instincts making her wary of any unknown technique performed near Lord Ainz. It lets me gather and balance natural energy with my chakra, Naruto explained. Gives me enhanced senses, strength, and the ability to perceive energy flows that aren't normally visible. Natural energy exists in this world as well? Ainz asked with scholarly interest. It exists in all worlds, just flows differently in each, Naruto replied. This world's natural energy is darker, more concentrated in some areas. Makes it easier to track disturbances. Without further explanation, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and went perfectly still. The others watched as subtle changes overtook his appearance, orange pigmentation forming around his eyes, his whisker marks darkening, his presence becoming somehow both more serene and more powerful. When he opened his eyes again, they had transformed from blue to yellow with rectangular pupils, reminiscent of a toad's eyes. "Whoa," he said, blinking as he took in the world with sage perception. "This world's energy flows are intense. I can see ley lines converging all over the place. Can you detect the shadow energy signature?" Ainz prompted. Naruto rose to his feet, turning slowly as he extended his senses. "Yeah. It's like a tear in the natural fabric, heading." He pointed northeast. "That way. Roughly 300 miles, though it gets fainter toward the end. That would place it in the mountain range bordering the Draconic Kingdom," Albedo noted. "Uninhabited territory," Shalltear added. "Treacherous terrain with numerous magical anomalies reported. Perfect place to hide an interdimensional base," Naruto concluded. "How are we getting there?" "I could use Flying Thunder God if I had a marker placed, but since I don't. I can teleport us to the border of the region," Ainz stated. "Beyond that, magical transportation becomes unreliable due to natural interference." "Then we go old school from the border," Naruto said with a grin. "Been a while since I had a good cross-country run." Ainz raised his staff, magical energy swirling around the four of them. "Prepare yourselves. The interference may create a rough transition." Blue light enveloped them, and with a sensation like being pulled through a narrow tube, they vanished from Nazarik's entrance. They materialized on a rocky outcropping overlooking a vast, mist-shrouded mountain range. Jagged peaks rose from swirling fog, their summits lost in low clouds. Ancient forests carpeted the lower slopes, while higher elevations displayed bare rock and occasional patches of snow. "Dramatic," Naruto commented, whistling appreciatively at the view. "Getting Major Valley of the End vibes from this place." Albedo stepped forward, her wings extending slightly as she scanned their surroundings. "The magical interference is significant. Lord Ainz, I recommend limited use of transportation magic from this point forward." "Agreed," Ainz replied. "We will proceed on foot." "I'll take point," Naruto offered, still in sage mode. "I can track the energy signature and sense any hostiles before they get close." Shalltear moved to his side, lance at ready. "I shall accompany you. My senses are attuned to life forms and undead alike. Albedo and I will maintain a tactical distance," Ainz decided. "This formation provides optimal coverage while preserving our strongest defensive capabilities in reserve." With roles established, they began their descent from the outcropping toward the forested slopes below. Naruto and Shalltear moved ahead, her graceful movements matching his easy stride as they navigated the difficult terrain. "So," Shalltear began conversationally as they picked their way through a rocky section, "you've existed for thousands of years, traveling between dimensions?" Naruto glanced at her with a small smile. "Pretty much. After achieving immortality, I stuck around my home world for a few centuries, then started exploring once everyone I knew was gone." "Do you not find eternity tedious?" she asked, her crimson eyes studying him with genuine curiosity. Naruto considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. That's why I keep finding new challenges, new worlds. Helps to have a purpose bigger than yourself. Like maintaining interdimensional balance." Shalltear suggested, nimbly leaping across a small chasm. Exactly, Naruto confirmed, matching her leap effortlessly. Though I gotta admit, this situation is new even for me. Someone deliberately drawing two godlike beings together. That's next-level scheming. Behind them, Ainz and Albedo followed at a measured pace, maintaining enough distance for privacy while keeping the advance team in sight. Your thoughts, Albedo? Ainz inquired, noting how intently she watched the interaction between Naruto and Shalltear. The Supreme Sage is, not what I expected, Albedo admitted. His power is undeniable, yet he carries it with surprising lightness. A different approach to immortality than our own, Ainz observed. He retains his humanity despite transcending it. Albedo frowned slightly. Is that strength or weakness? Both, perhaps, Ainz replied thoughtfully. His compassion drives him to protect others at potential cost to himself. Tactically inefficient, yet it grants him allies and loyalty that fear alone cannot secure. This perspective gave Albedo pause. She had always viewed Lord Ainz's calculated approach as the epitome of leadership, measured, strategic, unemotional. Yet here was another immortal being with comparable power who led through connection rather than command. You admire him, she stated, careful to keep any accusation from her tone. I find him interesting, Ainz corrected. Different methodologies often yield insight into one's own approach. Before Albedo could respond, Naruto raised a hand, signaling them to halt. He crouched, placing his palm flat against the forest floor, eyes closed in concentration. We've got company, he announced as the others gathered around him. About 2 miles ahead, where the forest meets the higher slopes. Multiple entities with the same energy signature as the shadows, but more concentrated. More evolved. How many? Ainz asked practically. Dozens, maybe 100, Naruto replied. They're guarding something. I can feel a pulse of interdimensional energy beyond them, like a heartbeat. A portal? Shalltear suggested. Or a power source, Albedo countered. Naruto rose, his sage eyes scanning the direction he'd indicated. Whatever it is, it's what we're looking for. The question is, do we go in quiet or make some noise? Stealth would provide valuable intelligence before revealing our presence, Ainz reasoned. Naruto nodded in agreement. I can send shadow clones transformed as local wildlife to scout. They'll relay what they see back to me if they're dispelled. An efficient approach, Ainz approved. Proceed. Forming the familiar hand sign, Naruto created 10 shadow clones. With puffs of smoke, they transformed into various forest creatures, birds, foxes, and even insects, before dispersing in different directions toward their target. Now we wait, Naruto said, settling against a tree trunk. Shouldn't take long. As they established a temporary position, Shalltear took the opportunity to continue her earlier conversation with Naruto, her curiosity evidently undiminished. These shadow clones of yours, she began, they possess your consciousness. In a way, Naruto explained. They have my memories up to the point of creation and can think independently. When they disperse, their experiences transfer back to me. Fascinating, Shalltear murmured. To experience multiple perspectives simultaneously. It's pretty handy, Naruto agreed with a grin. Though it can get weird when a bunch disperse at once. Information overload. You created 50 during the battle in Rantel, Albedo noted, joining their conversation. Does that not strain your chakra? Naruto laughed. Maybe if I was still human. Now. I could probably make thousands before feeling it. One of the perks of being the Supreme Sage. Yet you limit yourself, Ainz observed. Why? This question seemed to catch Naruto off guard. He considered it for a moment before answering. Habit, partly. But also because limits help you remember who you are. When you can do almost anything, it's important to choose not to. A weighty silence followed this statement. For beings of their power level, self-imposed restraint was indeed a choice rather than a necessity. The philosophical moment was interrupted when Naruto suddenly straightened, his expression sharpening. Got something. One of my clones just dispelled. What did it find? Ainz asked. A structure, Naruto replied, eyes unfocused as he processed the information. Ancient stone temple built into the mountainside, partially concealed by illusion magic. The shadow entities are patrolling in concentric circles around it. And there's someone commanding them, a humanoid figure in a mask. A mask? Albedo questioned. Yeah, Naruto's expression grew troubled. An orange spiral mask with a single eye hole. That's impossible. You recognize it, Ainz stated rather than asked. It looks exactly like the mask Albedo Uchiha wore when he called himself Madara, Naruto explained, his voice tense. But Albedo died thousands of years ago in my world. There's no way. Another clone dispersed, and Naruto's eyes widened further. The masked figure just created a hand sign I recognize, from my world. It's definitely using jutsu. Could someone from your dimension have followed you here? Shalltear suggested. Naruto shook his head. I would have sensed another dimensional breach. This is something else. A third clone's memories flooded back, and Naruto's expression turned grim. They're performing some kind of ritual. There's an altar inside the temple with symbols carved into it, the same merged symbols we saw in Rantel. And they're channeling shadow energy into it, creating what looks like a tear in space. A summoning ritual? Ainz hypothesized. Or a gateway, Naruto countered. Either way, we need to shut it down now. If they're trying to bring something through from between dimensions. He didn't need to finish the thought. After their encounter with the dimensional predator, they all understood the danger of such breaches. Direct intervention, then, Ainz decided. Albedo, Shalltear, we will engage the exterior forces. The sage and I will penetrate to the temple interior and disrupt the ritual. Both guardians nodded in acknowledgement of their orders, readying their weapons. Naruto stood, golden chakra beginning to flare around him as he released the careful control he'd been maintaining. Let's move fast. My last clone saw the ritual approaching some kind of crescendo. With that, they abandoned stealth and moved swiftly through the forest toward the hidden temple, each mentally preparing for the confrontation to come. The ancient temple loomed before them, its weathered stone facade partially embedded in the mountainside. Massive columns carved with unfamiliar symbols supported an arched entrance, beyond which darkness beckoned. The entire structure shimmered occasionally, revealing the illusion magic that had kept it hidden for centuries. Surrounding the temple, shadow entities moved in organized patterns, no longer the amorphous masses they had fought in Rantel, but defined forms resembling humanoid warriors with weapons formed from concentrated darkness. They moved with purpose and intelligence, their evolution accelerated by whatever force guided them. From their concealed position at the forest's edge, the four observed the temple's defenses. I count 87 shadow warriors, Shalltear reported, her crimson eyes narrowing. Plus what appear to be larger command units, see how the smaller ones defer to them. The masked figure must be inside, Naruto added. I can sense a concentrated chakra signature, definitely from my world, but, distorted somehow. Ainz raised his skeletal hand, dark energy gathering around his fingertips. We will create a diversion to draw the majority of forces away from the entrance. Albedo, Shalltear, engage from the western approach. The sage and I will circle to the east and enter during the confusion. As you command, Lord Ainz, Albedo acknowledged, her yellow eyes gleaming with battle anticipation. Try to leave some for us, Naruto added with a grin that belied the gravity of the situation. Shalltear returned his smile, twirling her lance. No promises, sage. With a nod from Ainz, the two guardians moved swiftly through the underbrush toward their designated position. Moments later, a tremendous crash announced their attack, Albedo's bardiche cleaving through three shadow warriors simultaneously while Shalltear's lance impaled two more. The response was immediate. Shadow entities swarmed toward the disturbance, weapons of darkness raised as they moved with coordinated precision to counter the threat. Now, Ainz commanded, and he and Naruto dashed toward the temple entrance, using the diverted attention to their advantage. They encountered minimal resistance, just 4 guards that Naruto dispatched with swift Rasengan strikes before they could sound an alarm. Within moments, they passed through the massive entrance into the temple's shadowy interior. Ancient torches flared to life as they entered, revealing a vast central chamber dominated by a massive stone altar. Upon the altar, the masked figure Naruto had described stood with arms raised, channeling dark energy into a swirling vortex that hung in the air above. Right on time, the masked figure spoke, turning toward them without lowering his arms. The orange spiral mask revealed nothing but a single eye hole, from which a Sharingan gleamed with malevolent purpose. The Supreme Sage and the Sorcerer King. Together, as planned. Naruto stepped forward, his expression a mixture of confusion and anger. Who are you? That mask, that eye, they belong to people long dead in my world. Dead? The figure tilted his head, amusement evident in his voice despite the mask concealing his features. Death is such a limited concept when one moves between realities, wouldn't you agree, Sage? Or should I call you Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of Kurama, Child of Prophecy? How do you know those names? Naruto demanded, chakra flaring around him instinctively. The same way I know of Ainz Ulgaon, last of the Supreme Beings, once called Momonga, once called Suzuki Satoru, the figure replied, turning his gaze to the undead lord. I have witnessed many worlds, many versions of you both. Ainz remained outwardly calm, though internally his mind raced. This entity knew not just his current identity, but his original human name, information even most of Nazarik's guardians did not possess. You orchestrated the shadow attack on Rantel, Ainz stated. To observe our response. A small test, the masked figure acknowledged. I needed to confirm you would cooperate rather than compete. The dimensional predator was an unexpected bonus, it accelerated my timeline considerably. What timeline? Naruto demanded. What are you trying to do? The figure gestured toward the swirling vortex above the altar. Create a permanent bridge between dimensions. Your dimensions, specifically. The land of Shinobi and the world of Nazarik, permanently merged. That's impossible, Naruto objected. The fundamental laws of each reality are different. Forcing them together would cause catastrophic destabilization. Only if done crudely, the figure countered. But with the right catalysts, namely, you two, the process can be controlled. You've already begun it yourselves, mixing chakra and magic during your battle with the predator. Ainz stepped forward, his staff glowing with building power. Your knowledge is extensive, but your goal remains unclear. What purpose would merging our realities serve? The masked figure laughed, a sound that sent a chill through even Naruto, who had faced countless enemies. Purpose? Salvation, of course. Both your worlds face extinction in their original timelines. I've seen it across multiple realities. This convergence is the only path to survival for either. You're lying, Naruto stated flatly. I've protected my world for thousands of years. It's not facing extinction. Not yet, the figure replied. But soon. As for the Sorcerer King's world, ask yourself why no other players from Yggdrasil have appeared. Why you alone were transported here. The game's servers were shutting down permanently. This world is a splinter reality, already doomed to eventual collapse. Ainz's flaming gaze flickered momentarily, the information striking too close to fears he had harbored but never voiced. Enough talk, Naruto declared, forming a hand sign. We're shutting this down. Whatever you're planning, it ends now. 6 truth-seeking orbs materialized behind him as he prepared to attack, but the masked figure merely made a single hand sign in response. Shadow style, dimensional anchor, he intoned. Instantly, shadow tendrils erupted from the floor, wrapping around Naruto and Ainz with surprising strength. These weren't the same shadow entities they had fought outside. These shadows moved with purpose and precision, targeting specific pressure points and energy pathways. Naruto's chakra flared golden as he fought to break free, while Ainz's dark magic surged against the restraints. But the shadows seemed to adapt instantly to their resistance, absorbing and redirecting their power rather than opposing it directly. Fascinating, isn't it? The masked figure commented, continuing his ritual uninterrupted. How similar yet different your powers are. The living chakra of the sage and the death magic of the overlord, opposites that nevertheless can be harmonized. Who are you? Ainz demanded, his voice remaining controlled despite their predicament. The figure reached up and slowly removed his mask, revealing a face that caused Naruto to inhale sharply in shock. The right half resembled Albedo Uchiha, the scarred face Naruto remembered from the Fourth Shinobi War. But the left half was something else entirely, pale, almost skeletal, with an eye socket that glowed with the same magical energy that characterized Ainz's powers. I am neither Albedo nor Momonga, the figure stated. Yet I am both. A convergence of possibilities, a being born from the collision of your realities in another timeline. You might call me Convergence. That's not possible, Naruto whispered, genuine shock replacing his usual confidence. In the infinite multiverse, Sage, everything is possible, Convergence replied. Including the merging of a fallen Uchiha and a forgotten guildmaster into something new. As they struggled against their bonds, the ritual continued to build in intensity. The vortex above the altar expanded, revealing glimpses of two different worlds, Naruto's homeland with its towering forests and mountain monuments, and regions of Ainz's world with its medieval cities and magical landscapes. The process has already begun, Convergence announced. Your presence here, together, provides the final catalyst. Your combined essences, the ultimate powers of both worlds, will stabilize the convergence. Outside the temple, the sounds of battle continued as Albedo and Shalltear fought against the seemingly endless shadow warriors. Their powers were formidable, but the shadows' numbers and evolving abilities made progress slow. Inside, Naruto and Ainz exchanged glances, communication passing between them without words. Despite their different approaches and philosophies, both recognized the existential threat this convergence represented. Naruto closed his eyes, drawing deeper on his reserves of power. When they opened again, they had transformed to the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, Ainz began a silent incantation, magic circles appearing around him despite the shadow restraints. Whatever you're attempting will fail, Convergence stated confidently. The shadows binding you adapt to your power signatures. The more force you exert, the stronger they become. You made one mistake, Naruto replied, a small smile forming despite their predicament. Oh. Convergence tilted his head curiously. You assumed we'd try to overpower your shadows, Naruto continued. But sometimes, the answer isn't more power. With perfect synchronization, both Naruto and Ainz suddenly ceased their struggles and instead directed their energies inward, drastically reducing their power output rather than increasing it. The shadow bindings, programmed to counter and absorb increasing levels of power, suddenly found themselves grasping at almost nothing. In that moment of confusion, Naruto and Ainz acted. Silent magic, reality slash, Ainz intoned without the usual verbal component of his spell. Flying Thunder God, Naruto whispered simultaneously. Ainz's spell sliced through their weakened restraints while Naruto's technique teleported them both to the opposite side of the chamber, safely away from the shadow's reach. Convergence's mismatched eyes widened in surprise. Impressive coordination for two beings who met mere days ago. We're quick studies, Naruto replied, golden chakra flaring around him once more. Ready to try this again, Bone Man? Ainz raised his staff, dark energy crackling along its length. Indeed. Maximize magic, triple reality slash. The spell tore through space itself, 3 consecutive slashes aimed directly at Convergence. But the hybrid being moved with unnatural speed, dodging each slash with precision that suggested he could predict their attacks. My Sharingan sees through magic as easily as Jutsu, Convergence explained, forming complex hand signs. Shadow style, dimensional reflection. The ritual vortex pulsed, and suddenly the chamber was filled with shadowy duplicates of Naruto and Ainz, perfect copies that moved to intercept the originals as they attempted to approach the altar. Fight yourselves, Convergence commanded as he returned to the ritual. Your own power is the perfect counter to itself. Naruto found himself facing a shadow version of his Sage Mode form, complete with truth-seeking orbs and Rasengan capabilities. Similarly, Ainz confronted a shadow duplicate wielding copies of his most powerful spells. This is bad, Naruto muttered, dodging a Rasen Shuriken from his doppelganger. If those shadows really know all our moves, they know our past techniques, Ainz interrupted, countering a shadow reality slash with a magical barrier. But not what we might create in the moment. Naruto caught his meaning immediately. Improvisation. Just like against the Predator. Without further discussion, they shifted tactics. Instead of relying on their established techniques, both began channeling their powers in new, unpredictable ways. Naruto formed hand signs for combinations he'd never attempted before, while Ainz cast partial spells and cancelled them mid-formation to create unpredictable magical effects. The shadow duplicates faltered, unable to predict these non-standard applications of their template's powers. We need to disrupt that ritual, Ainz stated, teleporting beside Naruto as they momentarily gained space from their pursuers. Direct attacks will be anticipated and countered. Then we don't attack the ritual, Naruto replied, a plan forming. We attack the foundation beneath it. Ainz understood immediately. The temple itself. They moved in opposite directions, forcing their shadow duplicates to divide their attention. Naruto created dozens of shadow clones, each performing different techniques to confuse the tracking abilities of the Sharingan, while Ainz deployed a complex sequence of decoy spells to mask his true intention. When they had achieved optimal positioning on opposite sides of the chamber, they struck not at Convergence or the vortex, but at the temple's support columns. Sage Art, Lava-style Rasen Shuriken. Naruto hurled the burning chakra construct at the massive column supporting the eastern side of the temple. Maximize Magic, Gravity Maelstrom, Ainz intoned simultaneously, targeting the western supports. The combined assault sent shockwaves through the ancient structure. Stone cracked, columns buckled, and dust rained from the ceiling as the temple began to destabilize. Convergence looked up from the ritual, genuine alarm showing on his divided face. No. The convergence point must remain stable. The vortex above the altar wavered as the temple shuddered around them. Glimpses of both worlds became distorted, reality itself seeming to stretch and tear at the edges of the portal. It's working. Naruto called out. One more hit should, his words cut off as shadow tendrils suddenly erupted from beneath him, wrapping around his throat and body with crushing force. Similar shadows ensnared Ainz, momentarily halting their assault. Convergence stood at the altar, one hand maintaining the ritual while the other controlled the shadows. His mismatched eyes burned with cold fury. I offered salvation, he hissed. A chance for both your worlds to survive what comes. If I cannot have your willing participation, I will take your power by force. The shadows began to drain their energy directly, Naruto's chakra and Ainz's mana flowing visibly through the tendrils toward the ritual vortex. Both struggled against the parasitic drain, but the shadows adapted to their resistance, becoming more efficient with each passing second. Your power will fuel the convergence regardless of your consent, Convergence declared. The worlds will merge, with me as their new god. As their energy continued to be forcibly extracted, the temple trembled more violently. The damage they had inflicted to the structure was spreading, cracks racing across the ceiling and walls as ancient stone protested the magical forces tearing at reality within it. Outside, Albedo and Shalltear had finally broken through the Shadow Warriors' ranks. Sensing their master's peril, they fought with renewed ferocity, cutting a path toward the temple entrance. Inside, Naruto and Ainz faced a critical moment. Their power was being steadily drained, the ritual nearing completion, and the temple on the verge of collapse. Conventional tactics had failed, leaving them with one desperate option. Ainz, Naruto managed to speak despite the shadows constricting his throat. Remember, how we beat the predator. The undead overlord's flaming gaze met Naruto's. No further words were needed. They had each seen the other's full capabilities, understood their fundamental differences, and most importantly, how those differences could become their greatest strength when combined. With tremendous effort, Naruto extended his hand toward Ainz. The overlord did the same, their fingertips barely touching across the space between them. "What are you?" Convergence began, sensing the shift in energy. "6 paths, energy transfer," Naruto gasped. "Soul Link," Ainz intoned simultaneously. Golden chakra and dark magic flowed between them, not opposing or mixing as before, but circulating in a continuous loop. The living energy of the sage passed into the undead overlord, while the death magic of Ainz flowed into Naruto's living form. The shadow tendrils shuddered in confusion, unable to adapt to this impossible exchange. They had been programmed to drain specific energy signatures, not handle their targets becoming conduits for each other's power. As the connection stabilized, Naruto's eyes shifted, one becoming the Rinnegan while the other took on the flaming red glow characteristic of Ainz. Similarly, Ainz's empty sockets now contained one flaming eye and one with the concentric rings of the Rinnegan. "Impossible," Convergence whispered, genuine fear in his voice for the first time. "You cannot survive channeling each other's essence. Want a bet?" Naruto replied, his voice overlaid with Ainz's deeper tones as they spoke in unison. "We already did it once." With a synchronized motion, they tore free from the weakened shadow restraints. Power surged around them, not the golden chakra or dark magic of their individual abilities, but a new energy that shimmered with both life and death simultaneously. "The ritual is too far advanced to stop." Convergence insisted, pouring more power into the vortex. "The worlds are already merging. Then we'll redirect it," Naruto/Ainz replied in their merged voice. They raised their hands in perfect unison, one forming a jutsu seal while the other traced a magical glyph. 6 paths reality severance, they intoned together, naming a technique that had never existed before this moment, a fusion of Naruto's 6 paths power and Ainz's reality manipulation magic. A blade of energy, half golden chakra, half dark magic, formed between their outstretched hands. With a synchronized motion, they swept it toward the ritual vortex, not attempting to close the portal but to redirect its energy. The blade struck the swirling vortex, and for a moment everything seemed to freeze. Then, with a sound like reality itself screaming, the portal's direction inverted. Instead of pulling the two worlds together, it began drawing everything back, including the shadow essence that had been used to form it. "No!" Convergence cried out, his body beginning to dissolve as the shadow essence that comprised half his form was reclaimed by the collapsing portal. "You don't understand. Without convergence, both worlds are doomed." The temple shuddered violently, massive blocks of stone falling from the ceiling as the structure began its final collapse. The inverted portal pulsed with increasing intensity, drawing in shadow essence from throughout the region. "We need to leave," Ainz stated, their shared consciousness already beginning to separate as the emergency demanded immediate action. "The temple will not survive the portal's collapse." Naruto nodded in agreement, his eyes returning to normal as their energy connection faded. "And neither will this convergence guy." The hybrid being staggered back from the altar, his form increasingly unstable as more shadow essence was torn from him by the imploding portal. "This isn't over," he warned, his voice distorting. "The shadows were just the harbingers. What follows is far worse." Before they could question this ominous statement, the ceiling gave way completely. Massive stone blocks plummeted toward them as the ancient temple surrendered to gravity's inevitable triumph. "Time to go," Naruto announced, forming a familiar hand sign. "Shadow Clone Jutsu." A dozen clones appeared, immediately rushing toward the entrance to clear a path through the falling debris. "Albedo. Shalltear. Ainz called out, his voice carrying supernatural authority that cut through the chaos of the collapsing structure. As if summoned by his will alone, the two guardians appeared at the entrance, fighting their way through falling stone and dissipating shadow warriors. Lord Ainz! Albedo cried, her wings spreading protectively as she rushed toward her master. This way! Naruto shouted, his clones creating a relatively safe corridor through the destruction. Together, the four of them fled the imploding temple, dodging falling columns and crumbling walls. Behind them, Convergence's final cry was lost in a thunderous roar of collapsing stone and reality tearing itself apart. They emerged into daylight just as the entire mountainside seemed to fold inward, the temple disappearing into a sinkhole of its own creation. A final pulse of energy erupted skyward, a mixture of shadow essence and interdimensional power that dispersed into the atmosphere like dark fireworks. For several moments, they stood in silence, watching as the dust settled over what had once been an ancient temple and was now nothing more than a massive crater in the mountainside. Is it over? Shalltear asked, her lance still ready in case any shadow warriors had survived. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses in sage mode. The shadow essence is gone. Whatever that convergence guy was trying to do, we stopped it. For now, Ainz added ominously. His final warning suggests this was merely the opening move in a larger game. Albedo stepped forward, her expression troubled. Lord Ainz, this being claimed knowledge of your original world, your human identity. How is that possible? A question with disturbing implications, Ainz acknowledged. If his claim of being a fusion of entities from both our worlds is true, we face an adversary with intimate knowledge of our capabilities and histories. But we kicked his butt anyway, Naruto pointed out with a grin, attempting to lighten the mood. That whole shadow-draining trick might have worked on us individually, but he wasn't ready for us to tag-team him. Indeed, Ainz agreed. Our ability to combine fundamentally incompatible power systems proved decisive. Shalltear looked between them with undisguised fascination. You shared your powers again? Like during the battle with the dimensional predator? Kind of, Naruto confirmed. But more controlled this time. Instead of just mixing our energies, we circulated them between us. Pretty cool, right? And extremely dangerous, Albedo added with obvious concern. Lord Ainz, such techniques could damage your undead essence. Living chakra is fundamentally opposed to your nature. A calculated risk, Ainz replied dismissively. And one that proved necessary. As they began their journey back toward the teleportation point, Naruto fell into step beside Ainz, lowering his voice so only the undead overlord could hear. That convergence guy, you think he was telling the truth about our worlds being doomed? Ainz was silent for a moment before responding. I cannot speak for your reality, sage. But regarding mine, I have long suspected that this world's existence may be precarious. The absence of other players from Yggdrasil has troubled me since my arrival. Naruto's expression grew serious. In my experience, beings like him mix truth with lies. The danger might be real, but his solution was self-serving. Agreed, Ainz nodded. Which means we must prepare for whatever worse threat he alluded to in his final moments. Partners against the apocalypse, huh? Naruto grinned, extending his hand. Beats facing it alone. Ainz regarded the offered hand for a moment before accepting it. A temporary alliance of necessity. Sure, Naruto agreed, his grin widening. Temporary. Behind them, Albedo and Shalltear exchanged glances, communication passing between them without words. Their masters, these godlike beings from different dimensions, were forming a bond neither guardian had anticipated. What that meant for Nazarick, for this world, and for their own roles remained to be seen. But one thing was certain, nothing would be quite the same again. Back in Nazarick, the guardians gathered once more in the throne room to hear the report of their expedition. Demiurge, Cocytus, Aura, Mare, and the other floor guardians listened with rapt attention as Ainz recounted their confrontation with the being called Convergence. This entity claimed to be a fusion of elements from both my original world and the sages, Ainz explained, seated upon his throne. A hybrid of Uchiha Albedo and, a version of myself from another timeline. The Guardians exchanged troubled glances at this revelation. Is such a thing possible, Lord Ainz? Mare asked, his heterochromatic eyes wide with concern. The multiverse theory suggests infinite possibilities, Demiurge offered before Ainz could respond. Including timelines where different choices create divergent outcomes. Precisely, Ainz confirmed. While this convergence has been defeated, his warning of a greater threat cannot be dismissed. We must prepare Nazarick for potential interdimensional incursion. Naruto, standing to one side of the throne rather than before it, nodded in agreement. That ritual was trying to forcibly merge our worlds. The backlash from stopping it might have created weaknesses in the dimensional barriers. Then we shall strengthen our defenses, Albedo declared with absolute certainty. Nazarick will stand against any threat, interdimensional or otherwise. Not just Nazarick, Naruto interjected, earning surprised looks from the Guardians. This entire world could be at risk. If more shadow entities appear, or something worse comes through, ordinary people won't stand a chance. A tense silence followed this statement. The Guardians looked to Ainz, waiting for his response to what could be interpreted as criticism of Nazarick's typically self-serving approach. The sage raises a valid point, Ainz said after a moment's consideration. Strategic defense requires consideration of the entire battlefield, not merely our stronghold. Relief visibly passed through Naruto at this acknowledgement, while the Guardians adjusted to this apparent expansion of their protective mandate. What do you propose, Supreme Sage? Demiurge asked, his analytical mind already calculating the resources such an expanded defense would require. A detection network, Naruto suggested. I can teach some of you how to sense dimensional disturbances. If we establish monitoring points throughout the major regions, we can respond quickly to any new breaches. An efficient approach, Ainz agreed. Demiurge, work with the sage to establish such a network. Albedo will coordinate our internal defenses while Shalltear oversees rapid response capabilities. The named Guardians bowed in acknowledgement of their assignments. There is one more matter to address, Ainz continued, his tone growing more serious. The entity convergence claimed both our worlds face extinction in their original timelines. While his methods were unacceptable, we cannot dismiss the possibility that a genuine threat exists. You believe him? Cocytus asked, frost gathering around his mandibles. I believe we must investigate, Ainz clarified. The sage's ability to traverse dimensions offers an opportunity to gather intelligence beyond our world's boundaries. All eyes turned to Naruto, who nodded thoughtfully. I can do some reconnaissance. Maybe check on my home world, see if anything's changed since I left. And I could try to locate the original Yggdrasil server world, see what happened after you were transported here. Such an expedition would be dangerous, Albedo noted with concern. Especially alone. A slight smile formed on Naruto's face. Who said anything about going alone? I figured I'd take a couple of guides with me. People who know what to look for in each world. Ainz understood immediately. You propose that I accompany you to Yggdrasil, while you guide me through your world in return. Exactly, Naruto confirmed. Two gods on a multiversal road trip. Could be fun. Lord Ainz cannot leave Nazarick unprotected. Albedo objected immediately, stepping forward with wings slightly flared. The risk is unacceptable. Which is why you and Shalltear would come with us, Naruto countered smoothly. The four of us made a pretty good team against convergence, didn't we? Shalltear's crimson eyes widened at this suggestion, while Albedo seemed momentarily speechless. An interesting proposal, Ainz mused, considering the strategic implications. Demiurge and Cocytus are more than capable of maintaining Nazarick in our absence, particularly if our expedition is of limited duration. I can regulate the time flow between dimensions, Naruto added. What feels like weeks to us could be just days here, if needed. The Guardians murmured among themselves at this revelation of yet another of the Supreme Sage's abilities. Albedo, however, remained focused on the potential risks. Lord Ainz, while I am honored by your confidence in my ability to protect you, we know nothing of these other dimensions or what dangers they might present, she argued respectfully. That's kind of the point, Naruto replied before Ainz could respond. We're going to find out what threats might be coming, so we can prepare. Better to know what we're up against, right? Ainz raised a skeletal hand, silencing further debate. The decision is made. We will establish the detection network first, ensure Nazarik's defenses are optimal, and then undertake this interdimensional reconnaissance. Demiurge, you will serve as regent in my absence. The demon bowed deeply. I am honored by your trust, Lord Ainz. With assignments distributed and the course of action decided, the meeting concluded. The Guardians dispersed to begin their preparations, leaving Ainz, Naruto, Albedo, and Shalltear alone in the throne room. This expedition, Albedo began once the others had departed, it presents unprecedented risks. We have no guarantee that Lord Ainz's powers will function the same way in other dimensions. That's true for all of us, Naruto acknowledged. But we adapted pretty well against that dimensional predator and convergence, didn't we? Besides, you two are coming along specifically because your powers complement ours. Shalltear, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. I find the prospect intriguing. To see the sage's homeland, to witness other realities, such knowledge could prove invaluable to Nazarik. Exactly. Naruto agreed enthusiastically. Plus, saving multiple worlds from apocalyptic threats. That's a nice bonus. Ainz descended from his throne, his imposing figure moving with regal precision. We depart in 3 days. Until then, focus on establishing the detection network and preparing for extended absence from Nazarik. As they moved to comply with these orders, Naruto fell into step beside Shalltear, his natural sociability making it impossible for him to maintain formal distance. So, he began conversationally, ever been to another dimension before? I cannot say that I have, Shalltear replied, a small smile playing at her lips despite her attempt at formality. Is there anything in particular we should prepare for? Dimensional sickness, maybe, Naruto mused. Kind of like motion sickness but weirder. Some people see time in reverse for a few minutes after crossing. Others taste colors. It passes quickly. Shalltear's eyes widened. Is that common? Naruto maintained his serious expression for another moment before breaking into a grin. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Dimensional travel is pretty smooth if you do it right. Though the view during transition is pretty wild, all swirling colors and cosmic energy. Albedo, overhearing this exchange, frowned disapprovingly. The Supreme Sage appears to treat interdimensional travel with concerning casualness. After a few thousand years, most things become casual, Naruto replied with a shrug. But don't worry, I take the safety part very seriously. Never lost a passenger yet. Yet? Albedo repeated skeptically. Naruto laughed. That was a joke. Seriously, I've been doing this for longer than your entire world has existed. We'll be fine. As they continued their preparations, an unusual dynamic began to form between the four of them, Ainz and Naruto increasingly comfortable in each other's presence despite their fundamental differences, while Albedo and Shalltear found themselves united in their protective concern for their master even as they became gradually more accustomed to Naruto's informal approach. For better or worse, they were becoming a team. And soon, they would face challenges none of them could have anticipated, in worlds beyond their own. The 3 days of preparation passed quickly. Throughout Nazarik and beyond, arrangements were made for Ainz's temporary absence. Demiurge established clear protocols for governance, while Cocytus oversaw military readiness. Mare and Aura worked with Naruto to create specialized sensory wards that could detect dimensional disturbances, installing them at strategic locations throughout the territories under Nazarik's control. On the evening before their departure, Naruto stood alone on the massive balcony outside the 9th floor, gazing at the stars of this unfamiliar world. His enhanced senses could perceive subtle differences in the cosmic energy flowing through this reality compared to his home dimension, a slightly different resonance, a unique pattern to the ley lines that crisscrossed the planet. The soft sound of footsteps alerted him to another's presence, though he had sensed her approaching long before she became audible. "Can't sleep?" he asked without turning around. Shalltear moved to stand beside him at the balcony railing. "I do not require sleep in the same way humans do," she replied. "Though I do rest occasionally for optimal function." Naruto smiled at her formal response. "Just checking out the stars. Different constellations than my world has. Still beautiful, though." Shalltear followed his gaze upward. "I rarely take time to observe them. There always seems to be more pressing matters within Nazarick." "That's the thing about immortality," Naruto mused. "You think you have all the time in the world, so you stop noticing the little things. But those little things, they're what make eternal life worth living." Shalltear regarded him with newfound curiosity. "You speak from experience." "Yeah," Naruto acknowledged. "Spent my first few centuries after achieving immortality just focused on power and responsibility. Protecting the world, maintaining balance, important stuff, sure. But I was miserable." "What changed?" Shalltear asked, genuinely interested. Naruto smiled at the memory. "An old friend, well, the reincarnation of an old friend, told me I'd forgotten how to live. Said I'd become so focused on being the supreme sage that I'd forgotten how to be Naruto Uzumaki." "And did you remember?" "Eventually," Naruto replied. "Started small. Watching sunsets. Eating ramen just for the taste, not just for fuel. Making friends instead of just allies. It made eternity bearable." A comfortable silence fell between them as they continued gazing at the stars. After a while, Shalltear spoke again, her voice softer than usual. "Lord Ainz never rests," she observed. "He works constantly for Nazarick's benefit, planning, strategizing, expanding our dominion. I've sometimes wondered if he ever allows himself moments of contentment." Naruto considered this thoughtfully. "That's the burden of leadership, especially for immortals. You feel responsible for everything and everyone. But even gods need downtime." "Perhaps." Shalltear began hesitantly, "Perhaps during our expedition, he might witness how you balance power with living." Naruto glanced at her, surprised by this insight. "Maybe. Though I'm not sure I'm the best example. Just a different approach to the same challenge." "Nevertheless," Shalltear continued, "I find your approach refreshing." Before Naruto could respond, another presence joined them on the balcony. Albedo emerged from the shadows, her white dress gleaming in the moonlight. "Discussing our upcoming journey," she inquired, her tone neutral though her eyes watched Shalltear carefully. "Just stargazing," Naruto replied easily. "Your world has beautiful constellations." Albedo's expression softened slightly at his genuine appreciation. "Lord Ainz has requested your presence in his study, Supreme Sage. To finalize the departure protocols." "Sure thing," Naruto agreed, pushing away from the railing. "And really, just Naruto is fine. All this Supreme Sage business makes me feel like I should be wearing fancy robes and speaking in riddles." A hint of amusement flickered across Albedo's face before she masked it. "Lord Ainz prefers formality in official matters." "Yeah, I've noticed," Naruto chuckled. "Guess that's another difference between us." As he headed inside, Albedo lingered, giving Shalltear a questioning look. "What were you discussing with him?" she asked once Naruto was out of earshot. Shalltear met her gaze directly. "Immortality. Its challenges and rewards." "Be careful, Shalltear," Albedo cautioned, though without her usual competitive edge. "He may be powerful, but his casual nature could undermine the respect Lord Ainz has cultivated." Or, Shalltear countered thoughtfully, he might remind us all of something we've forgotten in our devotion to Nazarik's expansion. Which is? Shalltear looked back at the stars one last time before turning to follow Naruto inside. That eternity is meaningless if one forgets how to truly live within it. Albedo remained on the balcony after Shalltear's departure, contemplating this unexpected philosophical turn from the usually hedonistic vampire. Against her will, she found her gaze drawn upward to the stars Naruto had been admiring. They were indeed beautiful, a fact she had never taken time to notice before. The next morning, they gathered in Nazarik's central courtyard for departure. Ainz stood resplendent in his finest robes, staff in hand, while Albedo and Shalltear wore specialized armor designed for unknown conditions. The remaining guardians lined the courtyard, there to witness their lord's temporary departure and receive final instructions. Naruto arrived last, still in his red sage cloak but now wearing a more complex outfit beneath it, black and orange garments with numerous scroll pouches and weapon holsters. "Ready for the interdimensional express?" he asked cheerfully, approaching the waiting trio. "The preparations are complete," Ainz confirmed. "Demiurge has his instructions, and the detection network is operational." Naruto nodded, his expression becoming more serious as he addressed the practical matters. "First stop will be my home dimension. I'll need to create a stable anchor point that we can return to, then we can investigate whether there's any truth to Convergence's claims about impending disaster." "And then to Yggdrasil?" Ainz asked, a note of what might have been anticipation in his typically emotionless voice. "If possible," Naruto confirmed. "Dimensional travel isn't an exact science, but I'll do my best to find your original world." He turned to address all the assembled guardians. "We shouldn't be gone long from your perspective, a week at most, even if we spend months in other dimensions. Time flows differently between worlds, and I can manipulate that flow somewhat. Maintain vigilance in our absence," Ainz commanded his servants. "Demiurge speaks with my authority until our return." With formal goodbyes completed, the four moved to the center of the courtyard. Naruto instructed them to form a circle, linking hands to maintain physical contact during transition. "Fair warning," he said as golden chakra began to swirl around them, "first-time dimensional travelers sometimes experience disorientation. Focus on something constant, your name, your purpose, something that defines you across all possible worlds." As the chakra intensified, forming a dome of golden energy around them, Naruto closed his eyes in concentration. 6 truth-seeking orbs materialized, orbiting the group at increasing speed until they blurred into a single ring. "Here we go," Naruto announced, his eyes opening to reveal the concentric rings of the Rinnegan. Dimensional transportation technique. The golden dome contracted suddenly, compressing around them with blinding intensity. For a brief moment, the guardians remaining in the courtyard could see nothing but pure light. When it faded, the 4 travelers were gone, leaving only a perfect circle of glowing symbols etched into the stone where they had stood. Demiurge approached the circle, examining the strange markings with scholarly interest. "Fascinating," he murmured. "A dimensional anchor point, I presume. Ensuring their ability to return precisely to this location. Will they be safe?" Mare asked anxiously, clutching his staff. Demiurge adjusted his glasses, his expression thoughtful. "They are 2 of the most powerful beings in existence, accompanied by our strongest guardians. If any group could safely traverse dimensions, it would be them." Aura nodded in agreement, though concern still showed in her mismatched eyes. "Lord Ainz always comes back," he promised. As the guardians dispersed to their assigned duties, the glowing symbols in the courtyard pulsed once more before settling into a dormant state. The connection was established, the path home secured. All that remained was to discover what awaited them in worlds beyond their own. The greatest adventure, and greatest challenge, of both Naruto and Ainz's long existences had begun. Chapter 3, Beyond Gods. The transition between dimensions felt like being simultaneously pulled apart and compressed, a sensation impossible to describe to anyone who hadn't experienced it. Colors that didn't exist in normal reality streaked past in a kaleidoscopic blur as the very fabric of existence bent around them. For Naruto, it was familiar, like slipping into a well-worn jacket. For the others, it was a jarring, disorienting plunge into the unknown. The golden energy dome surrounding them pulsed once, twice, then exploded outward as reality reasserted itself around them. They materialized on a grassy hilltop overlooking a vast forest that stretched to the horizon. "Welcome to my world," Naruto announced, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia as he released their linked hands. "The land of fire, about 10 miles from what used to be Konohagakure." Ainz recovered first, his undead physiology less affected by the dimensional transition. "Used to be." "Yeah," Naruto's expression sobered. "I've been gone a while. Let's see what's changed." Albedo and Shalltear took longer to regain their composure. Albedo staggered slightly before her wings extended for balance, while Shalltear seemed fascinated by her own hands, flexing her fingers as if ensuring they still worked properly. "The air," Shalltear noted, taking a deep breath. "It feels alive." "Natural energy," Naruto explained. "My world has tons of it flowing freely. That's what powers Sage Mode and a lot of my abilities." "Fascinating," Ainz commented, his flaming eyes taking in the landscape. "The magical composition is entirely different from our world. I can sense no mana as I understand it, yet power permeates everything." Naruto nodded. "Chakra, not mana. Similar but different. You guys feeling okay after the jump?" "I am, functional," Albedo replied stiffly, though her usual perfect posture hadn't fully returned. "This sensation will pass. Give it a few minutes," Naruto assured her. "First interdimensional jump is always the roughest. Your bodies are adjusting to a completely different reality's physical laws." As they oriented themselves, Naruto created a shadow clone that immediately sat in a meditative pose, gathering natural energy. "Recon," he explained to the others. "My clone will enter Sage Mode and scan the entire region. Faster than us wandering around blindly." Within minutes, the clone's eyes snapped open, now displaying the yellow irises and rectangular pupils of Sage Mode. "Got something," it reported. "Village is still there, but different. Way bigger. And there's some kind of massive energy source about 20 miles north, artificial chakra, concentrated. Never felt anything like it before." Naruto frowned. "How different is the village?" "Skyscrapers," the clone replied. "Technology everywhere. Looks more like a modern city than the Konoha we remember." "That tracks with the timeline," Naruto muttered. "I left about 500 years ago their time. Things change." "And the artificial chakra source?" Ainz inquired. The clone's expression grew troubled. "Massive. Like a power plant, but using chakra instead of electricity. And it's pulsing. Sending energy somewhere else." Naruto dismissed the clone with a puff of smoke, absorbing its memories and knowledge. His expression hardened with resolve. "That's our first stop. If Convergence wasn't lying about a threat to this world, that anomaly might be connected. We should gather intelligence before confrontation," Ainz suggested. "Perhaps observe this new Konoha first." Naruto shook his head. "That pulse feels wrong. Trust me on this, when something's messing with chakra on that scale, it's never good." "I defer to your expertise in this realm," Ainz conceded with a slight nod. "How shall we proceed?" "Fast and direct," Naruto replied, golden chakra already beginning to flare around him. "I can transport us close using Flying Thunder God, then we approach cautiously. If it's nothing, we can check out Konoha afterward." Albedo, now recovered from the transition, stepped forward. "Lord Ainz, perhaps the sage and I should scout ahead while you and Shalltear maintain a secure position." "Splitting up in an unknown dimension seems unwise," Ainz countered. "We remain together until we understand the nature of the threat." Naruto nodded in agreement. Besides, if this is what I think it is, we'll want all hands on deck. He extended his hand. Everyone make contact. This jump will be shorter but more precise. Once they had linked hands again, Naruto closed his eyes in concentration. Unlike the golden dome of the dimensional transport, the flying thunder god technique manifested as a yellow flash that consumed them instantly. They reappeared at the edge of a massive clearing in the forest. Before them stood what could only be described as a technological monstrosity, a sprawling complex of metal and glass that pulsed with visible chakra energy. Massive pylons surrounded the central structure, each channeling brilliant blue energy upward into a swirling vortex that hung in the sky above. What is this abomination? Shalltear whispered, her crimson eyes wide with surprise. Chakra extraction and amplification facility, Naruto replied grimly. But on a scale I've never seen before. They're pulling natural energy from the entire region and converting it to pure chakra. For what purpose? Ainz asked, his tactical mind already analyzing potential threats. Naruto pointed to the vortex above. They're sending it somewhere. Another dimension, based on the energy signature. Like convergence attempted with our worlds, Albedo concluded, her wings tensing as she prepared for potential combat. Similar, but more refined, Naruto confirmed. They're not trying to merge dimensions, they're siphoning chakra from this world to power something in another. As they observed from the tree line, figures became visible moving around the facility, humans in white lab coats and uniformed guards patrolling the perimeter. Nothing immediately suggested hostility or evil intent, just clinical efficiency. Perhaps this is merely an energy production facility, Ainz suggested. Advanced technology rather than a threat. Naruto shook his head, his expression darkening. Natural energy isn't meant to be harvested this way. It's part of the world's balance. This much extraction will eventually destabilize the entire planet's chakra network. Then this confirms Convergence's warning, Shalltear noted. This world faces extinction through chakra depletion. Maybe, Naruto conceded. But something doesn't add up. Who built this? The technology is way beyond what existed when I left, but the architectural style. He trailed off as a new group of figures emerged from the main building, tall, pale humanoids wearing familiar white robes with distinctive insignias. Otsutsuki, Naruto hissed, genuine anger flashing in his eyes. I thought they were extinct. You know these beings? Ainz inquired, noting the dramatic shift in Naruto's typically casual demeanor. They're aliens who harvest chakra from planets, Naruto explained tersely. My ancestor Kaguya was one of them. They're parasites who drain worlds dry then move on. I spent centuries hunting down the last of them. Evidently you missed some, Albedo observed. Or new ones arrived, Naruto countered. They travel between dimensions naturally. Question is, why are humans working with them? The Otsutsuki see humans as livestock, not partners. As they watched, one of the pale aliens approached a human scientist, engaging in what appeared to be casual conversation. The interaction showed no signs of coercion or fear, the humans seemed to be willing collaborators. We need more information before acting, Ainz stated. Perhaps there have been diplomatic developments in your absence. Naruto's jaw tightened, but he nodded in reluctant agreement. You're right. Let me send in some transformed shadow clones. They can gather intel without being detected. He formed the familiar hand sign, creating 3 clones that immediately transformed into nondescript birds. The avian spies took flight, circling the facility before finding inconspicuous perches on various structures. Now we wait, Naruto said, settling into a crouching position behind dense foliage. Shouldn't take long. Shalltear moved closer to Naruto, her crimson eyes studying him with renewed interest. You mentioned this Kaguya was your ancestor. You share blood with these aliens? Distantly, Naruto acknowledged. The Sage of 6 Paths, the original one, not me, was Kaguya's son. His descendants founded the major shinobi clans. But that was thousands of years ago. The bloodline's pretty diluted by now. Except in you, Ainz observed perceptively. Your power signature contains elements similar to the energy those beings are manipulating. Naruto looked surprised at this insight. Yeah, actually. When I became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and later the Supreme Sage, I did kind of complete the circle. Didn't make me like them, though. The Otsutsuki consume worlds. I protect them. Their conversation halted as one of Naruto's clone birds suddenly dispersed, sending information back to the original. His expression grew increasingly troubled as he processed what the clone had witnessed. It's worse than I thought, he stated grimly. They're not just extracting chakra, they're preparing this world for harvest. Those humans aren't partners, they're cultivators, helping maximize the yield before the final extraction. They're collaborating in their own destruction? Albedo asked skeptically. No, Naruto shook his head. They think they're creating sustainable energy for human use. The Otsutsuki have convinced them this technology will solve energy crises. The humans don't realize they're just fattening the planet up for slaughter. A deception worthy of Demiurge, Ainz commented, a note of reluctant admiration in his voice. Another clone dispersed, bringing fresh information. The facility has been operational for 50 years, Naruto reported. There are 6 others like it around the world, all feeding the dimensional rift above. They're planning the final harvest in 3 days, an event they're calling the Great Communion. When all chakra will be extracted at once, Ainz concluded. Killing everything on the planet, Naruto finished. Plants, animals, people, all life here is connected to chakra. Shalltear's expression hardened. What is our course of action? Naruto rose from his crouching position, his normally cheerful demeanor replaced by cold determination. We shut it down. Permanently. There are humans inside, Albedo pointed out. Innocent, if misled. We evacuate who we can, Naruto agreed. But the facility has to go, and the Otsutsuki with it. Ainz studied the complex, calculating. A direct assault would alert the other facilities worldwide. We need a more strategic approach. I agree, Naruto nodded. Here's what I'm thinking, I'll infiltrate their systems, learn the exact process, and find the critical points. You 3 prepare for extraction and combat support. You suggest we separate? Albedo questioned, protective instincts flaring. Just temporarily, Naruto assured her. I can transform to look like one of the scientists, they won't detect me. Once I have what we need, I'll signal and we move together. After brief deliberation, Ainz approved the plan. Naruto created another shadow clone, which transformed into a perfect copy of one of the facility's scientists they had observed. With a confident nod to his companions, the transformed clone casually walked out of the forest and toward one of the facility's side entrances. Will they not detect his chakra signature? Shalltear asked as they watched the clone present identification at the door. He's suppressing it to civilian levels, Naruto explained. And I've masked the nature of his chakra. To their sensors, he'll register as a normal human. The infiltration proceeded smoothly. The clone gained entry without raising alarms and disappeared into the facility's depths. Now we wait, Naruto said, settling back into their concealed position. And I'll fill you in more about the Otsutsuki. If we're fighting them, you should know what we're up against. Inside the facility, Naruto's transformed clone moved with practiced confidence through sterile white corridors. Years of ninja training made infiltration second nature, even millennia later. He mimicked the slight slouch and hurried walk of the other scientists, clutching a clipboard he'd swiped from an unattended desk. Security was surprisingly minimal within the complex, a sign of either overconfidence or the facility's legitimate appearance to its human workers. Directional signs in multiple languages pointed toward different sections: research, extraction, purification, and most importantly, control. The clone followed signs to the central control room, nodding professionally to passing colleagues who paid him little attention. The infiltration was going almost too smoothly until he rounded a corner and came face to face with one of the Otsutsuki. The alien being towered over him, at least 7 feet tall, with pale bluish skin, white hair, and the distinctive pale eyes that had evolved into the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Unlike the Otsutsuki Naruto had encountered in the past, this one wore modern attire beneath traditional robes, a strange fusion of alien and human aesthetic. Dr. Tanaka, the Otsutsuki addressed him, using the name badge the clone had appropriated. I wasn't informed you had clearance for the control sector. The clone bowed respectfully, mind racing. Lord Kinshiki requested additional harmonic analysis of the extraction matrices, he improvised, using an Otsutsuki name from his historical knowledge. The energy conversion ratios showed anomalies in the last cycle. The alien's pupilless eyes narrowed slightly, but then he nodded. Proceed. Lord Kinshiki's work takes priority. Ensure your findings are reported directly to him. Of course, the clone agreed with another bow, continuing down the corridor as the Otsutsuki watched. Once inside the control room, he quickly located an unmanned terminal and began accessing files. The interface was advanced but intuitive enough for someone with his experience. Within minutes, he had downloaded schematics of the facility, details of the extraction process, and, most importantly, the coordination protocols for the worldwide network. What he discovered confirmed their worst fears. The Great Communion wasn't merely an extraction event, it was the culmination of a century-long plan to convert Earth into a chakra battery for the Otsutsuki's home dimension. The process would literally tear the chakra from every living thing, killing the planet instantly but powering the alien civilization for millennia. More disturbing were references to similar operations on other worlds, a systematic harvesting of dimensional energy across multiple realities. Earth was just one of dozens of planets being prepared for extraction. This is what convergence meant, the clone muttered as he downloaded the final files to a stolen data device. Not just my world or Ainz, but a multiversal threat. His task complete, the clone prepared to exit, only to find his path blocked by 2 Otsutsuki, including the one who had questioned him earlier. Dr. Tanaka, the alien said coldly, Lord Kinshiki was most confused when I mentioned your assignment. He issued no such directive. The clone straightened, abandoning his submissive posture. Worth a shot, he shrugged before dispelling himself in a puff of smoke, sending all gathered intelligence back to the original Naruto. Outside the facility, Naruto suddenly stiffened as his clone's memories flooded back. Covers blown, he announced to the others. But I got what we needed, and it's bad. Really bad. Quickly, he shared the clone's discoveries, the worldwide extraction network, the imminent planetary death, and most critically, the multidimensional nature of the Otsutsuki's harvesting operation. They're targeting dozens of dimensions, he concluded grimly. Including, almost certainly, yours. That explains Convergence's warning, Ainz observed. Though his solution, merging our worlds, seems an inadequate response to this scale of threat. Unless he knew something we don't, Naruto countered. Maybe merged worlds are harder to harvest. Their strategic discussion was interrupted by a facility-wide alarm. Red lights began flashing throughout the complex as security forces mobilized. They're looking for more infiltrators, Naruto noted. Our timetable just accelerated. We need to take out this facility now and then figure out how to warn the other dimensions. Ainz nodded in agreement. I presume you have a plan for disabling the extraction system. The control room has an emergency shutdown, but it'll only halt this facility, Naruto explained. To stop the whole network, we need to destabilize the dimensional rift they've created overhead. Without the rift, the other facilities can't coordinate for the Great Communion. And how do we destabilize an interdimensional rift? Shalltear asked, readying her lance. Naruto grinned, some of his usual enthusiasm returning despite the dire circumstances. We throw something into it that it can't process, something with fundamentally incompatible energy. Like, say, a supreme sage and an overlord working together. The same approach we used against Convergence, Ainz noted with understanding. Exactly. But first, Naruto formed a complex series of hand signs. We need to get the innocent humans out. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto clones appeared in puffs of smoke, immediately transforming into various facility personnel, security officers, administrators, scientists. They'll trigger evacuations in different sections, guide people out, and cause enough confusion to keep the Otsutsuki busy, Naruto explained. Meanwhile, we head for the central pylon that's feeding the rift. The plan launched into action with practiced precision. The clones infiltrated the facility from multiple entry points while the original Naruto led Ainz, Albedo, and Shalltear toward the central extraction pylon, a massive structure of metal and crystal that pulsed with brilliant blue chakra. Facility guards attempted to intercept them but were hopelessly outmatched. Albedo and Shalltear moved like twin aspects of death, one white, one red, cutting through security forces with supernatural efficiency. They took care to use non-lethal force against human personnel while dispatching security drones without mercy. They're evacuating, Naruto confirmed, sensing his clones' progress through their shared consciousness. About 80% of the humans are clear of the danger zone. As they approached the central pylon, four Otsutsuki appeared before them, tall, imposing figures radiating power that would intimidate any normal opponent. Their pale eyes revealed no emotion as they assessed the intruders. Uzumaki Naruto, the foremost Otsutsuki stated, recognition clear in his voice. The legends claimed you had ascended beyond this dimension. Your return is inconvenient. Yeah, I get that a lot, Naruto replied, his casual tone belying his combat readiness. Want to explain why you're planning to kill my homeworld? The alien's expression remained impassive. Resources must flow. Your world is merely fulfilling its cosmic purpose, providing sustenance for superior beings. As is the natural order. I never did like that explanation, Naruto said, his eyes shifting to the Rinnegan. Here's a counteroffer, leave this planet alone, and I don't have to show you exactly why the legends say I ascended. The lead Otsutsuki's eyes narrowed slightly, the only indication of emotion. You bring strange allies, sage. The undead one carries power from a dimension we have not yet catalogued. Intriguing. Lord Ainz Ulgaun, Ainz introduced himself with regal dignity. Ruler of the great tomb of Nazarick and Sorcerer King. Your harvesting operations threaten my realm as well, it seems. All realms serve the greater purpose, another Otsutsuki stated dismissively. Your intervention is futile. The Great Communion cannot be stopped, the network has reached critical integration. We'll see about that, Naruto replied, golden chakra beginning to flare around him. Ready, Bone Man. Ainz raised his staff, dark energy swirling in response to Naruto's chakra. Indeed. The Otsutsuki attacked in perfect coordination, each moving with superhuman speed and precision. Their fighting style combined elegant taijutsu with devastating chakra attacks that could level mountains. Against ordinary opponents, even Kage-level shinobi, the outcome would have been certain. Against the Supreme Sage and the Sorcerer King, flanked by two floor guardians, the aliens found themselves unexpectedly matched. Naruto engaged two Otsutsuki simultaneously, his movements a golden blur as he countered their techniques with centuries of battle experience. Sage mode enhanced his physical abilities to godlike levels, while the Six Paths power gave him access to all five chakra natures. Earth style, cataclysm pillars, he called out, slamming his palm against the ground. Massive stone columns erupted in a spiraling pattern, forcing his opponents to dodge while he formed his next technique. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. The spinning chakra disc tore through the air toward one Otsutsuki, who barely managed to form a chakra shield in time. The shield held, but the alien was pushed back 100 feet by the impact. Meanwhile, Ainz demonstrated why he was feared even among the powerful denizens of Yggdrasil. Against the third Otsutsuki, he deployed a devastating combination of instant death spells and reality manipulation that forced the alien purely on the defensive. Maximize magic, gravity maelstrom, Ainz intoned, creating a localized singularity that warped space around his opponent. The Otsutsuki countered with a dimensional technique of his own, a ripple in space that neutralized the gravitational effect. Impressive, the alien acknowledged. Your magical system differs fundamentally from chakra. An oversight in our cataloging that will be corrected. Your arrogance exceeds even that of dragons, Ainz replied coldly. Reality slash. The spell tore through the alien's defenses, leaving a bloody gash across his chest. The Otsutsuki's eyes widened in genuine shock, his advanced healing abilities already working to close the wound, but the fact he was wounded at all clearly surprised him. The fourth Otsutsuki found himself facing both Albedo and Shalltear, a deadly combination of complementary fighting styles. Where Albedo struck with overwhelming force, Shalltear followed with precise, blood-draining attacks. Where Shalltear created openings with supernatural speed, Albedo exploited them with devastating power. These servants possess power beyond their station, the Otsutsuki noted with clinical detachment, even as he fended off their coordinated assault. You've created worthy tools, undead king. We are not tools, Albedo responded, her voice cold with controlled fury as she swung her bardiche in a devastating arc, we are the guardians of Nazarick. And you, Shalltear added, her lance piercing through the alien's shoulder in a spray of silvery blood, are merely food for my lance. The battle escalated as the Otsutsuki realized they faced genuine threats. The aliens abandoned their measured approach for increasingly destructive techniques, massive chakra constructs, space-time manipulations, even attempts to absorb their opponent's powers directly. Naruto countered with the full arsenal of the Supreme Sage, tailed beast mode transformations, truth-seeking orbs that negated the aliens' techniques, and combination attacks that drew on thousands of years of battle experience. We need to reach the pylon, he called out to Ainz during a brief respite. These four are just buying time for the Great Communion to begin. Ainz nodded in understanding. Albedo, Shalltear, containment protocol. The two guardians immediately shifted tactics, focusing on restricting their opponent's movements rather than defeating them outright. Albedo used her superior strength to drive her Otsutsuki toward Shalltear, who deployed a blood field technique that dramatically slowed movement within its boundaries. Go! Shalltear called out, her crimson eyes gleaming with battle lust. We will handle these pale pretenders. Naruto and Ainz seized the opportunity, breaking away from their opponents and racing toward the central pylon. The structure loomed before them, a technological marvel of crystal and metal that channeled massive amounts of chakra from the earth below to the dimensional rift above. The connection point is there, Naruto indicated, pointing to a pulsing crystalline core at the pylon center. That's where we need to introduce our combined energy to destabilize the rift. Understood, Ainz acknowledged. Similar to our technique against convergence, but inverted, we inject instability rather than order. They reached the base of the pylon, only to find their path blocked by a fifth Otsutsuki, larger than the others, with elaborate horns protruding from his head and intricate patterns covering his pale skin. The Supreme Sage and the Overlord, the alien stated, his voice resonating with unnatural power. I am Kaishiki, Harvester of Worlds. Your interference ends here. Heard that before, Naruto replied, settling into a fighting stance. Usually right before I kick someone's ass. Your confidence is based on facing lesser beings, Kaishiki responded. I have consumed the chakra of 17 dimensions. Your power, while impressive, is merely another resource to be harvested. With blinding speed, the Otsutsuki leader attacked, not with physical strikes but with a technique that attempted to directly absorb Naruto's chakra on contact. Golden energy began flowing from Naruto into Kaishiki's palm, the alien's eyes widening with satisfaction. Yes, Kaishiki hissed. The power of the Supreme Sage will accelerate our harvest tenfold. But his triumph was premature. The chakra he absorbed suddenly changed, becoming heavier, denser, taking on properties that caused the alien's arm to blacken and crack. Sage chakra's tricky, Naruto explained with a grin as he broke contact. Absorb too much without proper training, and it turns you to stone. That was just a taste. Kaishiki staggered back, shaking his damaged arm as it slowly regenerated. A minor setback. Let us see how your undead companion fares. He turned toward Ainz, hands forming seals for a different technique. Dimensional style, soul extraction. Ripples of distorted space surrounded Ainz, attempting to separate his consciousness from his skeletal form. Against a living opponent, the technique would be instantly fatal. Against an undead with countermeasures against soul manipulation, it merely caused momentary disorientation. An interesting approach, Ainz commented, his voice unwavering despite the attack. But my soul is bound differently than you anticipate. Counter spell. A wave of anti-magic erupted from Ainz, disrupting Kaishiki's technique. The Otsutsuki frowned, the first real emotion he had displayed. Your magical system resists conventional chakra manipulation, he observed. A temporary inconvenience. All energy forms can be harvested with proper calibration. Perhaps, Ainz agreed. But you lack the time for such calibration. Silent cast, time stop. The world froze around them, everything except Ainz, Naruto, and to their surprise, Kaishiki, who merely slowed rather than stopping completely. Temporal manipulation, the Otsutsuki noted, his movements labored but still possible. A useful but ultimately futile approach against beings who exist partially outside conventional time. It wasn't meant to stop you, Naruto explained as he formed a familiar cross-shaped hand seal. Just slow you down. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Naruto clones appeared, immediately surrounding Kaishiki. As time resumed its normal flow, they attacked simultaneously, not with the intent to defeat the Otsutsuki leader, but to occupy and distract him. Go, the original Naruto shouted to Ainz. I'll keep him busy. Ainz hesitated only briefly before nodding and proceeding toward the crystal core. Naruto's clones launched a coordinated assault on Kaishiki, each deploying different jutsu to prevent the alien from predicting and countering their attacks. The Otsutsuki leader was formidable, destroying clones by the handful with sweeping chakra attacks and absorption techniques. But each time he eliminated one, two more seemed to take its place, forcing him to continuously adapt his defenses. Meanwhile, Ainz reached the crystal core, a massive prism of transparent material that pulsed with concentrated chakra. Energy flowed visibly through it, traveling upward into the dimensional rift that hung in the sky above the facility. Analyzing structure, Ainz murmured, his flaming gaze scanning the crystalline formation. Fascinating. The lattice configuration resembles Yggdrasil world item construction, yet utilizes entirely different energy principles. A shadow clone of Naruto appeared beside him, providing tactical support while the original continued engaging Kaishiki. The core acts as both conduit and stabilizer, the clone explained rapidly. It harmonizes chakra from all 7 facilities worldwide, then channels it into the rift. We need to disrupt that harmony. By introducing fundamentally incompatible energy, Ainz concluded. My death magic combined with your life-based chakra should create the necessary dissonance. The clone nodded. Exactly. But we'll need to time it perfectly, when the crystal reaches peak capacity during its cycle. They observed the core's pulsations, noting how the chakra flow intensified and diminished in a regular pattern. Timing would be critical, too early, and the system might adapt to their interference, too late, and the Great Communion could begin despite their efforts. Across the chamber, the original Naruto fought Kaishiki to a temporary stalemate. The Otsutsuki leader had destroyed most of the shadow clones but found himself unable to break through to pursue Ainz. Naruto had entered Six-Path Sage mode, his body glowing with golden chakra as truth-seeking orbs orbited around him. You cannot prevent the inevitable, Kaishiki declared, forming hand seals for another powerful technique. The Great Communion has been centuries in preparation. Even if you destroy this facility, the others will compensate. Maybe, Naruto acknowledged, countering the alien's chakra blast with a truth-seeking shield. But I'm betting your whole network depends on synchronized dimensional frequencies. Disrupt the primary node, this facility, and the others will fall out of alignment. A flicker of concern crossed Kaishiki's features, enough to confirm Naruto's theory. The Otsutsuki redoubled his attacks, abandoning his measured approach for increasingly desperate offensive techniques. Now, the Naruto clone called to Ainz as the crystal core reached its brightest pulsation. Maximum disruption. Ainz raised his staff, dark energy swirling around him in complex patterns. Super-tier magic, fallen down. Simultaneously, Naruto's clone formed a massive Rasengan infused with natural energy. Sage Art, Supreme Rasengan. They struck the crystal core simultaneously, death magic and living chakra colliding within the crystalline structure. For a moment, nothing happened except a mild fluctuation in the core's glow. Then the crystal began to vibrate, its perfectly harmonized lattice distorting as conflicting energy types fought for dominance within it. Cracks appeared along its surface, spreading rapidly as the vibration intensified. No! Kaishiki shouted, disengaging from his battle with Naruto to lunge toward the core. The frequency is destabilizing. The original Naruto intercepted him with a flying kick enhanced by 6 paths chakra, sending the Otsutsuki leader crashing into a wall. Too late. It's already happening. The crystal core's vibrations reached critical frequency, the cracks now covering its entire surface. Energy leaked from the fissures in wild, uncontrolled bursts that scorched the surrounding machinery. Above the facility, the dimensional rift began to waver and distort. Instead of a stable portal, it transformed into a chaotic maelstrom of energy that pulled inward rather than projecting outward. The rift is inverting, the Naruto clone shouted over the increasing roar of energy discharges. It's going to collapse and take the core with it. Ainz immediately grasped the implications. Evacuation is now critical. The energy release will be catastrophic. Throughout the facility, warning klaxons blared as automated systems detected the imminent failure. Remaining personnel fled in panic while emergency containment protocols activated automatically. Albedo. Shalltear. Ainz called out, his voice carrying supernatural authority. Disengage and rendezvous at the entry point immediately. The two guardians broke off their battles with the Otsutsuki, using the facility's growing chaos to slip away from their opponents. The aliens themselves seemed equally concerned with escape, abandoning the fight to race toward emergency transport platforms. Kaishiki alone remained committed to salvaging the operation. With a roar of frustration, he charged directly at the destabilizing core, hands forming complex seals. Dimensional style, force stabilization, he called out, placing his palms against the fractured crystal. Energy flowed from his body into the core, temporarily slowing its degradation. It's too unstable. Naruto warned him. You'll just get sucked in when it collapses. Then I will return to the home dimension with what power remains, Kaishiki replied grimly. And when I do, your world will be the first I personally consume. The core's destabilization paused momentarily under Kaishiki's technique, the rift above partially reforming. For a critical moment, it seemed the Otsutsuki leader might succeed in salvaging the operation. Naruto looked to Ainz, a silent question passing between them. The undead overlord nodded almost imperceptibly, raising his staff once more. Reality slash. Ainz intoned, the spell cutting through space itself to sever Kaishiki's connection to the crystal core. The Otsutsuki leader screamed in pain and rage as his technique was interrupted at its most vulnerable point. The backlash of energy traveled up his arms, disintegrating them to the elbow. You've doomed us all. Kaishiki cried as the crystal core's destabilization accelerated exponentially. The collapse will consume everything within 20 miles. Then I suggest you run, Naruto replied coldly. While you still can. The Otsutsuki leader staggered back, his regenerative abilities already working to restore his damaged limbs. With a final glare of hatred, he activated a personal dimensional technique, vanishing in a ripple of distorted space. He's gone, Naruto confirmed, his sensory abilities detecting the dimensional shift. Probably back to their home dimension to warn the others. Then our task here is complete, but we must depart immediately, Ainz stated, already moving toward the exit. The energy release will be imminent. They raced through the disintegrating facility, dodging falling debris and electrical discharges as the building systems failed catastrophically around them. Outside, they reunited with Albedo and Shalltear at the forest's edge. Lord Ainz! Albedo exclaimed with evident relief. The facility appears to be collapsing. Along with the dimensional rift, Ainz confirmed. We must increase our distance substantially before the final collapse. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses to check for remaining personnel. My clones got everyone out. The evacuation's complete. Then we need not linger, Shalltear observed, eyeing the increasingly unstable facility with caution. I can get us to safety instantly, Naruto offered, forming the hand sign for Flying Thunder God. Everyone make contact. In a flash of yellow light, they teleported to the hilltop where they had first arrived in this dimension, safely beyond the blast radius of the impending collapse. From this vantage point, they watched as the facility's destruction reached its climax. The crystal core shattered completely, releasing its stored energy in a blinding column of light that shot upward into the dimensional rift. For a moment, the rift expanded dramatically, a swirling vortex of chaotic energy that consumed the entire facility below. Then, with a thunderous implosion that shook the earth even at their distant location, the rift collapsed in on itself. A shockwave of displaced air raced outward in a perfect circle, flattening trees for miles in every direction before gradually dissipating. When the dust settled, nothing remained of the massive facility except a perfectly circular crater glowing with residual chakra. 1 down, 6 to go, Naruto stated grimly. Plus whatever other worlds they're harvesting. The other facilities will have detected the disruption, Ainz noted. They will either accelerate their timetables or implement additional security. Which means we need to move fast, Naruto agreed. And we need help. Even we can't be in 7 places at once. What do you propose? Albedo asked, her tactical mind already considering options. Naruto turned to face them, his expression resolute. We need to return to Konoha first. If technology has advanced as much as my clone saw, they might have the capabilities to help us coordinate a global response. And we need to warn them about the Otsutsuki's real plans. And if they're unwilling to believe us? Shalltear questioned. A slight smile crossed Naruto's face. I'm still technically the 7th Hokage, even if it was a few centuries ago. That ought to count for something. The journey to Konoha, now apparently called New Konoha, took less than an hour using Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique with stops to orient himself. The village he remembered had indeed transformed into a sprawling metropolis, with skyscrapers of glass and steel rising alongside traditional structures and monuments. The most striking change was the Hokage Monument. The familiar mountain with carved faces of past leaders now featured 12 faces instead of the 7 Naruto remembered. Modern additions had been seamlessly integrated with the historical carvings, creating a continuous record of leadership spanning centuries. There I am, Naruto pointed to the 7th face on the mountain as they observed the city from a forested hill. They got my good side. Your legacy endures, Ainz noted. Even after centuries. Yeah, well, saving the world a few times tends to stick in people's memories, Naruto replied with a hint of his usual humor, though his expression remained thoughtful as he surveyed the changed landscape. This technological advancement exceeds what I anticipated, Ainz observed. The integration of traditional elements with modern construction is quite elegant. They've always been good at that, Naruto agreed. Adapting without losing their identity. Shalltear studied the city with obvious curiosity. How shall we approach? I imagine the sudden appearance of the legendary 7th Hokage might cause some commotion. Not to mention his undead companion and 2 supernatural guardians, Albedo added dryly. Naruto considered the question. Directly, but carefully. We'll approach the Hokage Tower through official channels. No sneaking, no dramatic entrances, just 4 visitors requesting an audience. The diplomatic approach, Ainz approved. Though your appearance may be recognized regardless. Probably, Naruto acknowledged. But better to let them adjust to the idea than just appearing in the Hokage's office in a flash of light. That tends to make people jumpy. They descended from the hill and approached the main gate of New Konoha. The massive wooden doors of Naruto's era had been replaced by an elaborate security checkpoint with both human guards and automated systems. Visitors passed through scanning devices that presumably detected weapons and chakra signatures. This could be problematic, Albedo murmured as they approached. Lord Ainz's magical signature will certainly trigger their systems. As will yours and Shalltear's, Naruto pointed out. Not to mention mine. But that's fine, I'm counting on it. As expected, their approach caused immediate reaction among the gate guards. Monitoring devices flashed warning signals as they detected the extraordinary power signatures of the 4 visitors. Guards moved into defensive positions while one spoke urgently into a communication device. Halt and identify yourselves, the lead guard commanded, chakra already gathering around his hands in preparation for potential combat. Naruto stepped forward, hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'd like to speak with the current Hokage on a matter of global security. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto died centuries ago. Not died, Naruto corrected with a small smile. Ascended, according to the history books. And now I've returned because this world is in danger. Skepticism was evident in the guard's expression, but the name alone had caused enough uncertainty to prevent immediate hostility. And your companions? Allies from another dimension, Naruto explained simply. Which is part of what we need to discuss with your leader. The guard continued speaking into his communication device, clearly receiving instructions from superiors. After a tense minute of consultation, he straightened. You will be escorted to a secure facility where your identities can be confirmed, he announced. You will surrender all weapons and comply with all security protocols. That's reasonable, Naruto agreed. Though I should warn you, we're not exactly standard visitors. Some of your security measures might not work as expected on us. As if to emphasize this point, Ainz's flaming gaze intensified slightly, causing several guards to step back involuntarily. We will comply with reasonable security measures, Ainz stated formally. But as the sage indicated, our nature may complicate certain procedures. The lead guard swallowed nervously but maintained his professional demeanor. Special protocols will be implemented. Please follow me. A squad of elite shinobi materialized around them, ANBU Black Ops, though their uniforms and masks had evolved over the centuries. They formed a precise escort formation that was as much about containment as protection. Naruto smiled faintly at the familiar procedure. Some things, it seemed, never changed, even after 500 years. The secure facility turned out to be a modern building adjacent to the Hokage Tower, likely an upgraded version of the intelligence division Naruto remembered. They were led through a series of checkpoints, each more sophisticated than the last, until they reached a large chamber clearly designed for high-level interrogations and meetings. Please wait here, the ANBU captain requested. The Hokage has been notified and will determine next steps. After the escorts departed, Shalltear examined their surroundings with mild disdain. Quite primitive compared to Nazarik's security measures. Yet effective for their technological level, Albedo observed, noting the various monitoring devices concealed throughout the room. They are watching and listening to everything. Of course they are, Naruto agreed cheerfully, making no effort to lower his voice. I'd be disappointed if they weren't. 5 centuries of peace wouldn't have happened if shinobi forgot how to be paranoid. Ainz had remained silent throughout the escort process, observing everything with analytical interest. Now he addressed Naruto directly. These people possess no frame of reference for beings of our nature. How do you propose to establish credibility? DNA testing will confirm my identity, Naruto replied. And a demonstration of 6 paths Sage Mode should handle any lingering doubts. After that, it's just a matter of explaining the situation clearly. You assume they will trust your assessment of the Otsutsuki threat, Albedo noted. They might not, Naruto acknowledged. But the crater where the facility used to be should help convince them. Their conversation halted as the chamber door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman in the traditional Hokage robes and hat. She had sharp features, dark eyes, and an air of absolute authority that commanded immediate respect. 4 elite guards flanked her, their stance indicating readiness for immediate action if necessary. I am Sarutobi Mirai, 12th Hokage of Konohagakure, she announced formally. You claim to be Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage, who ascended beyond this plane 5 centuries ago. Naruto stood and bowed respectfully. That's me. Though I prefer just Naruto these days. The whole legendary hero thing gets awkward after a few centuries. The Hokage's expression remained carefully neutral. You understand my skepticism. Our records indicate Uzumaki Naruto transcended physical form after transferring his power to his successor. The records got that mostly right, Naruto confirmed. I didn't die, I evolved beyond this dimension. Been traveling between worlds ever since, maintaining balance where needed. And your return now indicates some imbalance that threatens our world? Mirai asked perceptively. Exactly. The Otsutsuki clan has returned, Naruto stated bluntly. They've established chakra extraction facilities around the world and are preparing for what they call the Great Communion, basically, stripping the planet of all its chakra and killing everything in the process. The Hokage's composure wavered slightly at the mention of the Otsutsuki. Those are ancient enemies, not seen for centuries. We just destroyed one of their facilities about 100 miles northeast of here, Naruto continued. But there are 6 more worldwide, all preparing for simultaneous activation in approximately 3 days. Mirai glanced at Ainz and the 2 guardians. And these companions? Allies from another dimension, Naruto explained. Also targeted by the Otsutsuki. This is Ainz Olgaon, the Sorcerer King, and his guardians Albedo and Shalltear. Ainz inclined his skeletal head in formal acknowledgement. Hokage Dano. Your world is but one of many the Otsutsuki plan to harvest. Our combined intervention is necessary to prevent multidimensional catastrophe. The Hokage studied Ainz with remarkable composure, considering his undead appearance. You are clearly not of this world. Your nature is unlike any being in our records. I am from a dimension governed by different magical principles, Ainz confirmed. What you call chakra, we know as mana or magical energy. The fundamental forces differ, yet the Otsutsuki have found ways to harvest both. Mirai turned her attention back to Naruto. If you are truly the 7th Hokage, you understand our security protocols. You will submit to identity verification. Of course, Naruto agreed easily. DNA testing, chakra signature analysis, memory verification, whatever you need. Though I should warn you, my chakra has evolved significantly since the historical records. Over the next hour, Naruto underwent various identification procedures while Ainz, Albedo, and Shalltear remained under guard in the meeting chamber. Blood samples were taken, revealing Naruto's distinctive Uzumaki Namikaze's genetic markers. Chakra patterns were analyzed, confirming the unique signature associated with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, though vastly more powerful, and targeted memory questions were asked about events only the real Naruto would know. Finally, the Hokage returned, her expression markedly different, a mixture of awe and professional determination. The verification is conclusive, she announced to her guards. This is indeed Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage. The guards' demeanor shifted immediately, several bowing deeply in respect for the legendary figure from their history books. Now that that's settled, Naruto said, we really need to discuss the Otsutsuki problem. 3 days isn't much time to save the world. Mirai nodded, her professional focus returning. I've already convened the Council of Kage via emergency communication. We have satellite confirmation of a massive energy discharge at the coordinates you indicated, consistent with your story of destroying a chakra extraction facility. Good, Naruto approved. Have you detected the other facilities? We've been monitoring unusual energy signatures at several locations globally, Mirai confirmed, activating a holographic display in the center of the room. A three-dimensional globe appeared, with 7 points marked in glowing red. These installations appeared gradually over the past 50 years, officially registered as Harmonic Energy Research Centers. They're operated by an international consortium called Celestial Path Technologies. A front for the Otsutsuki, Naruto concluded. Classic infiltration strategy: create a legitimate-seeming organization, promise technological advancement, then harvest everything once the infrastructure is in place. The facilities are heavily protected, both by conventional security and advanced chakra-based defensive systems, Mirai continued. Each is located in territory controlled by one of the major nations, with full governmental approval and protection. Ainz studied the holographic display with interest. The pattern is significant, they form a perfect heptagram when connected. A formation designed to channel energy through geometric alignment. Exactly, Naruto agreed. It's a massive chakra circuit. When activated simultaneously, they'll create a dimensional extraction network that can't be stopped. We need to disrupt at least 3 more facilities to break the geometric alignment. The political complications are substantial, Mirai noted. These facilities employ thousands of civilians and have brought economic prosperity to their regions. Attacking them without concrete evidence of threat will trigger international crisis. We destroyed one already, Naruto pointed out. That should provide some evidence. It provides evidence of destruction, not malicious intent, Mirai countered. The official reports already classify it as a terrorist attack by unknown forces. Shalltear, who had remained silent throughout the discussion, finally spoke. The humans collaborate in their own extinction through ignorance. How sadly typical. Mirai's eyes narrowed at the vampire's dismissive tone. Our world has enjoyed 5 centuries of relative peace and prosperity. Caution before action is wisdom, not ignorance. Except when the action required is urgent, Albedo interjected smoothly. Your world faces extinction in 3 days. Political consideration seems secondary to survival. The Hokage didn't back down. 5 major nations with advanced nuclear and chakra-based weapons capabilities might disagree. Precipitous action could trigger global conflict that accomplishes the Otsutsuki's goal for them. She's right, Naruto acknowledged, mediating between his companions and the Hokage. We need to be strategic. Destroying facilities without explanation will just create chaos. What do you propose? Ainz asked. Naruto considered the holographic globe, studying the facility locations. We need irrefutable evidence of the Otsutsuki's true intentions that we can present to world leaders. Something that can't be dismissed or covered up. The Otsutsuki themselves would be the most compelling evidence, Mirai suggested. If we could capture one alive for questioning. Difficult but not impossible, Naruto mused. They'll have increased security after our attack on the first facility, but they can't abandon their timetable. The Great Communion requires precise timing. There is another approach, Ainz suggested, his tactical mind formulating alternatives. Rather than attacking the facilities directly, we could infiltrate the central coordination point. Central coordination? Mirai questioned. A network this complex requires centralized control, Ainz explained. The facilities themselves channel energy, but someone or something must synchronize the process. Find that control center, and we gain both evidence and tactical advantage. The Hokage nodded thoughtfully. Our intelligence suggests Celestial Path Technologies' global headquarters is located on an artificial island in international waters. It's ostensibly a research center and corporate headquarters, but satellite imagery shows unusual energy signatures. That's our target, Naruto decided. We infiltrate, gather evidence of the Otsutsuki's true plans, and transmit it globally. Once the world understands the threat, coordinated response becomes possible. A sound strategy, Ainz agreed. Though time remains our primary constraint. Mirai activated a communication device. I'll arrange immediate transport to our nearest naval base. From there, we can provide covert insertion to the island facility. No need, Naruto assured her with a grin. I've got transportation covered. But we could use current intelligence on the facility's layout and security measures. The Hokage nodded. I'll have our intelligence division prepare a complete briefing. And I'll coordinate with the other Kage to prepare response teams on standby near each facility, ready to move once evidence is secured. As Mirai left to make arrangements, Shalltear moved closer to Naruto. You trust her implicitly, she observed. Despite centuries of separation from this world. The will of fire, Naruto explained with a nostalgic smile. It's passed down through generations of Konoha leaders. I recognize it in her, the same determination to protect that every Hokage carries. A philosophical principle transmitted through cultural conditioning, Ainz noted with interest. Similar to Nazarik's loyalty structures, though less magically enforced. Less magical, maybe, Naruto agreed. But just as binding. That's why I knew we could count on Konoha's help, even after all this time. Albedo, who had been studying the holographic display intently, pointed to the artificial island headquarters. This facility's isolation presents both advantages and challenges. Approach will be monitored, escape routes limited. We'll need to be creative, Naruto acknowledged. But between the four of us, we've got options most infiltration teams don't. Ainz's magic, your combat abilities, my chakra techniques, we're basically a one-team army. Indeed, Ainz agreed. Though we must remain mindful that our primary objective is intelligence gathering and dissemination, not destruction. Tactical restraint will be essential. Naruto laughed. Tactical restraint. That's definitely not what I was known for back in my Hokage days. Perhaps centuries of existence have granted some wisdom, Shalltear suggested with a slight smile. Or maybe I just have better teammates now, Naruto replied, returning her smile with a warm grin that caused the vampire guardian to blink in surprise. When Mirai returned with detailed intelligence briefings, they spent the next hour analyzing the Celestial Path Technologies headquarters, a marvel of modern architecture built atop a massive artificial island approximately 200 miles offshore. The facility featured multiple security layers, from conventional armed guards to advanced sensor arrays capable of detecting approaching vessels, aircraft, and even underwater approaches. Their security is impressive by this world's standards, Ainz observed as they reviewed the briefing materials. But they cannot have prepared for our specific abilities. Especially in interdimensional transportation, Naruto agreed. They might detect conventional approaches, but they won't be looking for a flying thunder god jump or whatever teleportation magic you use. My teleportation would require prior knowledge of the destination, Ainz explained. Without a direct sensory link or pre-established marker, precision would be compromised. Then we use my technique, Naruto decided. I can send a transformed shadow clone as a seagull or something similar to place a marker, then transport us directly inside. The plan quickly took shape. Naruto would place a transportation marker using an animal-transformed clone. Once established, they would teleport directly to a service area identified in the schematics as minimally monitored. From there, they would proceed to the central data center, extract evidence of the Otsutsuki's true intentions, and broadcast it globally using the facility's own communication systems. Simple, direct, minimal confrontation, Naruto summarized. We get in, get the evidence, distribute it worldwide, and get out. The Otsutsuki will resist once they realize our presence, Albedo cautioned. We handle them as needed, Naruto acknowledged. But the priority is exposing their plan, not fighting them directly. With the strategy finalized, preparations began in earnest. The Hokage provided them with communication devices compatible with global networks, updated intelligence on Celestial Path Technologies personnel, and emergency extraction coordinates should their primary exit strategy fail. The fate of our world rests on your success, Mirai stated formally as they prepared to depart. The 5 Kage stand ready to mobilize once evidence is secured. We won't let you down, Naruto assured her. This world's still my home, even after all these centuries. With final arrangements complete, they moved to a secure courtyard for departure. Naruto created a shadow clone that transformed into a seagull and took flight, heading toward the distant island facility. It will take my clone about an hour to reach the target and place the marker, Naruto explained. Once established, we can transport instantly. Then we have time to finalize our tactical approach, Ainz noted. As they waited for the clone to complete its mission, Naruto found a moment to speak privately with Albedo and Shalltear, who had been observing the shinobi world's technology and culture with evident curiosity. What do you think of my homeworld? He asked them. It possesses a curious mixture of advanced technology and traditional elements, Albedo observed. Not unlike Nazarik's combination of ancient architecture and magical innovations. They adapted well after you left, Shalltear added. Though I'm surprised they remember you so vividly after centuries. Naruto smiled. I may have made an impression. Saving the world from the original Otsutsuki threat, ending the cycle of hatred that drove shinobi conflicts for generations, people tend to remember that kind of thing. Yet you left, Albedo noted. Why abandon a world that revered you so deeply? The question gave Naruto pause. I didn't see it as abandoning, he finally answered. More like, graduating. I'd done what I needed to do here. The world was at peace, new generations were taking responsibility for its future. And I was changing, growing beyond what this dimension could contain. So you chose to become a guardian of multiple worlds rather than ruler of one, Shalltear concluded perceptively. Something like that, Naruto agreed. Though, guardian might be overstating it. More like an interdimensional troubleshooter. I step in when needed, then step back when balance is restored. Not unlike Lord Ainz's approach to governance, Albedo observed, surprising both Naruto and Shalltear with the comparison. Though his methods differ, his ultimate goal is creating a world that functions optimally under his protection. Before Naruto could respond to this unexpected insight, he received the mental signal that his clone had successfully placed the transportation marker within the island facility. We're on, he announced to the group. Markers in place in a maintenance corridor on sublevel 3. Minimal personnel, no Otsutsuki detected nearby. They gathered once more, linking hands to maintain contact during transportation. The Hokage and her guard stepped back to give them space. Good luck, Mirai offered formally. May the will of fire guide your actions. Naruto grinned at the traditional blessing. Some things never change. We'll be back with the evidence you need. With a flash of yellow light, they vanished from Konoha, reappearing instantly in a dimly lit service corridor deep within the Celestial Path Technologies headquarters. The sudden transition from daylight to artificial illumination was jarring, but all 4 recovered quickly, immediately assessing their surroundings for threats. Clear, Naruto confirmed in a whisper, his sensory abilities detecting no immediate presence. Central Data Center is 2 levels down, approximately 300 meters east. I sense multiple life forms throughout the facility, Shalltear reported, her vampiric perception extending beyond normal ranges. Mostly human, but several with distinctly different energy signatures, likely Otsutsuki. Security systems? Ainz inquired, his magical senses analyzing their environment. Advanced but conventional, Naruto replied. Camera coverage, motion sensors, chakra detection grids. Nothing we can't handle. With practiced coordination, they moved through the service corridor toward their objective. Naruto took point, his shadow clones transforming into facility personnel to scout ahead and create diversions where necessary. Ainz followed, his magic ready to counter unexpected threats. Albedo and Shalltear guarded their flanks and rear, ensuring no surprises from behind. Their progress was methodical and largely undetected. When they encountered security checkpoints, Naruto's transformed clones provided distraction while the group utilized service ducts and maintenance passages to bypass the most heavily monitored areas. As they approached the central data center, however, the security measures intensified dramatically. The final approach featured chakra-sensitive barriers, biological authentication systems, and guard stations manned by both human security and what appeared to be human Otsutsuki hybrids, pale-skinned individuals with distinctive features that betrayed their partial alien heritage. Genetic manipulation, Naruto observed grimly as they observed from a concealed position. They're creating human Otsutsuki hybrids as specialized security. That's new. Can they detect your chakra signature? Albedo asked. Probably, Naruto acknowledged. But they'll be looking for conventional chakra, not six-path sage mode. If I suppress most of my power and change my appearance, I should be able to approach without triggering immediate alarms. And the rest of us? Shalltear inquired. Lord Ainz and our signatures are hardly concealable. We separate temporarily, Naruto decided. I infiltrate the data center directly while you three create a diversion in a different sector. Once I'm inside, I'll deactivate the security systems to allow you access. Ainz considered the proposal. A calculated risk, but potentially effective. What nature of diversion do you suggest? A mischievous grin spread across Naruto's face. How about a small-scale magical phenomenon in their research labs? Something flashy but controlled, enough to draw security without triggering facility-wide lockdown. I can create a temporal distortion field, Ainz offered. Visually dramatic but causing minimal actual damage. It should draw significant attention while remaining containable from their perspective. With the approach decided, they synchronized their timing. Naruto transformed his appearance to match that of a high-level technician they had observed, while the others prepared to move toward the research sector on the opposite side of the facility. 30 minutes, Naruto stated, checking the communication device provided by Konoha. If I haven't contacted you by then, proceed with extraction and get the evidence we already have back to the Hokage. We will not leave you behind, Albedo stated firmly. Naruto smiled at her unexpected protectiveness. I appreciate the sentiment, but the mission comes first. This world doesn't have 30 minutes to spare for heroic rescues. Before they separated, Shalltear surprised everyone by stepping forward and placing something in Naruto's hand, a small, crimson gem that pulsed with magical energy. A blood crystal, she explained at his questioning look. If you face true danger, crush it. I will sense the activation regardless of distance or barriers. Naruto closed his fingers around the gem, genuinely touched by the gesture. Thanks. Let's hope I won't need it. With final preparations complete, they separated, Ainz, Albedo, and Shalltear heading toward the research laboratories while Naruto moved toward the central data center, his appearance transformed and chakra suppressed to minimal detection levels. The infiltration proceeded precisely as planned. When Ainz's temporal distortion spell activated in the research sector, alarms sounded throughout that wing of the facility. Security personnel rushed toward the disturbance, leaving the approach to the data center temporarily undermanned. Naruto seized the opportunity, approaching the final security checkpoint with confident authority. His transformed appearance and borrowed identification passed the initial verification, though the biometric scanner presented a potential problem. New security protocol, the hybrid guard informed him as he approached the scanner. Chakra pattern authentication in addition to standard biometrics. Of course, Naruto replied smoothly, internally calculating how much of his suppressed chakra to reveal. Too little would fail authentication, too much would trigger alarms recognizing his unique signature. He placed his hand on the scanner, releasing a carefully modulated portion of his chakra, enough to register as authorized personnel but not enough to reveal his true nature. For a heart-stopping moment, the scanner processed the input, its display flashing yellow in uncertainty. Then the light turned green, and the security door slid open. Proceed, Dr. Misaki, the guard acknowledged, using the identity Naruto had assumed. The director mentioned you'd be accessing the primary servers. Routine maintenance, Naruto confirmed casually. The fluctuations in the North American facility have everyone concerned. The mention of the destroyed facility, what they were calling fluctuations, caused a visible reaction in the hybrid guard. Indeed. The director has called an emergency conference to discuss the situation. Most unfortunate timing. We'll have everything stabilized soon, Naruto assured him, walking through the security door with measured confidence. Once inside the central data center, he moved quickly. The facility was a marvel of modern technology, massive server banks housed in climate-controlled chambers, holographic displays showing real-time data from all 7 facilities worldwide, and at its center, a secured terminal that presumably controlled the entire network. Several technicians worked at various stations, but none paid particular attention to Dr. Misaki as he moved purposefully toward an unoccupied terminal. Using the access protocols obtained from Konoha's intelligence briefing, he began navigating the system, searching for evidence of the Otsutsuki's true plans. The security around critical files was substantial but not impenetrable to someone with Naruto's unique abilities. By channeling minute amounts of 6 paths chakra into the system, he created subtle fluctuations that the security protocols interpreted as authorized override commands. Within minutes, he had accessed the restricted project files codenamed Celestial Ascension. What he found confirmed their worst fears, and revealed aspects of the plan they hadn't anticipated. The Great Communion was indeed a planetary-scale chakra extraction event, but its purpose was more complex than simple energy harvesting. The Otsutsuki were using Earth as a prototype for a new extraction method that could simultaneously harvest multiple dimensions connected through what they called resonance nodes. Each facility on Earth served as an anchor point not just for this world, but for parallel extraction facilities in other dimensions. When activated, the Great Communion would trigger simultaneous extraction across an entire network of worlds, including, Naruto realized with growing horror, Ainz world. They're not just taking chakra from one world, he muttered as he downloaded the critical files to the data device provided by Konoha. They're creating a multiversal harvesting network. Further files revealed the true nature of Celestial Path Technologies, a corporate entity created and controlled by the Otsutsuki for generations, slowly integrating itself into human society while developing the technology needed for their harvesting operation. Humans weren't partners but unwitting tools, helping perfect techniques that would ultimately destroy not just their world but countless others. With the evidence secured, Naruto initiated the second phase of the plan, broadcasting the truth globally. Using the facility's own communication infrastructure, he prepared a data package containing irrefutable evidence of the Otsutsuki's deception and their true intentions. The package was programmed to deploy simultaneously to all major governments, media outlets, and public information networks worldwide. As he worked, his enhanced senses detected a subtle shift in the facility's energy patterns. The distraction in the research sector had been contained, and security protocols were normalizing. Time was running short. Naruto activated the emergency communication device, contacting his companions. Evidence secured and ready for broadcast. Security normalizing. Proceed to extraction point Alpha in 5 minutes. Acknowledged, Ainz's voice replied. We have encountered minimal resistance and are proceeding as planned. With the countdown initiated, Naruto finalized the broadcast package and positioned it for deployment. His finger hovered over the activation command when a voice from behind froze him in place. An impressive infiltration, Supreme Sage. Though ultimately futile. Naruto turned slowly to find Kaishiki standing in the doorway, the same Otsutsuki leader they had confronted at the first facility. His severed arms had fully regenerated, and his eyes now glowed with heightened power. Kaishiki, Naruto acknowledged, subtly shifting his position to keep the terminal accessible. Recovered quickly from our last meeting, I see. Dimensional transit accelerates our regenerative capabilities, the alien replied casually. Though I must thank you for the opportunity to report directly to our hierarchy. Your intervention has actually accelerated our timetable. Happy to help, Naruto replied sarcastically. Though I think your plans might hit a snag once I broadcast the truth to every human on the planet. Kaishiki smiled thinly. Broadcast? You assume our communication systems remain under your control. He gestured slightly, and the terminal behind Naruto went dark. We detected your intrusion the moment you accessed the restricted files. What you've been interacting with for the past 10 minutes has been an isolated simulation. Cold realization washed over Naruto. He'd been manipulated, allowed to believe he was succeeding while actually accomplishing nothing. The evidence was real, but the broadcast capability had been an illusion. Why let me get this far, he demanded, buying time while reassessing his options. To confirm what you know and how you acquired that knowledge, Kaishiki explained with clinical detachment. And to separate you from your allies. Divide and conquer, a strategy your kind has employed for millennia. Naruto's eyes narrowed. If you think I'm easier to handle alone, you've made a serious miscalculation. Perhaps, Kaishiki acknowledged. But we've been studying your chakra signature since our last encounter. The unique properties of Six Paths Sage Mode are remarkable, and now, exploitable. Before Naruto could respond, hidden mechanisms activated throughout the data center. Specialized energy fields erupted from concealed emitters, creating a containment grid that specifically targeted the frequency of his chakra. The air itself seemed to thicken around him, his movements becoming labored as the field intensified. Chakra dampening technology, Naruto observed, struggling to maintain his focus as the field attempted to disrupt his connection to natural energy. Impressive. But I've broken out of better traps. This is merely to slow you down, Kaishiki replied as more Otsutsuki entered the chamber, 6 of them, each radiating power comparable to his own. The real containment comes from us. Naruto assessed the situation with tactical clarity despite the chakra dampening field. 7 Otsutsuki, specialized containment technology, and his allies potentially walking into a similar trap elsewhere in the facility. The odds were not favorable. But unfavorable odds had never stopped Uzumaki Naruto before. Well then, he said, a familiar determination hardening his features as he formed a cross-shaped hand sign. Let's get wild. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Despite the dampening field, dozens of shadow clones materialized throughout the data center, each immediately engaging the nearest Otsutsuki. The original Naruto lunged toward the terminal, intent on manually activating the broadcast despite Kaishiki's claim of isolation. The Otsutsuki leader intercepted him with blinding speed, his pale hand closing around Naruto's throat. Your persistence is admirable but misguided. The Great Communion will proceed regardless of your interference. Naruto smiled despite the grip on his throat. Maybe. But I've got something you don't. And what might that be? Kaishiki asked with evident disdain. Naruto's hand closed around the small crimson gem Shalltear had given him. Friends from another dimension. He crushed the gem. The effect was instantaneous. The crystal shattered into a fine red mist that expanded rapidly, forming a swirling vortex of blood-red energy. Kaishiki released Naruto and leapt back, recognizing an unknown magical phenomenon beyond his immediate comprehension. Throughout the facility, alarms began blaring, not because of the blood crystal's activation, but because of what was happening in response to its call. 3 floors away, Shalltear Bloodfallen felt the crystal's destruction resonate through her vampiric connection. Her crimson eyes widened momentarily before narrowing with deadly focus. The sage requires assistance, she announced to Ainz and Albedo. He is under direct attack. Without waiting for orders, Shalltear activated her full combat form, armor materializing around her body as her lance extended to its battle configuration. More significantly, she tapped into her most powerful ability, one rarely deployed except in the most dire circumstances. Blood Ascension, she intoned, her form shifting and expanding as crimson energy engulfed her. When the transformation completed, she had assumed her true vampiric form, a monstrous yet darkly beautiful creature with multiple wings, enhanced physical abilities, and devastating magical potential. Shalltear, Albedo began, but was interrupted by Ainz raising his hand. Proceed, the undead overlord commanded. We will follow. Maximum force is authorized. With inhuman speed, Shalltear tore through the facility toward Naruto's position, walls and security barriers proving no obstacle as she carved a direct path through the structure. Facility security responded with increasingly desperate measures, automated defense systems, hybrid guards, and eventually 2 Otsutsuki who attempted to intercept her. They might as well have tried to stop a natural disaster. Shalltear dispatched her opponents with terrifying efficiency, her lance drinking deeply of their essence as she continued her relentless advance. Behind her, Ainz and Albedo followed in her wake, adding their considerable power to the assault. In the data center, Naruto fought with determined fury against overwhelming odds. His shadow clones provided momentary advantages, but the Otsutsuki's coordinated attack gradually wore him down. The chakra-dampening field limited his access to his most powerful techniques, forcing him to rely on taijutsu and basic ninjutsu rather than his god-tier abilities. Kaishiki observed the battle with clinical interest, allowing his subordinates to test the Supreme Sage's capabilities while he maintained control of the overall situation. Your defiance is informative but ultimately meaningless, he commented as 2 more shadow clones were dispatched. The Great Communion has already been accelerated. In 24 hours, not 3 days, this world and its connected dimensions will nourish our civilization for millennia. Then I'll just have to work faster, Naruto replied through gritted teeth, forming a Rasengan despite the dampening field's resistance. The swirling chakra sphere was smaller than usual but still deadly as he drove it into the nearest Otsutsuki's chest, sending the alien crashing through a server bank. Your allies cannot reach you in time, Kaishiki continued. The facility is designed with specialized containment protocols for different threat categories. The undead one's magic, the Guardian's abilities, all have corresponding countermeasures. As if to deliberately contradict his statement, an explosion rocked the facility, the sound of tearing metal and shattering barriers growing rapidly closer to their position. Kaishiki's confident expression faltered slightly as he turned toward the disturbance. What is, he began, only to be interrupted as an entire section of wall exploded inward, revealing Shalltear blood fallen in her full vampiric glory, lance dripping with silvery Otsutsuki blood. You called, Sage? She asked, her voice carrying an otherworldly resonance in this form. Naruto grinned despite his battered condition. Perfect timing. Care to even the odds? Shalltear's answering smile revealed elongated fangs. With pleasure. She launched herself into battle with explosive force, her lance cleaving through 1 Otsutsuki before the alien could even register her attack. The others responded with increasing alarm, redirecting their assault from Naruto to this new, unexpected threat. The dynamic of the battle shifted dramatically with Shalltear's arrival. Where the Otsutsuki had maintained tactical control against Naruto alone, they now found themselves responding to an opponent whose abilities functioned entirely outside their understanding. Their chakra absorption techniques proved ineffective against her blood magic, while their physical enhancements barely matched her vampiric strength. Impossible, Kaishiki muttered as he watched another of his elite warriors fall to Shalltear's lance. Your companion's abilities defy classification within our dimensional catalog. That's the thing about other dimensions, Naruto replied, capitalizing on the distraction to break free from the remaining Otsutsuki surrounding him. They play by different rules. The situation escalated further as Ainz and Albedo arrived, adding their considerable power to the conflict. Albedo engaged 3 Otsutsuki simultaneously, her defensive capabilities neutralizing their most powerful attacks while her Bardiche delivered devastating counterstrikes. Meanwhile, Ainz deployed a strategic selection of area effect spells designed to disrupt the chakra-dampening field while limiting collateral damage to the facility's critical systems. Grasp Heart, the undead overlord intoned, targeting 1 Otsutsuki who attempted to activate additional security measures. The alien collapsed instantly, his enhanced physiology providing no defense against magic that directly attacked his life essence. Kaishiki, recognizing the battle's shifting momentum, made a tactical decision. With a series of hand signs, he activated emergency protocols that sealed the data center with reinforced barriers while simultaneously opening a small dimensional rift behind him. This confrontation has provided valuable data regarding your capabilities, he announced to Naruto and Ainz. The Great Communion will proceed with appropriate modifications to account for potential interference. Running away? Naruto challenged, forming another Rasengan as the dampening field weakened under Ainz's magical assault. Tactical withdrawal, Kaishiki corrected. Your evidence remains contained, your broadcast prevented. By the time you overcome these obstacles, the process will be irreversible. Before they could stop him, the Otsutsuki leader stepped backward into the dimensional rift, which sealed itself immediately after his passage. With Kaishiki's departure and most of their comrades defeated, the remaining Otsutsuki quickly followed suit, activating personal dimensional techniques to escape rather than continue a losing battle. Let them go, Naruto instructed as Shalltear prepared to pursue one fleeing alien. We have more important priorities. With the immediate threat neutralized, they quickly assessed their situation. The data center had sustained significant damage during the battle, but many of the core systems remained operational. More concerning was Kaishiki's claim that the Great Communion had been accelerated to within 24 hours. Can you recover the evidence and broadcast capabilities? Ainz asked as Naruto examined the main terminal. Maybe, Naruto replied, his hands moving rapidly across the interface. The system architecture is complex, but not beyond my understanding. The question is whether the broadcast function was truly isolated or if Kaishiki was bluffing. We should assume the worst and prepare alternative distribution methods, Albedo suggested practically. Perhaps return to Konoha with the evidence and utilize their global communication networks. That would be the safest approach, Naruto agreed. But it would cost precious time. If the Great Communion has truly been accelerated to 24 hours from now, every minute counts. As they deliberated, Shalltear returned to her normal form, the blood magic receding as the immediate danger passed. Could we not simply destroy the remaining facilities directly? With evidence or without, they cannot harvest what no longer exists. 6 facilities simultaneously would stretch even our capabilities, Ainz noted. And without global cooperation, each attack would face maximum resistance from local governments protecting what they believe are beneficial installations. Naruto continued working at the terminal, attempting to bypass the isolation protocols Kaishiki had mentioned. After several tense minutes, he straightened with a triumphant grin. Got it, he announced. Kaishiki wasn't entirely truthful. The broadcast function wasn't isolated, it was just rerouted through additional security layers. I can still transmit from here, but it will require bypassing several redundant systems. How long? Ainz asked. 20 minutes, maybe 30, Naruto estimated. Assuming no further interruptions. As if on cue, new alarms began sounding throughout the facility. Holographic displays activated automatically, showing what appeared to be military vessels approaching the artificial island from multiple directions. It seems our presence has been reported to local authorities, Albedo observed. Human military forces responding to perceived terrorist activity. They'll try to retake the facility, Naruto concluded grimly. Completely unaware they're defending the very thing that will destroy their world. Then our course is clear, Ainz decided. You complete the broadcast preparation. We will ensure you have the time required. How? Naruto asked, already returning to work on the terminal. By presenting a more immediate concern than retaking this facility, Ainz replied, dark energy gathering around his skeletal form. Albedo, Shalltear, deployment pattern Omega. Non-lethal restrictions apply to human forces. Both Guardians acknowledged the command with perfect synchronization, moving to strategic positions throughout the facility. Whatever deployment pattern Omega entailed, Naruto suspected it would be spectacularly effective at diverting attention. He wasn't disappointed. Within minutes, the facility's exterior erupted with controlled magical phenomena, massive illusions of mythical beasts circling the island, localized weather effects creating intimidating storm patterns, and precisely targeted energy displays that discouraged approach without causing actual harm to the approaching vessels. Ainz himself teleported to the facility's roof, his imposing skeletal form visible for miles as he created what appeared to be a massive magical barrier around the entire installation. To the approaching military forces, it presented an overwhelming display of unknown power that demanded caution rather than immediate assault. The psychological effect was precisely as intended. The approaching forces maintained their perimeter but halted direct advancement, clearly reassessing their tactical options in the face of unprecedented phenomena. With external interference temporarily managed, Naruto worked feverishly to complete the broadcast preparations. The evidence was irrefutable. Internal Celestial Path Technologies documents detailing the Otsutsuki's true nature, technical specifications of the extraction process and its lethal consequences for Earth, and most critically, the accelerated timetable for the Great Communion. When the broadcast package was finally ready, Naruto hesitated only briefly before activation. The truth would cause global panic, potential chaos, and certain economic collapse as Celestial Path Technologies' true nature was revealed. But the alternative, planetary extinction, left no room for half measures. "Here goes everything," he muttered, initiating the broadcast sequence. Throughout the world, communication networks were suddenly overridden by an emergency broadcast. Television signals, internet connections, radio frequencies, and even digital billboards in major cities all displayed the same message, complete with supporting documentation, technical specifications, and irrefutable evidence of the Otsutsuki threat. Naruto added a direct video address, identifying himself as the legendary 7th Hokage returned to prevent global catastrophe. He explained the situation in clear, urgent terms, detailed the locations of the 6 remaining facilities, and outlined the 24-hour timetable for action. "This is not a political issue, not a national security concern, not an economic consideration," he concluded in his address. "This is extinction-level threat requiring immediate, coordinated global response. The facilities must be shut down within 24 hours, or Earth and multiple connected dimensions will be harvested of all life-sustaining energy." The broadcast complete, Naruto initiated the facility's self-destruct protocols, ensuring the Otsutsuki could not regain control of this critical command center. With alarms blaring countdown warnings, he rejoined his companions on the facility's roof. "Broadcast successful?" Ainz inquired as they prepared for emergency extraction. "Global distribution, all formats, all languages," Naruto confirmed. "The truth is out there. Now we'll see if humanity can set aside its differences long enough to save itself." "And if they cannot?" Shalltear asked. Naruto's expression hardened with determination. "Then we do it ourselves. One facility at a time if necessary." Albedo studied the approaching military vessels, which had maintained their position during the broadcast but would undoubtedly advance once they realized the facility was scheduled for imminent destruction. "We should depart," she advised. "This structure will be compromised within minutes." Naruto nodded in agreement, extending his hands to his companions. "Next stop, Konoha. We need to coordinate with the 5 Kage and plan our response to whichever facilities aren't immediately targeted by local forces." As they joined hands for transportation, Ainz observed the chaos they were leaving behind with philosophical detachment. "Your world faces its moment of truth, cooperation or extinction. A familiar choice across many dimensions." "Yeah," Naruto agreed as golden chakra began swirling around them for the jump. "But humans are surprisingly good at pulling together when it really matters. Trust me on that." With a flash of yellow light, they vanished from the doomed facility, leaving behind evidence that would shake the foundations of global society, and perhaps, if heeded in time, save it from annihilation. The next 20 hours unfolded in a blur of diplomatic negotiations, military mobilizations, and strategic planning that spanned the globe. Based on the evidence broadcast from the Celestial Path Technologies headquarters, world governments responded with varying degrees of immediacy and commitment. 3 of the 6 remaining facilities were immediately surrounded by local military forces, their operations suspended pending investigation. 2 more faced internal sabotage as facility staff, now aware of the Otsutsuki's true intentions, disabled critical systems from within. The final facility, located in a remote region controlled by a government skeptical of the broadcast's legitimacy, remained operational and heavily defended, its Otsutsuki overseers accelerating preparation for the Great Communion despite the global response. In Konoha, an emergency summit of the 5 Kage convened to coordinate the final assault on this remaining facility. Naruto, Ainz, Albedo, and Shalltear joined the gathering, providing tactical expertise and interdimensional perspective that proved invaluable to the planning process. The southern facility is the final active node, Mirai confirmed, indicating its location on a holographic display. Our intelligence suggests they've activated emergency protocols to function as the primary control center, replacing the headquarters we destroyed. They'll have reinforced security with everything they have left, Naruto noted. Every remaining Otsutsuki, every hybrid guard, every defensive system available. And the local government continues to resist international intervention, the Raikage added, his expression grim. They believe the broadcast was politically motivated disinformation designed to undermine their sovereignty. Then we proceed without their cooperation, that Tsuchikage declared firmly. The evidence is irrefutable. We cannot allow political considerations to threaten global survival. An unauthorized military incursion could trigger wider conflict, the Mizukage cautioned. Even facing extinction, nations guard their borders jealously. Time is the critical factor, Ainz interjected, his analytical perspective cutting through the political considerations. According to our intelligence, the Great Communion will commence in approximately 4 hours. Conventional military assault would require more time than remains available. The 5 Kage exchanged troubled glances, recognizing the truth in the undead overlord's assessment. Despite their combined military might, mobilizing sufficient forces for a conventional assault would indeed exceed the remaining timeline. Then we deploy the unconventional option, Naruto proposed. A small, elite strike team with specific objectives, disable the primary extraction array, neutralize Otsutsuki leadership, and destroy the dimensional rift generator. What composition do you suggest for this strike team? Mirai asked, though her tone suggested she already anticipated the answer. Us, Naruto replied simply, indicating himself, Ainz, Albedo, and Shalltear. We have the necessary power, mobility, and experience fighting the Otsutsuki. Plus, we can deploy immediately via Flying Thunder God. The Raikage frowned. You propose entrusting the fate of our world to 4 individuals, 3 of whom aren't even from this dimension. With respect, Ainz responded before Naruto could, your conventional forces face significant disadvantages against Otsutsuki technology and capabilities. Our unique abilities provide tactical advantages that compensate for our limited numbers. Besides, Naruto added with a hint of his old confidence, I've saved the world with less help before. After further deliberation, the 5 Kage reluctantly approved the plan. They would provide remote support through intelligence feeds, satellite monitoring, and backup forces positioned at the maximum safe distance, ready to intervene if the strike team failed. With the approach decided, final preparations moved quickly. The 4 Kage departed to coordinate their respective forces, leaving Mirai alone with the strike team for final briefing. Our intelligence suggests Kaishiki himself oversees the southern facility, she informed them, reviewing the latest data. He's apparently conducting the final calibrations personally, which suggests the process is more delicate than we initially understood. That tracks with what we know, Naruto confirmed. The Great Communion isn't just about maximum extraction, it's about synchronized harvesting across multiple dimensions. Timing and calibration are everything. Then disrupting those calibrations becomes your primary objective, Mirai concluded. Even temporary interference might provide the additional time needed for conventional forces to secure the facility. As they reviewed the facility schematics and finalized their tactical approach, Naruto found a moment to speak privately with Ainz while Albedo and Shalltear received specialized communication equipment from Konoha's technology division. "This is it," he said quietly to the undead overlord. "The big showdown. Not how I expected our dimensional field trip to go." "Indeed," Ainz agreed. "What began as reconnaissance has evolved into existential confrontation across multiple realities. Convergence's warning proved more accurate than we anticipated. Speaking of which," Naruto mused, "I still wonder about his proposed solution, merging our worlds. Could that actually have prevented this?" "Unlikely," Ainz assessed. "The Otsutsuki appear capable of adapting their extraction methods to various dimensional configurations. Merging worlds might have delayed their approach but not prevented it entirely." "Yeah, probably right," Naruto acknowledged. "Still, I can't help wondering if he knew something we don't about how all this connects." Their philosophical discussion was interrupted as Albedo and Shalltear rejoined them, equipped with communication devices and final intelligence updates. "The extraction sequence shows initial energy fluctuations," Albedo reported. "Satellite monitoring indicates the dimensional rift is beginning to form above the facility." "Then we're out of time for planning," Naruto concluded, his expression hardening with resolve. "One final mission briefing, then we move." They gathered around the holographic display one last time, reviewing their approach and objectives. The plan was straightforward by necessity. Naruto would transport them directly to the facility's central extraction chamber using Flying Thunder God. There, they would engage Kaishiki and any other Otsutsuki present while simultaneously disabling the extraction array and destroying the rift generator. "We'll likely face their most powerful defensive measures and remaining forces," Naruto cautioned. "No holding back this time, use everything you've got." "Will you employ the shared energy technique we used against convergence?" Shalltear asked, her crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation. "If necessary," Naruto confirmed. "But it's a last resort. The feedback is dangerous for both Ainz and me." With final preparations complete, they moved to the designated departure area, a reinforced chamber designed for high-energy jutsu practice. Konoha's sensor division had provided coordinates for the precise location of the extraction chamber within the southern facility, allowing Naruto to visualize the destination despite never having physically visited it. "Ready for the hardest teleport I've ever attempted," he announced, golden chakra already beginning to swirl around him. "The targeting is based on satellite imagery and energy readings rather than a physical marker, so brace for potential variance on arrival." They formed their now familiar circle, joining hands as Naruto's chakra enveloped them. 6 truth-seeking orbs materialized, orbiting the group as Naruto closed his eyes in intense concentration. "Good luck," Mirai offered formally from beyond the energy barrier. "The 5 nations stand with you." Naruto's eyes snapped open, revealing the concentric rings of the Rinnegan. Flying Thunder God, remote targeting variation. The golden energy contracted around them with blinding intensity. Unlike their previous transportations, this jump felt rough, turbulent, like traveling through a storm rather than the usual smooth transition. The targeting technique, improvised for this critical mission, lacked the precision of Naruto's standard approach. They materialized not in the extraction chamber as intended, but in an adjacent corridor approximately 50 meters from their target. The arrival triggered immediate alarms as facility sensors detected the unauthorized dimensional manipulation. Close enough, Naruto assessed quickly, orienting himself based on the facility schematics they had studied. Extraction chamber is straight ahead, through those security doors. Before they could advance, defensive systems activated throughout the corridor, chakra-dampening fields similar to those they had encountered at the headquarters facility, but significantly more powerful. Additionally, the walls themselves seemed to shift, revealing concealed weapon emplacements that targeted them with precision energy weapons. "Trap corridor," Ainz observed calmly. "Designed to delay intruders while security forces mobilize." "Then we don't delay," Albedo stated, stepping forward with her bardiche raised. "Allow me, Lord Ainz." Without waiting for approval, she charged directly at the security doors, her weapon glowing with concentrated power as she channeled her full strength into a single devastating strike. The impact reverberated through the entire corridor, the reinforced doors buckling inward before tearing completely from their moorings. Beyond lay the extraction chamber, a massive circular room dominated by a crystalline array that pulsed with brilliant blue chakra. Energy conduits ran from the array upward through the ceiling, presumably connecting to the dimensional rift forming above the facility. Around the array, multiple Otsutsuki worked at control terminals, making final adjustments to the extraction sequence. At the chamber's center stood Kaishiki, his pale hands manipulating a holographic interface that displayed complex dimensional calculations. He looked up as they entered, his expression showing neither surprise nor concern. "Right on schedule," he remarked casually. "I calculated a 93% probability you would attempt direct intervention at this facility." "Then you also calculated we'd shut you down," Naruto replied, stepping forward with truth-seeking orbs orbiting menacingly around him. "I calculated you would try," Kaishiki corrected. "The Great Communion has already begun. The dimensional rift is forming. In approximately 12 minutes, the process becomes self-sustaining, beyond even your combined abilities to halt." 12 minutes is ample time, Ainz stated, dark energy gathering around his skeletal form as he raised his staff. Reality slash. The spell tore through space toward the crystalline array, but before it could connect, one of the Otsutsuki moved with blinding speed, intercepting the magical attack with a specialized barrier technique. The reality slash dissipated against the barrier, its energy dispersed harmlessly. "We have studied your magical system, Sorcerer King," Kaishiki explained. "Your previous successes relied on our unfamiliarity with your capabilities. That advantage no longer exists." In response, Shalltear and Albedo launched simultaneous attacks from different directions, Shalltear targeting the Otsutsuki who had blocked Ainz's spell while Albedo aimed directly for the extraction array's power conduits. The chamber erupted into chaotic battle as the remaining Otsutsuki engaged the attackers. Unlike previous encounters where the aliens had underestimated their opponents, this time they fought with full knowledge of the threat they faced. Each Otsutsuki deployed specialized techniques designed to counter specific abilities, chakra absorption fields against Naruto's jutsu, dimensional anchors against Ainz's teleportation magic, and reinforced barriers against physical attacks from the Guardians. Naruto fought his way toward Kaishiki, recognizing the Otsutsuki leader as the primary target. Six Paths Sage Mode activated fully despite the dampening fields, golden chakra flaring around him as he engaged three Otsutsuki simultaneously. "Wind style, Raisin Shuriken," he called, forming the deadly chakra shuriken and hurling it toward his opponents. They scattered to avoid the attack, but Naruto had anticipated this, creating shadow clones that intercepted them with taijutsu combinations enhanced by natural energy. Across the chamber, Ainz demonstrated why he had been feared even among Yggdrasil's most powerful players. Though the Otsutsuki had studied his magical system, they could not counter the sheer variety of spells at his disposal. When one approach was blocked, he simply switched to alternative magic types, from elemental attacks to necromantic bindings to temporal manipulations. "Maximize magic, gravity maelstrom," he intoned, creating a localized singularity that pulled two Otsutsuki off balance. Before they could recover, he followed with triplet magic, exploding mine, shard buckshot, paralysis cloud. The combination attack overwhelmed their defensive capabilities, incapacitating both aliens simultaneously. Without pausing, Ainz turned his attention to the extraction array, analyzing its construction for vulnerabilities. Albedo and Shalltear fought with perfect coordination born from centuries of training together in Nazarick. Where previous missions had seen them operating with competitive undertones, this final battle revealed the true potential of their combined capabilities. Albedo's defensive prowess created openings that Shalltear exploited with devastating precision. When Shalltear drew multiple attackers, Albedo interceded with overwhelming force. "The conduits," Shalltear called out, identifying a critical vulnerability in the extraction system. "They're channeling energy to stabilize the dimensional rift." Albedo immediately redirected her assault, her bardiche cleaving through one of the massive energy conduits. Chakra erupted from the severed connection, temporarily destabilizing the extraction sequence. Kaishiki observed the battle with calculating precision, making minute adjustments to the extraction process despite the chaos around him. His focus remained on the holographic interface, fingers moving rapidly across dimensional calculations as he compensated for the damage his subordinates could not prevent. "Your interference is factored into the process," he called to Naruto as the sage fought his way closer. "Every disruption you cause has a corresponding adjustment protocol. The Great Communion will proceed regardless." "We'll see about that," Naruto replied, forming a massive Rasengan that pulsed with combined wind and fire chakra. Sage Art, Lava-style Rasengan. He drove the technique directly at Kaishiki, who finally abandoned his calculations to defend himself. The Otsutsuki leader countered with a dimensional technique that attempted to redirect the attack into a pocket dimension, but Naruto's six paths power partially negated the redirection. The resulting collision created a localized explosion that damaged the holographic interface and sent both combatants flying backward. 7 minutes remaining, Kaishiki announced, recovering quickly despite visible injuries. The extraction sequence has achieved 60% integration. Soon, the process becomes autonomous. The battle intensified as both sides recognized the approaching point of no return. Naruto created dozens more shadow clones, flooding the chamber with identical attackers to overwhelm the remaining Otsutsuki. Ainz deployed increasingly powerful spell combinations, sacrificing precision for raw destructive potential against the extraction array. Albedo and Shalltear continued systematically destroying energy conduits while fending off desperate counterattacks. Despite their efforts, the extraction process continued advancing toward completion. The crystalline array at the chamber's center pulsed with increasing intensity, drawing chakra from the earth below while simultaneously stabilizing the dimensional rift above. Displays throughout the chamber showed progress indicators creeping steadily upward, 65%, 70%, 75%. "We're running out of time." Naruto called out, dispatching another Otsutsuki with a truth-seeking orb that negated the alien's regenerative abilities. "The array is adapting to our attacks." "Confirmed," Ainz replied, his analytical mind rapidly assessing their dwindling options. "Conventional assault is proving insufficient. We must implement the convergence technique." Naruto understood immediately, the shared energy method they had developed against convergence and refined during the battle at the first extraction facility. It remained their most powerful option, though the risks to both users were substantial. "Cover us." Naruto called to Albedo and Shalltear as he fought his way toward Ainz. "We need 30 seconds of uninterrupted connection." Both guardians immediately shifted their tactical approach, moving to create a defensive perimeter around their masters. Albedo's impenetrable defense and Shalltear's blood field techniques combined to form a momentary zone of relative safety amid the chaos. Naruto reached Ainz, extending his hand without hesitation. 6 paths, energy transfer. Soul Link, Ainz responded simultaneously, his skeletal hand grasping Naruto's firmly. Golden chakra and dark magic flowed between them, creating the same impossible circulation they had achieved before. Living energy passed into undead form while death magic flowed into living vessel, a paradoxical exchange that defied the fundamental laws of both their dimensions. The effect was immediately visible. Naruto's eyes shifted, one becoming the Rinnegan while the other took on the flaming red glow characteristic of Ainz. Similarly, Ainz's empty sockets now contained one flaming eye and one with the concentric rings of the Rinnegan. "Fascinating," Kaishiki commented, momentarily pausing his desperate attempts to salvage the extraction sequence. "A dimensional energy exchange that creates a hybrid power signature. Unprecedented in our records." "Keep watching," Naruto/Ainz replied in their merged voice. "You haven't seen anything yet." With perfect synchronization, they raised their free hands toward the crystalline array, channeling their combined power into a technique that existed in neither of their worlds independently, a fusion of 6 paths chakra and super-tier magic. Sage Art, Reality Severance, they intoned together, naming the hybrid technique that manifested as a swirling vortex of golden chakra and dark magic. The technique struck the extraction array with cataclysmic force, energy patterns that should have been mutually exclusive somehow functioning in perfect harmony. Where the array attempted to adapt to one energy type, it found itself vulnerable to the other. Where it established defensive resonance against magical attack, chakra disrupted that resonance from within. The crystalline structure began to crack, brilliant light spilling from growing fissures as the impossible energy combination worked its way deeper into the array's core. Progress indicators throughout the chamber fluctuated wildly, jumping upward before plummeting, stabilizing briefly before failing entirely. No! Kaishiki shouted, genuine emotion breaking through his clinical demeanor for the first time. The dimensional calibration is destabilizing. The rift will collapse. That's the idea, Naruto/Ainz replied, maintaining their connection despite the visible strain it placed on both their forms. Cracks appeared in Ainz' skeletal structure where living chakra flowed, while Naruto's skin darkened around his veins where death magic circulated. The remaining Otsutsuki abandoned their individual battles, converging on Kaishiki as their leader initiated emergency protocols. With the extraction array failing and the dimensional rift destabilizing, their priority had shifted from completion to escape. The Great Communion cannot be prevented, Kaishiki declared as he prepared a dimensional escape technique. We will simply recalibrate and try again. Your victory today means nothing in the span of cosmic cycles. You're wrong, Naruto called out, his voice briefly individual again as the energy connection with Ainz fluctuated. We've identified your methods now. Every world you target will be warned and prepared. Impossible, Kaishiki dismissed. There are infinite dimensions. You cannot protect them all. We don't need to, Ainz replied, his separate voice emerging as their merged consciousness began to separate under the strain. We only need to create an interdimensional alliance against your harvesting. Knowledge shared across realities, your methods exposed everywhere you might strike. This concept, worlds united against them, seemed to disturb Kaishiki more than the immediate failure of the Great Communion. For millennia, the Otsutsuki had relied on isolation between dimensions, each world unaware of their activities in others. It changes nothing, he insisted, though uncertainty had crept into his tone. The harvest will continue elsewhere while you celebrate this minor victory. With a final surge of dimensional energy, Kaishiki and his remaining followers vanished into a hastily created rift, escaping the facility's imminent destruction but retreating from the immediate conflict. With the Otsutsuki gone, Naruto and Ainz finally broke their energy connection, both staggering from the strain of the prolonged merge. Albedo immediately moved to support Ainz while Shalltear surprised herself by doing the same for Naruto. The array is critically destabilized, Albedo reported, observing the increasingly violent energy discharges from the fractured crystal. Complete structural failure imminent. Then it's time to leave, Naruto concluded, gathering his remaining strength. Everyone make contact. One last jump. As they linked hands for emergency extraction, the chamber around them began to disintegrate. The damaged extraction array released its stored chakra in increasingly powerful bursts, while the partially formed dimensional rift above the facility collapsed inward, creating a vacuum effect that tore at the building's structure. With a final surge of chakra, Naruto activated Flying Thunder God, transporting them to the designated safe zone where Konoha forces awaited. They materialized amid a contingent of shinobi and medical personnel, who immediately moved to provide support as they collapsed from exhaustion. From their position miles away, they witnessed the spectacular destruction of the southern facility. The collapsing dimensional rift created a visible distortion in the sky that rapidly contracted before releasing a massive shockwave of discharged energy. The facility itself imploded, drawn upward into the collapsing rift before both vanished in a final flash of brilliant light. It's over, Naruto murmured, accepting medical attention from Konoha's healers. The Great Communion has been prevented. This iteration, yes, Ainz amended, his analytical mind already considering future implications. But Kaishiki escaped with knowledge and experience. They will attempt similar operations elsewhere. Let them try, Naruto replied with grim determination. We'll be ready. And we won't be alone next time. In the days that followed, the world struggled to process the revelations about celestial path technologies and the narrowly averted global catastrophe. International cooperation had prevented extinction, but political tensions remained as nations dealt with the economic and social fallout of the Otsutsuki deception. At a private gathering in Konoha's Hokage residence, Naruto, Ainz, Albedo, and Shalltear met with Mirai to discuss the implications of their victory and their impending departure. The five Kage extend their deepest gratitude, Mirai stated formally. Without your intervention, our world would have faced extinction. We are forever in your debt. Just doing what needed to be done, Naruto replied with characteristic modesty. Though I couldn't have done it without my friends from another dimension. Our mutual interests were served by cooperation, Ainz noted pragmatically. The Otsutsuki threat extends beyond individual worlds to the very fabric of the multiverse. Which brings us to our next steps, Naruto continued. We've confirmed that Ainz's world is indeed among those targeted for future harvesting. We need to warn them and help establish defensive measures. You intend to continue your interdimensional expedition, then? Mirai asked. With a more focused purpose now, Naruto confirmed. What began as reconnaissance has evolved into a mission to create an interdimensional alliance against the Otsutsuki threat. An ambitious undertaking, Mirai observed. How many dimensions do you intend to warn? As many as we can reach, Naruto replied. Starting with Ainz's world, then expanding outward through dimensional corridors we identify along the way. A cosmic scale response to a cosmic scale threat, Ainz added. The Otsutsuki have exploited dimensional isolation for millennia. By creating connections between worlds, we establish a network they cannot easily overcome. As they discussed the logistics of this expanded mission, Albedo and Shalltear found themselves engaged in their own quiet conversation near the residence's balcony. Our journey has become considerably more extensive than originally planned, Albedo noted, watching the sun set over Konoha's transformed skyline. Does that concern you? Shalltear asked. Lord Ainz seems committed to this interdimensional alliance. My concern is for Nazarik's security during extended absence, Albedo replied. Though Demiurge is certainly capable of maintaining order. Shalltear studied her longtime rival with newfound perspective. Their shared experiences fighting alongside Naruto and Ainz had revealed depths to Albedo she had never fully appreciated before. You've changed since we began this expedition, Shalltear observed. Your focus has expanded beyond Nazarik's immediate concerns. Albedo considered this assessment thoughtfully. Perhaps. Witnessing other dimensions provides context that was previously lacking. Nazarik remains paramount, but its security is linked to broader dimensional stability. A remarkably philosophical perspective, Shalltear noted with a slight smile. The Supreme Sage's influence, perhaps. His approach has certain merits, Albedo acknowledged, surprising Shalltear with her candor. Though his methods differ from Lord Ainz, their ultimate goals align more often than not. Protecting what they value, ensuring its continued existence across time. They complement each other well, Shalltear agreed. Different approaches to immortality, different philosophies of power, yet functionally effective together. As do we, Albedo added quietly. Our combined capabilities proved decisive in several encounters. This acknowledgement, from Albedo of all people, left Shalltear momentarily speechless. Their rivalry had been a constant of Nazarik life for so long that its potential evolution into something resembling partnership felt momentous. Before she could formulate a response, Naruto approached them, his informal manner a stark contrast to the weighty discussions they had been having. All set for departure tomorrow morning, he announced cheerfully. Next stop, Nazarik, then onward to Yggdrasil if we can find it. The interdimensional road trip continues. You approach cosmic responsibility with remarkable casualness, Albedo observed, though without her usual disapproval. When you've been carrying the weight of worlds as long as I have, you learn to keep it light, Naruto replied with a shrug. Otherwise, eternity gets pretty grim. A philosophy with practical application, Shalltear noted. Particularly for immortal beings. Naruto grinned appreciatively. Exactly. Ainz gets it too, though he expresses it differently. Speaking of which, he glanced back toward where the undead overlord continued his discussion with the Hokage. He mentioned you two might have thoughts about expanding the expedition team once we return to Nazarick. Expanding? Albedo questioned. Yeah, bringing more guardians along for the interdimensional alliance building, Naruto clarified. Figure we could use Demiurge's strategic mind, maybe Cocytus's battle experience. The more perspectives we have from different worlds, the stronger the alliance becomes. The concept of expanding their unconventional team to include more Nazarick guardians presented intriguing possibilities. What had begun as a cautious reconnaissance with minimal personnel was evolving into something far more significant, a genuine multiverse-spanning initiative. As the evening progressed and final preparations were made for their departure, a sense of purpose crystallized among the four unlikely allies. The Otsutsuki threat had been temporarily thwarted, but the greater challenge of creating an interdimensional defense network was just beginning. For Naruto, it represented a new chapter in his long existence as the Supreme Sage, moving beyond solitary interdimensional wandering to building connections between worlds. For Ainz, it offered strategic advantages that extended far beyond Nazarick's immediate concerns, potentially securing his domain's future against threats he had never previously considered. For Albedo and Shalltear, it presented an unexpected evolution in their service to Nazarick, expanding their understanding of their roles as guardians to encompass not just their own world but the multiverse itself. Their rivalry, once centered on competing for Ainz's approval, had transformed into something more productive through shared purpose and mutual respect forged in interdimensional battle. The following morning, they gathered in the same courtyard where they had arrived days earlier. The Hokage and select shinobi leaders attended to witness their departure and formalize the alliance between their world and others they would contact. The dimensional anchor points we've established will allow for future communication and travel between our worlds, Naruto explained as he prepared the transportation technique. Konoha will serve as this world's primary contact point for the interdimensional alliance. We will maintain constant vigilance for signs of Otsutsuki activity, Mirai promised. And continue dismantling what remains of their technology worldwide. As golden chakra began to swirl around them for the dimensional jump, Naruto took a final look at the village that had been his home millennia ago. Though transformed almost beyond recognition, its essential spirit, the will of fire, remained unchanged. Ready for the next adventure, he asked his companions with a grin that belied the cosmic significance of their undertaking. Ainz inclined his skeletal head in formal acknowledgement. Indeed. Our expedition has found its true purpose. Albedo and Shalltear exchanged a brief glance of shared understanding before nodding their readiness. The rivalry that had once defined their relationship had evolved into something more complex, a partnership forged through extraordinary circumstances and common purpose. As the golden dome of chakra enveloped them and the dimensional barriers parted once more, they stepped willingly into the swirling cosmos between worlds. Behind them lay a planet saved from extinction, ahead, countless dimensions waiting to be warned, connected, and ultimately defended against a threat that spanned reality itself. The Supreme Sage and the Sorcerer King, once potential rivals who might have contested for power, now moved forward as allies, perhaps even friends, their combined abilities forming a foundation upon which an interdimensional alliance could be built. And with them, the Guardians of Nazarick extended their protection beyond their master's domain to the multiverse itself. Their journey was just beginning, but already the cosmos had been changed by their unlikely alliance. Gods who rivaled each other had found common purpose in protection rather than dominance, a partnership that promised to reshape the very nature of interdimensional relations for eons to come. As reality bent around them and new dimensions beckoned, one truth became clear: some friendships transcend worlds, and some alliances change destiny itself. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.